Stringer Bell was born to play football. Standing at 6'5" and possessing effortless athleticism and instincts as a middle linebacker, he's been getting letters from colleges since he was a sophomore in high school. Stringer and his best friend Avon Barksdale have been the stars of every football team they've been on since they were in middle school, and they've always shared a dream of making it to the NFL. While Avon isn't as big as Stringer, he has the elite speed to make him a great receiver, cornerback, and kick returner. Both players have D1 potential, but after Avon got suspended for most of his junior season for fighting in school, he sat on the bench while Stringer was picking up college offers. But during their senior season together, they both balled out, catching over 10 interceptions on the year apiece. They took their high school, who's normally garbage at football, to an undefeated record and made it all the way to the Maryland State Championship game. After Avon came up with a huge pick six early in the game, Stringer came up with some big plays as well, including making a couple of tackles for loss that got his team a huge goal line stop. The duo won their team the state title, and the run garnered both of them a lot of attention from colleges. But while Stringer had his pick of pretty much any school as a 4-star recruit, Avon's options were more limited, largely due to his off-the-field issues. Being loyal to the death, Stringer made the decision to keep the duo together, and on National Signing Day, both he and Avon committed to the University of Marshall. Going into his first season at Marshall, Stringer is already number 2 on the depth chart, so hopefully he'll get some playing time this season. His boy Avon Barksdale coming in as the 3rd string cornerback. So here we go, man. Stringer's first practice, he's got to make an impression on these coaches, and that is not a good start. The running back throws him off. Even for a big athletic guy like Stringer, the transition from high school football to college is not going to be easy. And check it out, man. His boy Avon Barksdale gets the pick. So Avon looking to get some early playing time. Hopefully we can get an interception or something to make a big splash before the end of practice. That was pretty close to being one. So not a great first practice for Stringer as he's settling in, but it seems like coach at least saw a couple of good things. So in this first game, Stringer's probably just going to be playing special teams. He gets pancaked on the first play. It seems Stringer's really got to work on that strength despite his large frame, but he gets his first tackle there. This game is going really well for Stringer's boys. If we score a few more points, he might have a chance to get on the field with the second team. And yep, here we are. Stringer will get some defensive snaps, and the quarterback is taking off. Stringer comes up with a huge hit on his first play from scrimmage. Beautiful recognition from our boy to come up with the hit. That's how you make an impression on the coaches right there. They're going with a jet sweep, but Stringer will make the touchdown saving tackle to keep the shutout intact. Unfortunately, Miami will be able to score, but a promising performance in limited action. Stringer's only a few coach points away from being able to challenge for the starting linebacker position, and he had a chance to get him there, but misses the tackle. Stringer's still looking for that first tackle, and on special teams, this time he will get it. So Stringer officially has enough coach trust to challenge for that first string. We get out of there with a 28-14 dub. So here we go. Time for Stringer's first ever position battle. Gotta make a lot of plays here, and he starts things out with a big hit. A couple more plays like that, and he'll have the starting job. As he shoots the line, almost gets another tackle for loss. That would have been a huge one. We're running low on reps here, but Stringer gets another tackle. Probably 2 more tackles and we've got it, as we will get in on the action there. And that's a halfback screen. Stringer is on it, but it gets swatted away. Coach gives him credit for the good coverage though, so we have officially won the position battle. Stringer's going to be starting his first game this week. Was not expecting this to happen so quickly. So here we go, boys. Stringer's first college start. We are taking on Ohio. Stringer in man coverage here, and the quarterback takes off. He will get his first tackle. So a nice start there. Honestly, we could have baited that route out for a pick, but Stringer trying to play it kind of safe in his first game. He's reading the field really well to start out though. Picks up another tackle there on 3rd down, and he's hyped up. All right, let's see if we can get a little field goal block going here. Remember, Stringer is 6'5", but that's going to go through. So Ohio takes a 3-0 lead, and after a turnover, they're right back in our territory. Avon manned up here on 3rd down and almost comes down with his first pick. Excellent man coverage and recognition here on a tough route, and that could have gone to the house. So Stringer's play will hold Ohio to a field goal, and this is a curls play. Stringer reads that beautifully and steps in front of it for a pick. The first pick of Stringer's career already, and that was just pure play recognition and instincts. Unfortunately, offense only able to get 3 out of it. We need them to get things going soon, and Stringer trying to jump that curl route for another pick. Got to get a stop here before halftime with a minute left, and he dumps it off to Stringer's man. Sit down. Coach looking pretty satisfied with Stringer's play so far, and the quarterback will take off there. Another big hit. After getting pushed around a little bit in practice, Stringer showing that he can bring the big hits in a game, and that's just spacing. We went with the wrong curl route though, dang it. Still another tackle though. That'll make it 5 on the half for our boy. And the Ohio quarterback is just chucking up another one here on the zig route. Stringer will step in front of it and outrun the wide receiver to take this to the crib. We have 2 picks and the first half isn't even over yet. I don't know why the dude threw that ball so high, but Stringer's basically accounted for all of his team's points so far. I expected our boy to come out swinging, but this is better than I could have anticipated. Ohio's just going to chuck up a Hail Mary here. He has a chance at another one, but a crazy catch from the receiver to stop it. It would have been pretty crazy if we got 3 picks on the half. Ohio will go with the counter here. Stringer sniffs that out too. The freshman is playing like a vet right now. Excellent coverage there. As both Stringer and his boy Avon Barksdale coming on the blitz on this play. They will tag team to create some pressure, but Ohio's quarterback stays calm and picks up the first. So the Ohio drive will continue moving here, and our outside linebacker gets absolutely cooked over top. Ohio will take the lead. An offense with another turnover. They're having an awful game today, and we gotta hold Ohio to a field goal to stay in this thing. Stringer getting sent on the blitz on 3rd and 8, but instead he will drop into coverage. We're able to stop him short, and we almost got a piece of that field goal there. I'm kind of waiting on Stringer to block one sometime soon. Ohio has the ball back as our offense continues to be useless. I really don't understand, man. They were good when Stringer was sitting on the bench, and Ohio going with the read option here. Another big hit, but offense can't do anything with that possession. This is ridiculous. Seems like Stringer's gonna have to make another turnover if he wants to win this game, and this quarterback is antsy. We sit him down trying to cause a fumble. That's 10 tackles on the day for Stringer Bell. Time is really starting to run out for us. We got to use timeouts here, and this is a big 3rd and 7 for one more chance. Looks like Ohio's gonna go with the curls play. A nice job from number 7 to swat that away, and with 30 seconds left, offense finally has a drive going in the red zone. Our quarterback will dump that off and get it inside the 5, so a chance to win the game after we've been trailing all day, and we will run it. The running back gets into the end zone. Let's go. Extra point will give us the lead with just 20 seconds left, so all we got to do is hold it down and keep Ohio out of field goal range. They're just going with the draw play there. Very interesting. So now just 8 seconds left, and they are gonna load up for a deep shot. This is looking dangerous, and they get it inside field goal range with 1 second left. You got to be kidding me. Our cornerback got totally lost in coverage, and our only chance is to block the field goal. Stringer tries to get in there, but they knock it through, and we take the loss. Absolutely devastating, as Stringer played great, but his team just couldn't get it done. So after the devastating loss, we have a tough road game against Virginia Tech here. Stringer's gonna have to put together another impressive performance to win this game, and that was not a great start from him there in zone coverage, but on 1st and goal he comes down with a big hit. Stringer has been laying it down in these first 2 games, so we'll see if we can come up with a little stop here. Nope, VT just dumps it off on the curl, and they score with ease. Looks like offense is gonna be just as useless as they were last game. Stringer coming down with another big hit there. Stringer hitting way harder than what I expected after I saw him in practice, but VT putting together another strong drive here. Feels like we need a turnover, some kind of game-changing play, and I thought they were gonna try Stringer. Instead, our cornerback gets cooked downfield. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like our boy Avon needs that starting cornerback position. Stringer misses the tackle there. VT gets into the end zone, so this one is looking quite rough early on. Virginia Tech's quarterback does not have an incompletion, so 3rd and 8 feels like the game might be over if we don't get a stop here, and the Hokies score again. So we come out in the second half trailing by 3 scores. At this point, it's really just about getting stats for Stringer. Only way we could turn this game around is if we get a pick 6, and man, that could have been it. Stringer not quite able to jump that drag. I'm hoping we can get his speed up just a little bit so we can make that play. Virginia Tech continuing to just run it down our throats. Seems like Stringer's the only one who came to play today. No picks, but 6 tackles for our boy. Respectable stat line, as Virginia Tech's quarterback taken off there. That is the first sack of Stringer's college career. How about a pick here? Looks like Virginia Tech's gonna pass it, and they're just going with an in route. We get the sack. They kick the field goal, so that'll pretty much do it for this one, but they're going with the screen here, and at least Stringer will get some action on the interception. He will take this one to the crib. Let's go. That's the only points of the day for his team. So we take a blowout loss to Virginia Tech. Another game where Stringer was really the bright spot of things, so it's going to be a rough couple of games, but if we can have a really good game in this one, we could potentially get this +3 speed upgrade, which would be huge. I am going to give Stringer a little bit of swag before we get into the next game. This is what I'm going to rock with for right now. Let me know if you think I should change up the drip at all. Alright, so hopefully we can get back on track today against UTSA. I do not expect this to be an easy game though. We got a 3rd and very long already. Coach is sending Stringer on the blitz, but I might read this out. Yeah, we are going to drop into coverage, and that tight end is wide open, but Stringer makes the tackle. Definitely a wise decision to go into coverage there. Unfortunately, our offense continues to be trash. It is going to have to be another defensive struggle today. UTSA has been going with a heavy dose of the run game so far, and they're putting together a pretty nice drive. So we got to come up with a stop or a turnover here, and UTSA's quarterback is taking off. Stringer tries to lay down the big hit. Was hoping for a fumble there. 3 tackles already for the boy, but this is not looking good. We're barely able to keep dude out of the end zone on that play. If we lose this game, this could really be a long season. I was hoping to at least make a run in a conference championship, and we need offense to do something here. They do not. Thankfully, UTSA is pushed back to their own 1, so maybe we can make something happen here. They're just going with the run game, and we get him in the end zone for the safety. Let's go. Defense comes up big, and offense finally gets a touchdown. Quarterback's taken off again here, and Stringer forces the fumble. We recover it, and we get a sneaky first turnover of the day there. So now we got a funky score here. You love to see it. Stringer almost had a chance at a pick there, gets the tackle. UTSA has been running the ball a lot, so before half is our our chance to get some picks and stuff. Big time third down here. Let's see what we got. Stringer's got the mid zone and they threw it to his man. He would have come up with a big hit if that was complete. Textbook coverage from the star middle linebacker, and he crushes the running back coming out of the half. We continue to see that big hit ability. Stringer's got 7 tackles on the day. One thing I will say is we haven't seen his boy Avon Barksdale on the field a lot. We'll have to check his stats after this game, and Stringer gets the pick there. That is that 6'5"ness coming into play, and he will take this to the crib. Let's go. Stringer with his 4th pick on the season already, and that was a beautiful one. Just lurk that up. Look at the hops. Already a very nice stat line, and I'm loving playing middle linebacker right now. We almost get another pick there. I actually like this way more than playing free safety, to be honest. I love having these zones in the middle of the field. UTSA going with the play action. Quarterback's taking off, and Stringer's trying to force another fumble there. The Roadrunners are on the move, and Stringer coming on the blitz here, able to string that out, and that's his 9th tackle of the day. UTSA going with 5 wide on 3rd and 7, and dang it, I went with the wrong drag. Not really anything we could have done there. Got to come up with a stop here on 3rd and 5. I thought UTSA was maybe going to go with a screen. We cover up the running back, but the quarterback has too much time. We probably should have just gone with our blitz. It's hard to resist the temptation of playing coverage though, especially with the way we've been catching picks. UTSA going to have it at the goal line, and they're going with the read option. Stringer sits down the quarterback. We got to fumble that, dude. All right, 3rd and goal. We'll see what the Roadrunners got for us. Looks like that's a little halfback angle route. Stringer's on it, but we get cooked in the back of the end zone for a touchdown. And offense still really hasn't done much of anything. It is going to be on the defense to win this game, and I think that might have been Stringer's 2nd sack of the day. Nope, sadly they're not going to credit him with the sack. Still a nice hit though. I think we got another forced fumble in us soon. On 3rd and 1, UTSA going with the handoff, and we shut it down, but offense not quite able to kill the clock, so we gotta hold it down for 2 minutes. Can't choke another one away. UTSA still going with the run though. We blow that up, and now we see the hurry up. This is where things could get dangerous. They just dump it to the flats there though. Nothing doing. Stringer has been playing his zones masterfully, and on 3rd and 8, dude's just chucking that up deep. A great play by Abraham to deflect it, and this is the game, man. 4th and 8, UTSA is going for it, which has got Stringer coming on the blitz, and they run a draw. What the heck kind of play call was that, dude? 4th and 8 draw is crazy, but somehow offense gets nothing out of that. All we needed was a field goal, and the game was pretty much over. Stringer almost gets another pick. I really like having this QB spy because we can just do whatever we want, and with no timeouts, UTSA really needs to be taking shots downfield here. Throwing passes short of the sticks is not going to cut it, but we have seen that this defense is capable of choking. We got to be careful. That's going to be a big gain. Stringer has to come in for the tackle, and UTSA deep into Marshall territory. Our cornerbacks have got to lock it down deep, and they are going to chuck it up. Bro, like what? Where is our cornerback? What is going on? I've just got to see this from number 3's perspective, because like what are we doing, man? Is that the same dude who got cooked in the clutch last time? Coach has got to put Avon in. We take another devastating loss. I seriously cannot believe that. Look at this. Dude literally left him with like 15 yards of space. Stringer has an amazing day, but it was not enough to make up for his teammates. We're gonna hop into practice so Stringer can get some extra XP for that boost that he needs, and that should give us most of what we need. He gets the tackle for loss on the halfback screen. Just need 25 more points, and on the slant play, Stringer comes up with the pick, and that'll be all for this practice. Stringer continues to dominate both in practice and in game, and that's enough for that wax on upgrade. +5 excel, +3 speed, +3 jumping is crazy. So hopefully Stringer can pick up his first win as a starter today. We are taking on FAU, and he reads that play to perfection. Look at this hit, man. Stringer looking like a grown man. So a pretty good start to this one. I thought that was coming right to us. Instead, he hits the drag for a big gain. Stringer getting just a little bit greedy for a pick there, and FAU will quickly drive down to score on our defense. And at this point, I have lost all hope of offense doing anything for us. If we want to score, we need turnovers. And while Stringer's been really good, the defense around him definitely hasn't been stellar. I'm waiting for his boy Avon to make an impact, but he continues to not be on the field very much. And look at that, man. Our zone coverage just gets completely cut up. We got a big time 3rd and 15 here. Cannot let the Owls get into field goal range, and they just float it to the sidelines. Thought number 7 had a chance at the pick. They are going to try to kick this field goal, and that will be good. In the rain, really? FAU seems to have our number on both sides of the ball, but Stringer continues to ball out, reading that screen perfectly. Stringer was sent on a blitz there, but recognized the blocking, laying down the big hit. Hasn't been his craziest stat line so far, but he's been really solid. And FAU going with the swing pass here. Stringer gets chopped out, but I don't know what the quarterback was doing. Still, man, our offense not even able to kill the clock before the half. He honestly probably needs Stringer to get into the end zone to win this game. And number 3 is down the sidelines, rumbling all the way to the 50. So now FAU is going to get the chance to do something here. Stringer's coming in on the blitz, but not able to hit home, and our quarterback almost got cooked again. We'll have a little Hail Mary action before the half. That is looking a little bit too promising, but our guy comes up with the pick. Stringer overran it a little bit. bit. Offense turns it over coming right out of the half. This might be the worst road to glory offense I've ever played with, and that is saying something. Like, I think this is probably worse than when Nick Sabaka was at Miami. Oh, another screen pass here. We might have a chance at a pick, but the quarterback doesn't get it out. Quietly, man, our boy Kobe Cumberland has 4 sacks on the day. That's crazy. They're just going with the screen here. I didn't see that at all. Continues to be a pretty quiet day from Stringer outside of the big hits, but he's getting tried here. That is his first pick of the day, and hopefully that gives this team some life. Look at his boy Avon celebrating with him. We love to see it. Unfortunately, if you take a look at the scoreboard, our score is still 0. I somehow doubt that the FAU defense is that good. That's a bad missed tackle by Stringer. Would have been a sack. So we head to the 4th looking rough once again, but even though his team's losing, man, Stringer is really making an impact. He is looking like a definite NFL talent out here. And you gotta be thinking, man, in the back of Stringer's mind, is he maybe thinking about what kind of NIL money he might get from another school? Obviously, his boy Avon's here at Marshall, but it seems like Stringer was just meant for bigger and better things. That was our first sack on the day there. We got a 3rd down, but Stringer gets pushed off the ball. That's not a good look. Gotta be a little bit more disciplined and stay in our gap there. But this game was a lost cause from the start, if we're being honest. Our offense finally gets a touchdown. Thanks a lot, guys. The losing streak continues after a 2-0 start, but another really great game from Stringer. He's doing everything that he can right now. We'll hop into practice mode one more time to get some XP for upgrades. So before we get out of here, just checking out the season stats real quick. Stringer already leading the team in tackles, 5 interceptions as well. His boy Avon still looking for his first interception, a humble 9 tackles, but not a horrible year for a freshman. A lot of people are wondering why a talent like Stringer is playing for Marshall, and after a few very frustrating losses, Stringer's starting to wonder that a little bit himself. The reason he chose a smaller school was to play with his best friend Avon, but Avon's been more focused on enjoying the social benefits of being a student athlete than working on his craft and trying to earn more playing time. We'll see if Stringer can continue his impressive play to try to turn Marshall's season around, and if Avon will step up or be content to stay in the background as a role player. Alright, man, so first game of the day, we are taking on Middle Tennessee State. Stringer's looking to help stop this horrible losing streak his team has been on, and he starts this out with a couple of big hits. Stringer continuing to dominate these group of 5 offenses, but unfortunately his offense continues to be one of the worst in the country. Being a one-man show accentuates Stringer's talents, but he's getting tired of it real quick. He needs some other boys like Avon Barksdale to step up and help him out. This team needs playmakers, and Avon could really earn playing time quick if he stepped up and made a couple of plays. And Middle Tennessee State is going to walk in for an easy touchdown on their second drive. Offense not going to be any help today. We're going to need to create some turnovers. This Middle Tennessee State quarterback just keeps on taking off, and we cannot seem to lay a hit on him. We got a huge play here before halftime, though. Middle Tennessee State in no man's land going for the 4th down, and that was right in Stringer's zone. We were trying to cover the in route. Very rare mistake for Stringer in coverage, but he will make up for it here, baiting the quarterback into throwing the hitch to the running back, and he has a shot to take this to the crib, showing off the speed and rumbling into the end zone. That is exactly what we needed to get back into this game. Like I said, man, offense is not going to score. It's going to be up to turnovers to win this thing, and it looks like Middle Tennessee State is coming out passing before halftime. Fine by me, man, just more chances for Stringer to make plays in coverage, but we got to make sure the Blue Raiders don't get any points here. Stringer's coming on the blitz and gets the sack. That was the best pass rush of his career right there, and now Middle Tennessee State will be pinned back on 3rd down. Stringer gets the stop on the tackle. Some impactful plays late in the half as Stringer has 7 tackles, a sack, and a pick on the day. Tennessee just going with the run here on 1st down, and that's Stringer's boy Avon getting the tackle for loss. Good to see him getting involved, man. This Middle Tennessee quarterback is continuing to run, and Stringer is continuing to track him down and lay down big hits. I have never seen one man just totally dominate a defense since the days of Ziggy Sabaka. Stringer lays dude out again there. At this point, you'd think he'd probably be a little bit scared of scrambling. And Middle Tennessee State's gonna have a 3rd and forever. Their quarterback will take the sack. But as we continue to get stops, offense continues to just be useless. We have 41 total yards. That is not gonna win us too many games. This defense is not gonna hold up forever, especially when we're getting bad field position. Need a fumble or something here. Somehow the quarterback holds on to that. And we head to the 4th, tied up but looking kind of rough. Gonna need some great red zone defense on 3rd down. And they're going with the read option. Stringer gets blocked and they pick up the 1st. Would have had that if we read it just a little bit sooner. But Stringer able to get the tackle in the backfield there. But this is a huge 3rd and goal. I think our offense can probably get a field goal, but they definitely can't get a touchdown. Unfortunately, I went with the wrong guy there. Quarterback keeps it and scores. And we're gonna need our boys to do something here. They are finally putting a drive together, and this time they score. I guess I was wrong. You know you're setting the bar low when you're amazed that offense can get 1 touchdown in a game. But our defense has got to be careful here. Middle Tennessee State is getting dangerously close to field goal range. And on second down, the quarterback has a year in the pocket. He throws it across the field to the running back who's wide open. That was actually Stringer's man. He was covering other stuff. And even though he's carried this team on his back, he's going to feel like this loss is on him if they can't get a stop here. I would guess they're probably just going to play it safe and run it here on 3rd and goal. And we are going to stop them short. It'll come down to a field goal for Middle Tennessee State. We have a shot to try and block this, and we actually got really close, man. Of course, offense cannot score, so the losing streak continues. Stringer had a great game, but he's going to remember that one play where he gave up the big gain. So at this point in the season, Stringer and the boys are just in survival mode, trying to stay bowl eligible. And at this point, it's going to take a miracle to get to 6 wins. We are thankfully taking on another bottom feeder in UAB today, and Stringer will start this out with a big hit. Hoping for a few more picks today to add to those great numbers Stringer's been putting up. And he's just a step late on that one. 3 tackles already for our boy though. UAB going with a halfback screen here. Once again, just a step late for the pick, but we keep racking up those tackles. And I'm encouraged by the fact that UAB's running that this early. We will probably get another shot at that. UAB's going to go with a little halfback angle action there, and Stringer is all over that, picking up the first pick of the day. Excellent concentration to haul that thing in. And we continue to see really surprising ball skills from a middle linebacker, and I have a feeling he's got 1 or 2 more in him today. On the 3rd down here, I'm watching for that halfback screen. Nope, just going to be a slant over the middle, and we're all over that. I don't know why dude tried Stringer, but we take it all the way inside the 5. Offense better catch this in. And you know, we should always expect a touchdown in that situation, but I still find myself breathing a sigh of relief. This offense has been Iowa level bad this year, and we're not going to be able to keep UAB out of the end zone forever. They hit a dot to the vert over the middle. I was hoping Stringer was going to hop for that, but just a little bit out of reach, and he gets shrugged off trying to make the tackle on the counter. This is where the defense got to tighten up. UAB going play action pass, and they slice up our cover 2. But hey, offense going down getting another touchdown. They missed the extra point, but I'll still take it. Looks like UAB's going to try a Hail Mary before halftime here. Stringer will swat that away, and that caps off an excellent stat line for the first half. 6 tackles, a deflection, and 2 picks. If Stringer was on a better team, he might be making a run at a Heisman. And the more this team struggles, the more that's going to be on Stringer's mind. Offense is having probably their best game of the season though. I would say this lead feels secure, but after the chokes I've seen this season, I just don't know. I have a feeling our defense is going to end up holding on for dear life again, as UAB's finally putting a little drive together here. Gonna have to stand up tall on this 3rd and 6, and UAB just going with the draw play. We will stop them short. So a solid bend don't break effort from the defense, but after offense goes 3 and out, we're kind of back to square one here, and Stringer just gets stunned by the UAB quarterback. Come on, dude. No quarterback should be doing that to Stringer Bell. He's been great today, but that was just embarrassing when we baited up that curl route way too much. Time is running out for UAB though. Really, we just got to slow them down. Blazers really haven't shown that much of a sense of urgency as they continue to go with a run heavy approach. They're just going to read option on 3rd down. This time Stringer gets the best of that quarterback, and he's talking a little smack. So this is the game right here, 4th and 4, and the quarterback dials up a dot to the back of the end zone. This game is not over, people. Oh my god, bro. Offense literally turns it over instantly. I swear this team is cursed, man. I think we all know how this is going to end. Time ticking toward a minute. Oh, and UAB going with the stick and nod action. We should have jumped that sooner. Come on, defense. We just got to clutch up one time. After so many chokes, the quarterback's taken off. Stringer gets him in the backfield for the sack. I really do not like this look on 3rd down. We'll take a timeout. We'll have 3rd and 9. UAB is going to go with a pass, and that's just a dump off. We're able to stop him short, so 4th and inches. Here we go, boys. 1 4th down stop for the win. UAB going with a little verts action. Quarterback has all day in the pocket, and they mark him short. Defense stands up tall, and offense thankfully crushes the clock. We get out of there with a huge win. Stringer had an amazing game. 14 tackles, a sack, and an interception. Make that 2 interceptions, actually. So after the big win, we are taking on 5 and 4 Tulsa. I'm hoping we can take a little bit of momentum out of that last game. I feel like this defense has gotten into a good rhythm. Big difference last game was that offense could at least give us a couple of points, so hopefully we get that today against a decent team. And there we go. After a 3rd down stop, they go and get us a touchdown. Maybe our boys have turned over a new leaf. Even if they haven't, I feel like our defense has been playing well enough to win just with this touchdown. The Golden Hurricanes have got something cooking here. At 1st down, we'll get them into field goal range. We gotta hold them to at least 3 here. Looks like they're going with the halfback screen. Stringer trying to get on that, and the quarterback fumbles it. He will dive to try and get it, but the running back beats him to it. Very chaotic play. Now we got a 3rd and super long, as Tulsa's been pushed out of field goal range. I don't know what that pass was. All right, so we live to fight another day on defense. Stringer going for the pick on the halfback angle. I thought we had had that, dude. Just could not quite get a reaction. But Stringer takes out his anger on Davis Brin. Sit down. And Stringer continues to read the field exceptionally well. No picks yet, but he's flying around and making plays. So a big 3rd and 9 here. Chance to keep the momentum. Stringer goes with the wrong curl, but he sits down the ball carrier, forcing a Tulsa punt before halftime. Unfortunately, offense turns it over. And Tulsa already getting it cooking with a completion. For what it's worth, Stringer has 7 tackles on the half after 14 in the last game. Quarterback taking off here. We can't get the tackle that time, dang. No touchdowns here, y'all. Gotta hold it down for 35 seconds. And this quarterback has happy feet. Sit down. Gotta keep on watching for that scramble. Stringer will have to serve as a quarterback spy. And the quarterback throws it right to him. Stringer steps in front of it. There's a flag on the play as Stringer is gonna take it to the crib. Hopefully this isn't anything stupid, man. God damn it. Kobe Comlander wipes out a pick 6 for Stringer. Are you kidding me? That's brutal. And with Stringer tired, Tulsa turns it into a touchdown. A 14-point swing could have been a near game-ending play. And now Stringer's got to come up with another play. 3rd and 8 here. We get gifted a nice drop at least. All right, we got robbed of a pick 6 a second ago. How about a real one on 3rd down? Also going with the halfback screen. We had our shot and miss it. That was one we needed to get to win this game. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if we're going to get another chance on the screen today. But Stringer sits down the running back. Give us a fumble there, man. Feels like Stringer is definitely due for a forced fumble. As Tulsa's going with another screen, quarterback throws it away. You gotta figure they probably run one more of those though, right? And hey, offense gets another touchdown. 14 points was like a miracle performance for them. So now we just gotta keep everything in front of us with 3 minutes left. As our cornerback comes down with a pick. I feel like that's the first time someone other than Stringer's gotten a pick in a while. And now we got a 2-score lead. Offense balling out today. That would have been one for Stringer if it got through. We played that perfect. I feel like we got one in us before we go for sure. He's chucking it up deep there. Stringer is on it, but drops the pick. I haven't seen a lot of drops from Stringer, but that one kind of hurts. Quarterback's gonna take off there, trying to keep his eyes downfield, but we stop him short. That should do it. We're just playing for stats at this point, and Stringer desperately trying to get that pick just a second late on that out route read. Pretty wild that Stringer's even close to making that play as a middle linebacker. So we end up getting out of there with an upset dub. This team is finally playing like I know we can play. As Stringer couldn't get his interception on the day apart from that one that was wiped out. The Stringer and the Herd take a 4-6 record into JMU. It's starting to look like we have a real shot at a bowl game here and a chance for a 3 and out. JMU going 5 wide. Stringer trying to cover everything and knocks that pass away. Offense not able to get anything. That's okay, man. They were pretty solid last game. I'm gonna try to trust those boys just a little bit more today. And Stringer getting shrugged off by the quarterback. Seen that a couple times in these last few games, but this defense been locking down so far. Another 3 and out, and it looks like we have a certified defensive battle on our hands. But JMU's running back getting loose here, rumbling deep into Marshall territory. This defense has shown that they can stand up tall with their back against the wall though. Stringer baiting up the curl route, had a pick 6 and drops it. Those are the ones we gotta have, dude, especially in the red zone. Stringer will get the tackle on the draw play at least. And we got a 3rd 6. JMU going to the end zone and they get it. But JMU missing the extra point. Offense getting a touchdown. I don't know what has changed, but those boys are not playing too bad. And it feels like we are super due for a turnover on defense. Number 1 has quietly been playing really solid. And we got a 3rd and long here, chance for a pick. And Stringer gets kind of crisscrossed there, but we will stop JMU short. Offense picking up another 6. But JMU with a chance to do a little something before half. Stringer sitting down that slot receiver. I'm assuming JMU does not have that good of a field goal kicker. And man, Stringer had a pick, but came off of his man. I saw that running back coming open. But it looks like JMU's going to try to run a play here. This is going to run out the clock, and he tries Stringer on the out route. This time, Stringer gets it, keeping the feet in bounds. Can we crib this? Dang, man, the offensive lineman pushes us out. That felt good, though, man. Stringer was due for a while. So we go into half with a 7-point lead. It's going to be all about the defense in the second half, and JMU has broken off a couple of big runs here. So this defense will get tested again. I don't know what the hell this play is, but Stringer will pull the dude down in the backfield. The JMU will have a 3rd and long right on the fringe of field goal range. Unfortunately, they have a guy wide open on the other side. I think we were probably cooked too. And they're going with a little wildcat here. Very shy. Stringer will sit that down in the backfield though. We were all over it. 3rd tackle for loss on the day for our guy. And lots of time coming off the clock here. JMU slowly inching toward the goal line. And they're going to go 5 wide on 1st and goal. Looks like a play action pass. Quarterback takes off, but Stringer is there. Nobody keeps their eyes in the backfield like Stringer Bell. We will shut down that read option too. All right, so this is a huge play. They're just going with a little spacing action. Just got to stop the bounce routes here, and the quarterback goes down for a sack. JMU gonna have to to settle for the field goal. But offense is probably out of juice. We gotta shut down this JMU offense in the fourth quarter. But I feel good. Our boys have been clamping up all day. The pieces around Stringer have really stepped up in these last few games. Stringer coming in to lay the boom on the draw. And with time ticking down to 2 minutes, we got a 3rd and 5. JMU just running in. Stringer able to make the tackle. Took kind of a bad angle, but just pure strength got the dude down. And JMU going for it all in 4th and 1. They're just gonna run it up the middle. And I thought that was gonna be a read option. Dang it. This is the drive right here. We'll see if we can keep the season alive. That is a huge drop. One mistake and this game is over because offense is definitely not scoring in a minute and a half. Ah, JMU somehow able to pick up the first on that drag. And they're just taking it nice and slow, trying to eat up all of this clock. They're still running the ball too. So we go to the under 1 minute. JMU still just running it, but we stop them short there. It feels like we kind of need a Stringer Bell pick. I'm not gonna lie. Dang it though, that's a dot. Got it right in between those two guys. This is it. We've been in this position before. The boys have got to clutch up. And they're gonna go for the corner route. Our cornerback had a chance to pick it and drops it. Would have ended the game and given us our 5th win on the year. Instead, JMU's gonna have another chance, and they have a guy wide open over the middle getting into the end zone. So we need a miracle from our offense. And they're gonna chuck it deep. Holy crap, that might be close to field goal range. We just need like 5 or 10 more yards to give our kicker a chance. And our quarterback just dumps it off. That might be what we need. Oh god, though, we're gonna try to spike it. I thought the clock was gonna run out. All right, so here we go. It's probably like a 52-yarder, and our kicker is going to make it. We are headed to overtime. Offense clutches up and then gets another touchdown to start out overtime. Are you kidding me? It's on the defense to get it done now. Let's get a pick, y'all. JMU going with slants, and the quarterback just chucks it out of bounds. We got 3rd and 7. They're going with the in route. Stringer had a shot, but he's able to tackle dude short, so we'll have a chance at another 4th down to end the game. JMU just going verts, and they have a dude open, dumping it off. Looks like JMU's gonna try to go with the corner pass here. Stringer is trying to get on it, and we had a cornerback right there, but he cannot make a play, and that was a great chance to win it. Instead, JMU gets 7. Feels like it's gonna have to be an interception to win, right? We will have a 3rd and 8 here. Holding them to a field goal would be big, and that's just gonna be a dump off. Stringer is on it. Sit down. Talking some smack too. All right, so JMU gonna have to go with the field goal. Their kicker is going to sneak that in, but offense turns it over on the first play. JMU comes back to beat us. Absolutely brutal. And just like that, our bowl hopes are dead. We're out of bowl contention, but in our last game, we're taking on a really solid East Carolina team, and Stringer is gonna start this out with an interception, baiting up the curl route, and he will take this to the crib. Let's go. All right, so I'm not gonna show most of this game since it doesn't really mean too much, but we are surprisingly killing Eastern Carolina, and Stringer's gonna get another pick here. Not able to take this one to the crib, and that will give him the record for interceptions on the season. 11 after not starting those first few games is pretty dang good. So Stringer and the boys end the season with a win. He comes up with 2 picks and a sack in the season finale. Stringer does end up winning the Chuck Bednarik Award, as well as the Nagurski and the Dick Butkus. He led the team by a mile in tackles, 19 for loss, 6 sacks, 11 picks on the year. Add 3 deflections and a forced fumble to that. It was a pretty spectacular solo season. Many are speculating that Stringer will chase a big NIL check and leave for a bigger program, and that's definitely been on his mind. The reason he went to Marshall in the first place was to play with his friend Avon Barksdale, but with Stringer becoming a star and Avon not seeing the field a ton, the two have started to grow apart a little bit. But after Marshall ponies up with some NIL cash to keep Stringer around, he ultimately decides he wants to play at least one more year with his childhood friend, who should be the starting cornerback this season. We'll see if Stringer and Avon can turn this team around and build Marshall into a playoff contender, or if things will fall apart. Alright boys, so we come out in season 2 and offense starts it out with a touchdown. I think that's a sign that this might just be a good year, as this defense is going to start it out with an interception. Thought that was Avon for a second, but number 4 comes up big, and we are out to a 14-0 lead. Looks like we might actually have a competent offense. Miami has gone very run heavy so far, so not a lot of chances at picks for Stringer, but he's going to get one here. That just goes over his head. Thought we were taking that to the bank, but he gets his first big hit of the season there, sitting down the running back on the counter play. Stringer has really worked on his strength in the offseason, so you'll see even more of those big hits this year, and he just dumps it off. Stringer is there to sit him down. So we hold Miami to 3, cannot let them back in this game. Seems like Miami is starting to figure something out on offense. As the quarterback's taking off, Stringer gets his first sack of the year. Let's go. And Miami going with the screen. Stringer drops his first pick, and that would have gone to the bank too. That's pretty frustrating, and Miami actually ends up making the long field goal, so 10-point swing. We need to answer with some points of our own here. here soon. But our dude gets cooked on the outside. Stringer's gonna have to range all the way across to make that tackle. And on second down, Stringer has a chance for the pick on the drag. Can't quite come down with it. It was a good read, but Stringer's just not quick enough to make that play. And the drive will continue. This game is starting to have a bad feeling. But we get the quarterback in the backfield. There we go. Stringer's putting up a real solid tackling stat line, but we need that pick. Seems like Stringer's reads haven't been quite as quick in this first game, but the boys are able to get a third down stop. And here we go, Miami going for the 4th and 2. They're just gonna go read option, and Stringer is on it, coming up with the big play we needed. But after I was singing offense's praises at the start of this game, they have just not been there. Despite our offensive struggles, Miami being aggressive, going for another 4th and 2. And this time they pass it. I got caught peeking in the backfield, but they did not give that receiver forward progress. Turns out to be another stop. And this time, offense able to cash it in. Now we have a nice, secure 15-point lead. Miami is finally going with some hurry up. This quarterback's been running the ball all day, and Stringer forces the fumble. We're not able to recover. Still a nice little play to add to his stats. And there's the one we were looking for. Dude makes the stupid decision to dump it off to the running back, and Stringer is on that all day, taking it to the crib. That should do it for this one. We get out of there with a big dub in the season opener. Stringer balled out, stuff in the stat sheet in his first game. Avon was a lot more quiet. Only 2 tackles, no plays on the ball in coverage. So in week 2, we're taking on FCS East, who somehow has already lost 11 games in 2 weeks. We almost got a pick there on the first play. But FCS coming in hot. Their quarterback is going to score. And it would be truly embarrassing if we lost this game. Offense has not done anything so far. And Stringer's just been a step late on a couple picks. I was hoping this could just be a game where we focus on stats. This is really just not what I'd envisioned after that first game. Stringer needs to make a play here to lighten the mood. Thankfully, we get a drop on third down. But for some reason, our offense cannot do anything against FCS. They must have gotten all the points out of their system last game. And FCS going wildcat on 3rd and inches. Dude is hurdling over guys to pick up the first down and more. Starting to feel a sense of doom setting in just a little bit. We just can't quite make that play we need right now. FCS quarterback is 10 for 11 against us, as dude will hit the corner route for a touchdown. FCS has taken a 17-point lead. I cannot believe we are in a fight to the death with a team that is 1-11 in week 2. A dude named Shane Smith is absolutely cooking us right now. Avon laying down a big hit trying to make a play. That's really the first time Avon's done anything all year. And anytime we have things covered, this quarterback just takes off. He's gonna fumble here though. Offense only able to get a field goal. Come on, boys. Quarterback takes off again. We need you to fumble that ball, Justin Johnson. This has potential to be one of the all-time worst L's ever taken on this channel, which is saying something. Avon able to string that though. We get Justin Johnson in the backfield and he's hurt on the play. Glad that absolute menace is gone. He only had 1 incompletion all day. And now Avon really making an impact in the run game. Love to see our boy balling out. Wish it was under better circumstances. As FCS just going with a little stick action, Stringer's able to step in front of that and get the pick. And offense, you better turn this into a touchdown, dude. They do get the touchdown, but miss the extra point. So we're still down by 8. Stringer is taking over this game though, coming up with a pick, and this time he will do it for the offense. Backup quarterback coming in might have just saved us. All right, I want to watch what our offense does here. We're just gonna run the ball for some reason. They were in a goal line front too. Their quarterback is concussed, out for the game. So we'll just see what happens here. This could go either way. But Stringer has certainly done his part. 2 picks and a touchdown on the day. And we get the stop on third down. Big time drop. All right, offense, please just give me something. God damn, they suck. This defense has got to be like 60 overall, man. I really thought things were going to be different. Fellas, I think Stringer might just have to do it himself one more time. And he comes up big on third down, sitting down the quarterback in the backfield. And our offense is finally starting to move the ball. They got a big time third down here, but they are going to pick this up and get into what might just be field goal range. All right, offense, I'll forgive you if you just get points here. There's a good run. Okay, see, this is what we should have been doing all day. Uh-oh, we're going past here, though. That is dangerous. I think we should just settle for the field goal. If our quarterback throws a pick, I swear to God. Bro, that looked pretty close. So it is up to our kicker. He will give us a 1-point lead with a minute left. All right, so this is kind of scary. Can't let FCS into field goal range. A lot of time coming off the clock after that completion, and they are just going to dump it off underneath. It's probably going to be Hail Mary time. But we have seen in the past in this series, bro, it is never over till it's over. Like, actually. They're just going to dump it off there. Avon had a chance at the pick. So here we go. Nothing stupid, boys. 3 seconds left. We just got to swap this down. And FCS quarterback doesn't even have the arm for this. He will step up and take the sack. We survive against the 11-loss team. Thank God. I think it was pretty safe to say that Stringer was player of the game there. So we are off to a very unconventional 2-0 start, looking to continue our wild success against Ohio today. Ohio handed us a very heartbreaking loss in Stringer's first start last year, but Stringer will start this off with a pick, looking to not repeat that. That'll be his 4th on the season in 3 games. And offense starts it up with a touchdown. Okay, offense. You know, maybe last week was just one bad day. In fact, I expect our offense to be one of the best in the nation for the rest of the season. One thing I want to see today, let's see Avon Barksdale get his first pick of his career. Ohio just going with straight up verticals and a nice play from Andre Sam to swat that away. And look at offense putting together a long, sturdy drive for a touchdown. Like I said, I think they might be one of the best in college football. We just got to speak it into existence here, folks. Getting a full season this year, I honestly expect Stringer to go upwards of 150 tackles. I'm also hoping to catch 20 picks, and we almost got a freebie there on the halfback screen. And we're up 20-0, a stark contrast from last game. I think Stringer setting the tone with the pick really helped us out. And on 3rd and 12, Ohio trying a wide receiver screen. We head to the second half with a shutout. Defense has been spectacular today. 3rd and 15 here, a chance to extend the lead. We've had a pretty solid pass rush today. Ohio only has 39 yards of total offense. Nice to see the supporting cast of this defense stepping up. I just want one more pick for Stringer before we get out of here. And Ohio going screen again. This time we were on it. Pick number 2 on the day, and we will take it to the bank. Stringer may be starting to put his name on those Heisman lists today. Ohio just going desperation mode now. Play action pass, and the quarterback takes off. There's our first sack on the day. Stringer has also been quietly racking up the sacks in his career, and he really doesn't do a lot of pass rushing. He just does a great job of always keeping his eyes in the backfield. Avon laying down a big hit there to get the stop, and he's hyped up after that one. Still waiting for the boy to catch a pick, as Stringer almost gets one more of his own there, trying to keep this shutout intact. Ohio going for a last-ditch 4th down, and Stringer able to affect that pass and swat it away. That'll do it for this one, a defensive masterclass. As Stringer put on a show with 2 picks and a sack. Stringer still not quite showing up on the Heisman watch. I think our team's probably going to have to get ranked for that to happen. It's time for us to take on our first Power 5 opponent of the season. Virginia Tech killed us last year, and Stringer gets pancaked on the first play. A huge game. We are not playing against FCS anymore. This is a team that could impose its will on us with their offense, and this one's just off to a terrible start. We need a goal line stop from Stringer and the boys here. He tries to shoot the gap, but is unsuccessful. Malachi Thomas waltzes in. This is where Stringer has stepped up in the past for big plays to get his team back in the game. And this is a big time 3rd and 5 for our field position. Virginia Tech just going with the slant play, and there's Avon Barksdale coming up with the first pick of his career. Could not come at a better time. We love to see it, but offense sadly only gets a field goal. Another nice play from Stringer to get the tackle for loss. We headed the second quarter down by 4, but it seems like we've shown up to play today, and that would have been huge. Charlie Gray drops an easy pick, and they're gonna go with a wide receiver screen here. He doesn't throw that, but we get the sack. That's where we need offense to score, dude. They cannot do it. Instead, this defense is backed up again. Stringer coming down with a big play and run support, though, laying the big hit. Need to stop here on this 3rd and 1, and VT actually going with the pass. They will just throw it out of bounds. So defense continues to stand up tall. Virginia Tech backed way up in their own territory, but the running back is gonna sneak out of there, picking up the first down. He's been super crafty today. We unfortunately miss a potential opportunity. We get the sack there, though, and the ball comes out. Stringer picks it up for the fumble recovery. Let's go, man. Just like that, we have the lead going into halftime, and offense coming out getting another touchdown. Make that a 2-score lead. It's starting to feel like Stringer might be building something here at Marshall. I am so glad we escaped that loss to FCS, and we just got to keep doing what we're doing on defense. Beautiful tackle in the backfield from number 1. Stringer hasn't even made that many big plays today, but his boys have really stepped up, and we're gonna have a big 3rd and 9 with time running down in the 3rd quarter. That's just gonna be slants, and dude is trying the flat route. He put some weird air under that, otherwise it would have been a pick 6 for sure. Offense not able to do anything, so VT just hanging around. But we're gonna come up with another pick. Stringer couldn't get to it. Number 6 cleans up for him. Let's go. And offense gets the touchdown. We might just be headed for an upset win here, folks. Stringer is gonna get his first pick, and that should seal it up. He has a shot to take it to the house, and we are gonna upset Virginia Tech. Let's go, bro. I would not have thought this team was capable of putting up 31 points against a Power 5 opponent. And Stringer getting one more pick there. Why not? The turnovers have just come raining down today. That's 5 for Virginia Tech, and the whole team's celebrating with Stringer. I'm not gonna lie, boys. I was kind of expecting to end up transferring next season, but with the way this team is playing, Stringer might just want to stay around. That was almost Avon's 2nd pick. I would love for Stringer to get a 3rd pick on the day, and they're just chucking it up into coverage there. Had a shot at it. On 3rd down, VT is going halfback screen. We get in there, but the ball goes right through Stringer's hands. We will have one more play here on 4th and 12, and that is going to be nowhere close. A huge win for this program as we moved to 4-0 on the year. Stringer balled out, as did the rest of his team. 2 picks and a big-time fumble recovery on the day. We are taking on UTSA. I fully expect this to be a tricky game, but offense continues their hot streak, starting out with a touchdown, and Stringer comes up with a stop on 3rd down, reading that play beautifully. UTSA is definitely a more talented team than us, but Stringer and the boys have a ton of positive momentum coming into this one, and Stringer already with 5 tackles on the day. As UTSA going with the slants there, Stringer plays that perfectly, coming down with his first pick, and we are in business. Offense getting the touchdown, that's what we love to see. UTSA is putting together a little drive here. This is where we gotta hold on to the momentum. Can't let him get into the end zone. And dang, I did not expect that dude to run an in route. We get cooked. The Stringer getting caught guessing in coverage. We get a nice little sack on 2nd down. So a huge play early in this game with time ticking down in the 2nd quarter. UTSA just going with a slant over the middle. We are on that all day. So we'll be headed to half with a 2-score lead. Okay, UTSA going with some surprise hurry up though. Can't let anything stupid happen here. And their quarterback is just gonna chuck it right to Stringer. Somehow dude almost caught that. Would have been a free 2nd pick on the day. Instead, UTSA will go for the Hail Mary. Their quarterback throws an absolute bomb, and both Stringer and Avon were there. Avon getting his 2nd pick of the season. That'll cap off a great first half. We'll see if we can hang on to this lead here. Our pass rush continues to be really excellent. That's something that's kind of surprised me this season. Our defensive coordinator has been calling a lot of blitzes, and the boys are just swarming to the ball right now. This looks like a totally different team than we saw just a few weeks ago. And offense gets us a field goal to go up by 14. We are playing some football today. This feels like a big drive here. UTSA has pretty solid field position, but we'll be able to get them to 3rd down. We got a 5 wide look here on 3rd and 9. They will just dump it over to the left side of the field, and we stop them well short. This defense continues to ball out. Unfortunately, offense not able to kill too much clock there, but we just continue to get these sacks, man. UTSA's O-line has just gotten bullied today. This could very well be the game right here. 3rd and super long, and UTSA just going with a weak little draw call. The Roadrunners are not really playing to win right now, and we got 4th and 8. They're gonna chuck it up deep. A great play by Abraham to just swat it away. So offense makes it a 3-score lead. Now we're just playing for stats, and Stringer will pick up a sack to add to an already impressive stat sheet. He ends up as the player of the game, as always, with 10 tackles and a pick. So we are sitting at 5-0, taking on Florida Atlantic, and Stringer almost comes up with a pick on the first play. Florida Atlantic was a tough matchup last year, but we're gonna start this off with a pick. This team is continuing to just play great, and we take a 14-0 lead. But FAU's running back looking kind of scary out the gates, breaking a ton of tackles for a big game. We'll have to keep our eye on him. Stringer sits him down on that play. The energy around our team just feels so much better than it did last season. We just got to keep playing how we're playing here. I have a feeling Stringer has at least a couple of picks in him today. This dude just pitches that out. I thought that was backwards, but they don't let us pick it up. It was a nice play by Avon, and Stringer might have been able to take that to the bank. Should have a chance for a pick here on 3rd and 10 though. And FAU running a little in route. They'll get close to the first, but a great tackle by Avon to stop him. Avon has really come into his own in these last few weeks, as they're just going speed option here. We don't get out quite quick enough. But we miss a chance for a huge 4th down stop, and we just got the notice FAU's running back is out for the game. 2nd time Stringer's given somebody a concussion this year. Maybe not necessarily the stat we want to brag about, but we head to the 2nd quarter looking real solid in this one. Gotta stomp out this FAU drive. That's another tackle for Stringer through the blocker. Holding him to a field goal here would be a-okay. And ooh, I thought that was a screen. We might be toast. And he finds a dude over the middle for the touchdown. But offense, I just don't know what's gotten into them, man. They score another touchdown. We'll be in great shape if we can get a stop. And that's just an in route from FAU. We're on that all day. I don't know why they bother throwing that. Unfortunately, offense does turn it over, but I can forgive them, man. They've been really solid. Our guys continue to make a ton of plays in the backfield. They're going to read option here though. Stringer not able to get off the block in time. One thing Stringer could work on just a little bit is that block shedding. As this FAU drive continues, the tight end's gonna rumble inside the 2. So offense has been playing well, but defense not so much today. He's just gonna throw it right to Stringer though. What are you doing, bro? Could have taken that to the house if we didn't run into our own guy. And another chance there, just a step slow. That one definitely would have gone to the house. The Owls continue to move the ball on us. This is a big possession before halftime. And they try that curl again. I wasn't ready for it. We have to be on that, man. That's too easy of a pick. This time I thought we were, but Stringer just keeps missing it, dude. That's pretty frustrating, man. That could be the difference between winning and losing. Really hasn't been Stringer's best game today. And I say that, but like, we got 9 tackles and a pick in the first half. I don't know what I'm talking about. The standard for Stringer is definitely a little bit higher than for the normal player. FAU is hanging around in this game. We need to turn over to put him away. As Stringer makes a nice tackle tackle on that quarterback scramble. Harry has been taken off quite a lot, but here he throws the slant just a second late. Being a second late has kind of been the theme today in pass coverage, and that's the case here again on third down, but we do stop him short. FAU makes the very conservative decision to punt it, and offense makes them pay. You're starting to look like a team that could potentially win this conference, and I don't know why the FAU fans are tossing each other around going into the fourth. That huddle just looking a little bit too hyped up in my opinion. So we'll see what we can do here. Stringer is up to 13 tackles on the day, but I want another pick for our boy. And here's our opportunity. FAU going a halfback screen at exactly the wrong time, but Stringer brick hands it. His hands have not been quite as good this year, but he's made up for it by just always being in the right position. He will get his, and our defense has really tightened things up in the second half. It is all about the stats now once again. It's actually crazy how much this team has improved, man. We're not even better in terms of overall, but in terms of team chemistry, it's a totally different story. You can tell the team is rallying around Skinner. He's just gonna have a chance to keep on racking up stats. That is his 15th tackle on the day. I could see this man breaking the NCAA tackle record. And why not tack on a third pick? FAU goes with the screen, and this time Stringer doesn't miss it. Let's take it to the house. Number 40, you got a block for me, dude. I don't know what you're doing. I'm gonna try to use you as a blocker, and we will take this to the crib. Let's go. I believe that is our first 3-pick day of Stringer's career. And oh, they're going with another screen. We almost get a fourth. That'll get us out of there. We move to 6-0 on the season. Really just not something I expected us to do. And after that performance, Stringer is on the Heisman watch, despite being a defensive player at an unranked G5 school. Oh man, and if we have a good day today, we could get Stringer's speed up to 99. We are actually ranked going into this game against Mid-Tennessee State. So taking Middle Tennessee State was one of our first conference wins last year, and Stringer starts this out with a pick. He'll have a chance to take it back too. Avon kind of got in his way a little bit there. And man, offense gets nothing. Come on, boys. Not gonna hate after how they played in the last couple games, but still, man. One thing we got going for us is Middle Tennessee State appears to be a super pass-heavy offense. We don't play a lot of teams like that, so we got to take our chance. Right when I say that, they start running it. Stringer was all over the field, though, sitting people down. And we'll have a 3rd and 4. I smell a halfback screen. Nope, they're just going to run some drag route action. They do throw it to the halfback, and we get the stop, but offense struggling a little bit to start this one out. Stringer's going to need to help him out here and force another turnover, as he continues to just be a dominant force on the run game. I feel like our defense is still dialed in today, but Mid-Tennessee State threatening to strike first. Expecting a pass here on 2nd and 14, but instead we get a run, so that'll bring up 3rd down. Middle Tennessee State is definitely not in field goal range, and they're just going to go with a draw to try to get there. Stringer will blow that up, and they are actually going for the long field goal. Stringer tries to get in there to disrupt that, but that's going to be good. It looked like it hit off the crossbar. Oh wait, let me see this again, bro. So it got through and then hit off like the back of the crossbar. I've never seen that before. Did not think Middle Tennessee State's kicker would have the leg for a 52-yarder, but apparently he just barely does. And something's got to give here with our offense. Mid-Tennessee State going screen, but they throw it away. Come on, dude. I thought we were about to get served up with a free touchdown, but thankfully offense finally gets 7. Now we're in business. Middle Tennessee State's quarterback is just taking off. You already know what's going to happen. Stringer is going to put it in his face. They're going very aggressive with their play calling before halftime, though. I'm totally fine with. Just gives us more opportunities. On 2nd down, we will come up with a sack. That's Kobe Cumberlander. And on 3rd down, Middle Tennessee State is going to go with slants. We pick that out of the sky, and Stringer has a chance to do something with this, rumbling deep into MTSU territory. We'll see if offense can put something together here, and they are able to get a touchdown. We have turned this game around, and we just continue to lock up this run game. All the momentum is on our side. Another 3rd and 11, and I want to pick, dude. Quarterback has all day and find someone downfield. Dang it. It does feel like Stringer's destined for another pick today. I've really figured out the middle linebacker usering, and I'm gonna be honest, man, so far from an enjoyment from my perspective series, this is one of my favorites I've ever done so far. I just find middle linebacker really fun to play. Really wasn't sure how much I'm gonna like it. Avon laying down the big hit there, and we gotta stay locked in. This game is not over. Big time 3rd and 5. We tried to bait up that curl, but didn't bait it up enough. Gotta stave these boys off. They're going to read option. Stringer can't make the tackle, but number 7 helps us out. Very rare missed tackle on the quarterback there for number 17, as Middle Tennessee State going way more run heavy here in the second half. Seems like they're making a concerted effort to stay away from Stringer in the pass game, and the quarterback's trying to take off there. We will fly in for the sack. Let's go. But bro, Middle Tennessee State is going to go for a 4th and 18. I don't know what exactly they're trying to do there. Very interesting, bro. Offense not able to make him pay for it. So the Blue Raiders still technically in this game. Their offense has been moving real slow. This has actually been one of the easiest offenses to defend that we played. And on 3rd down, I think they were trying Stringer, but that's nowhere close. So this is the game right here. Another 4th and super long. And the pass rush continues to to go crazy. We get dude in the backfield. And now we are once again just playing for stats. I cannot believe how dominant this team has been since we almost lost to FCS. Stringer's trying to end this with another 3-pick performance. Instead, it'll be number 13 coming up with one. Other members of this defense continue to ball out, and we moved to 6-0 on the year. This feels good after last year, dude. Another great game from Stringer, 2 picks and a sack. Pretty much the customary stat line from him. And I almost forgot to get this boost, bro. This has got to be one of the best boosts in the game. Stringer got to be the fastest middle linebacker of all time at this point. And I didn't even cheat on making his stats. We've just gotten a ton of speed boosts as our boy creeps up in the Heisman watch after the 2-pick performance. So who saw this coming, man? We are 7-0 going into a game against Southern Miss. This Marshall team is starting to look like a playoff contender. Southern Miss may be 2-5, but we can't take them too lightly. They're one of these run-heavy teams. Stringer coming up with a huge hit on the quarterback. We see why he has already concussed 2 people this season. And those are, of course, good, clean hits. Southern Miss going with the play action out the Wildcat, and dude actually hits. A little bit of trickeration from these boys on the first drive. And I would be happy to just hold them to a field goal at this point. Stringer reads that screen to perfection. So it'll be 3rd and 10. Watching for a halfback screen here. And nope, it is just going to be a draw. Very conservative play calling. So Southern Miss takes a 3-0 lead. And oh man, Stringer just overran that a little bit. Would have been a perfect route to pick up. Those are the ones we gotta have, boys. Especially when this quarterback is so antsy. He's not going to stay in that pocket a lot. Stringer seriously looks like he's trying to knock him out of the game so far. But Southern Miss moving the ball much more steady than any other team we played today. QB's taken off again. Dude needs to fumble the ball one time. We almost never play with quarterback spies. The Stringer is just a permanent quarterback spy, basically. Our other boys on defense have done a great job of stopping that run game too lately. And this is a big one. Southern Miss right on the edge of field goal range, 3rd and 13. And they're just going with the out route. I thought we had that played, but thankfully dude goes out of bounds anyways. So Southern Miss gonna try for a long field goal, and that is gonna be good. Need offense to do something soon here, man. They have gone quiet this game, and Southern Miss has been continuing to get good field position. Any kind of score here would really hurt our chances, and that is an absolute dime to the middle of the zone. All right, so we go down under a minute here. Got a big 3rd and 3, and Avon lays down a big hit to stop that short. Southern Miss will kick the field goal. So it's a 2-score lead for Southern Miss. I was waiting for this type of game to happen, and they just keep on moving the ball on us. We've been bend don't break, but Southern Miss has honestly had a really good game plan for this one, and these big hits from Stringer need to start turning into fumbles. This feels exactly the same as these last few drives. We get another big play in the backfield. Our offense breaks the stalemate by getting a field goal to match theirs, but that's not going to be enough, especially with how Southern Miss is really stuck with the run. Stringer needs to make something big happen, and on 3rd and 8, that's just a screen. They end up going to the other side, but a big stop. But offense doesn't get anything. We really needed something from them there. Very nice coverage from Avon on that play. This quarterback's barely throwing it downfield, but he only has 2 incompletions on the day, and that looks to be another screen. We were just a second late, but we break it up. If we recognize that on time, that could have been a huge pick for Skinner. This is another screen, and we get the sack. But bro, offense gives up a fumble recovery for 6. That is sadly probably going to do it for this one. We're going to have to start using our timeouts here. Really, our only chance to win is if we got a pick 6 or something on this 3rd down. And they're going with a verts play. That'll get chucked up deep, but we can't get the pick. And it was just not offense's day today. They finally let us down. Stringer is still doing his best to try to force a fumble. He has laid down countless big hits today with nothing to show for it. And we take the upset in front of the home faithful. Stringer fought his heart out, but we just couldn't come up with that big play this time. Stringer and the boys are looking to rebound with a dub against UAB today, but apparently they have an absolute tank at quarterback. And UAB just going with a screen, you absolute idiot. Stringer will take that all day and hopefully take this to the crib. This running back will not be able to run him down. That's how we crack it open, boys. This is the test of a truly strong team. After you take a loss, how do you bounce back? The Blazers have shown some ability to move the ball. Running back gotta fumble that, bro. I feel like we got another goal line stopping us, boys. Let's get a turnover. That'll bring up 3rd down with time ticking down in the half. And the quarterback is just taking off. We are all over that. Stringer makes the big play on 3rd down. We head to halftime with a sturdy 14-3 lead. Hopefully we can add to that here, as Stringer comes in to steal Avon's tackle for loss on that play. And offense balling out today, getting another touchdown. You love to see it. Just gotta keep doing our thing on defense, not giving up any big plays. And Stringer just an absolute battering ram in the middle of the field right now. UAB's running back is back in the game, but we're trying to knock him out again. And a very conservative call there from the Blazers is gonna help us out. Now it's just a matter of getting some nice stats, as UAB's quarterback is gonna fumble in the backfield. Stringer comes in to make the tackle. This has been one of the strongest performances from a defense that's been great all year. Now Stringer's just trying to bait stuff up to get that second pick, but instead Avon gets one there on the corner route. I think that's his 3rd pick on the season. You love to see that almost as much as we love to see Stringer getting picked. Stringer had a decent game, but really the team was just all around round shutdown. After the big dub, we are taking on Tulsa. Stringer starting this out with a big hit on Deneric Prince. This is a game where I want to see Stringer catch a few picks, get his name back up there on that Heisman watch. As Avon getting tried out the gates, nice play to swat it away. Avon has really come into his own this season. The offense turns it over right away, unfortunately. We gotta stop this Tulsa drive real quick. They've just been running it down our throats. Big play early on in this game on 3rd and 7, and they're just going spacing. Dude is gonna chuck it up, and our boy Abraham comes down with the pick. Unfortunately, offense turns it over again. One of their worst days so far. We only have 3 yards of total offense and 3 drives, but they're going with the screen here. Quarterback takes a sack and fumbles. Really wish he would have thrown that, but we got a 3rd and long now, and that'll be nowhere close. And Tulsa misses the field goal. This game is still a shutout. And a very interesting tackle from Stringer will stop him short. And offense finally gives us what we need. Just gotta box these kids up before halftime now. But that is a dime up the sideline. Feels like Tulsa's been in our territory all day, and this time they are gonna get into the end zone. Thankfully, offense has woken up, starting out the half with a quick touchdown. And after another stop, we take a 2-score lead. Now we're looking really solid. I'm still waiting on that first Stringer Bell pick. He just hasn't quite been able to jump these routes. Great thing about this team is when we've got a lead, it feels secure. This defense has just been clamps all season. Tulsa going speed option here, and Stringer forces the fumble. Finally got that turnover we were waiting on, and now we're just playing for stats again. And the Tulsa quarterback literally just throws it right to Stringer. That's as easy of a pick as he's gonna get, and he breaks a tackle to take it to the crib. Let's go, bro. That sets the NCAA record for interceptions in a season. And we are blowing out the Hurricanes, who are not a bad team, man. They got a 7-2 record. At this point, Tulsa's trying to get out of here, but Stringer is still trying to decapitate every ball carrier he sees. And that is gonna do it. We get a huge conference dub. Stringer coming in with a pick and a forced fumble on the day. After that win, Stringer moves back up in the Heisman watch. And the Thundering Herd are ranked number 20. If we win out, we're probably gonna get into the playoffs. So next up, we got JMU, who knocked us out of bowl contention last year. We have a chance to do that to them today, but this game is not getting off to a good start. Dude is wide open down the sidelines. So a 50-yard pass on the first play from scrimmage, not something you see a lot from this defense. And JMU gets an easy first touchdown drive. So it looks like we're gonna have a little battle on our hands today. Seems like these dudes have our defense scouted pretty well. Stringer is definitely gonna have to come up with some turnovers to get the dub today. This guy is throwing absolute dots. JMU going with some jet motion here. Stringer is able to get that tackle in the backfield. First stat of the day for our boys. JMU's been running a lot out of normal pass formations. Big time 3rd and 9 here. Absolutely cannot let these dudes get a touchdown. But that's gonna go over Stringer's head, getting him down to the 1. And this is looking tough. JMU making it a 2-score lead. Thankfully, offense getting a much needed touchdown drive. This time it's been defense who hasn't been pulling their own weight. But JMU's gonna go with a screen here. Dude throws it right to Stringer, and he brick hands it. That is one that we absolutely have to have, but we get another chance. This time Stringer does not let his team down, taking that to the bank, and just like that, we got the lead. Games can turn around real quick when you got Stringer on the field, but JMU is moving the ball again right before halftime. This defense has given up enough. We gotta lock up, and a beautiful play on the ball from Avon there. JMU just chucking it up deep here though, and our cornerbacks are absolutely cooked. So JMU is gonna take the lead with another touchdown pass. Thankfully, offense absolutely carrying today, gives us back the lead. Feels like someone not named Stringer Bell needs to make a play on this defense, but he's able to get the stop short of the first down. A great tackle from our boy, and JMU gonna go with a long field goal. This one is going to be good. So a big 3 from JMU, and I wouldn't expect offense to give us too much more today, but dude is just gonna float that up to Stringer. He's able to snag that, and he's gonna take this to the crib. Another gigantic pick 6. Stringer's really the only player on this defense who came to play today, but he has really come to play. One more turnover would really give this team what it needs, and JMU has a dude wide open, but he brick hands it. We get a lucky interception. Unfortunately, offense not able to do anything there. And I should note, JMU's starting quarterback appears to be out with an injury, and without him, JMU doesn't look too confident in their play calling. They're going screen here, and why not? Stringer gets his 3rd pick 6 on the day, pretty much single-handedly winning his team this game. Now all we got to do is avoid big plays, and this will be it. 4th and 13 for JMU. They're trying to set up something over the middle, but Stringer is gonna swat that away, and that'll do it. Stringer has his best game ever with 3 pick 6s. That's one that should really get him up on the Heisman watch. It is indeed going to move him up to number 2. Now we're ranked 18th in the polls, a definite chance to sneak into the playoff. So here we go, one of the biggest games in in Marshall history. This is to clinch a spot in the conference championship game. We smashed this team last year and we're much improved this year. So I feel pretty good, but you just never know what could happen, and our cornerback is absolutely cooked. ECU is in business as their quarterback's taken off here, getting all the way inside the 10. But this defense has proved that we can make plays with our backs against the wall. Unfortunately, Stringer does not do a good job of filling the gap. And offense has been struggling again today. Eastern Michigan going with slants here, and Stringer was all over that. His dude comes up with a pick, but offense cannot cash it in. Come on, boys. I am really not trying to choke away a potential playoff berth. Great coverage from Avon there on the slant, and we need to stop here on third down. Eastern Michigan going with slants over the middle. I didn't see it soon enough. Definitely could have baited that up, but Stringer forces a stop on third down anyways. This defense is playing well, but we really need offense to get it in gear. Avon getting absolutely cooked there on the out route, stiff-armed into the ground, and this is going to get scary if we give up points. Eastern Michigan's been pretty safe with their play calling so far, and they're just plodding down into field goal range. We need to come up with a turnover, boys. Quarterback's going to go over the middle with it, and that'll be a touchdown. They take a 2-score lead. This is not looking so hot. Our offense has yet to put a singular point on the board, and Stringer had a pick there, but Abraham gets in his way and drops it. Very frustrating when we desperately needed a turnover, and offense continues to be completely useless. I don't know what else we can do, dude. I think that literally the only way we are going to score is if Stringer gets a pick 6, and he is going to get a pick. We gotta crib this, bro. I do not trust our offense. Unfortunately, we can't get out of there. Please score, boys, please. Okay, they do get a touchdown, so we're still in the game. Eastern Michigan shockingly gonna pass it on second down, and the receiver goes out of bounds. Okay, man, so we might have a chance here. And for a second there, I thought EMU was going with a screen. They're gonna chuck it up deep, and Abraham had another chance at a pick. So here we go, offense with great field position, a chance to tie this game, and they just go draw tons of room up the middle, picking up the first down. Let's go. Haven't asked a lot of you today, offense. All I need is one goddamn touchdown. We're going with a conservative run approach. I'm fine with that, man. We got 4 downs to work with. Need this third down here. That is not going to do it. All right, so here we go. 4th and 5, season and playoff hopes on the line, and our quarterback just takes off. Come on, bro. What are we doing? Our only chance now is to force a fumble or something. We're just gonna have to sim to try to get the ball back, and that is gonna do it. ECU hands us an absolutely crushing loss. Stringer did his best, but couldn't win the game for his team this time. But stay tuned, Stringer still has a chance to win the Heisman. In the conference championship game, we got number 6 Tulane. Unfortunately, offense did not put us in great position to start this game, and we got 2 Heisman hopefuls here. We're taking on Tyjae Spears, who's currently number 1 on the Heisman watch. This game is off to a horrible start. All the momentum our offense had earlier in the season just totally lost. It's gonna have to be all defense today, but we've done this before. What we can't have is offense turning it over, giving Tulane easy field position. Stringer almost getting a pick there. Probably would have had that if dude didn't come back to the ball, but we are gonna get a nice little stop on third down, and Tulane misses the field goal, so we live to fight another day. It has been a defensive struggle as neither of these teams doing too much on O. That would have been a nice pick for Abraham, but we got a 3rd and 7 here, chance to maybe get a little bit of momentum, and that's just curls. Stringer had a shot at the pick but can't quite get it. Offense is finally able to get a touchdown though. We could take the lead if we get a stop here. Tulane going with 5 wide on third down, and Pratt just takes off. Come here. So nothing too crazy in this one. We're just hanging in there. I've locked up the Heisman frontrunner for the most part. Really feels like we need a turnover to break the lull of this game. Stringer honestly has not made a huge impact. Both of the Heisman contenders in this game have been pretty much neutralized, but Stringer gets the better of Spears right there. Big time third down stop. This time Tulane makes the field goal, but offense going down and getting 6. Just like that, we're looking pretty good. And Tulane's just been way too conservative on offense. They have not given Michael Pratt the chance to string it, but dude breaks a tackle here. That would have been big. Kind of feels like Tulane is due for a touchdown drive, I'm not gonna lie. Stringer laying down a big hit, trying to make something happen. It's been a while since he went a whole game without forcing a turnover. Heisman campaign could be in jeopardy if he doesn't get one. And here we go, 3rd and 8 with time ticking down. Lane is just going with some kind of screen here. I don't know what this is, but Avon is going to get the pick. Absolutely huge, and he has a shot to take it back. Avon Barksdale is gonna take this to the crib. Let's go. Stringer's best friend makes one of the biggest plays of the season, and Stringer's sitting down Michael Pratt. Up 2 scores. We just gotta shut down any big plays. Tulane has certainly not looked like a big play offense today. They have really just been dinking and dunking on this drive, but they are slowly but surely moving it down the field, and for some reason Stringer coming off the field here. Tulane is gonna score, and offense can't kill the clock. We gotta make sure nothing something stupid happens here in these last 12 seconds. Thankfully, Tulane dumps it off short of the sticks. That should pretty much run out all the time on the clock. And that's gonna do it. We upset the number 6 team in the country, keeping them out of the playoffs. Stringer had no picks. Avon Barksdale had the big play of the game. So time to see our postseason fate and Stringer's Heisman fate. Stringer comes in second in the Heisman voting to Spears, despite beating him in the conference championship. He does win the Chuck Bednarik, of course. You know we're gonna win all of this every season. We always do. Sadly, we do not move up quite enough in the rankings. Tulane is actually still gonna make the playoffs. So in the season finale, we got Western Kentucky in the New Orleans Bowl, and Stringer's gonna get the pick on the halfback screen as free as it gets. Stringer looking to get to 20 interceptions on the year in what might be his last game at Marshall. Y'all are gonna have to let me know what you want to see him do next year. If you made it this far in the vid, I appreciate you. Be sure to drop a like on this thing. As Western Kentucky going for 2, Stringer and Avon will shut this down. Just gotta hold it down for 24 seconds, up 8 points. Stringer getting the tackle, which will run a ton of time off the clock. And that's gonna do it for this one. Stringer leads his team to a 12-win season. We end the season ranked number 21, and Stringer finishes the year with 122 tackles, 4 sacks, and he did get to the 20 interception mark on the year, adding 3 deflections and 2 forced fumbles as well. Avon also had a great year, coming up with 29 tackles and 4 picks, and we'll see what happens to these boys in the future. Stringer wants to stay loyal to the herd and finish what he started, but after a breakout season, his best friend Avon Barksdale wants to chase a bag and transfer to a big school. Since it would probably be best for his career anyways, Stringer decides to follow suit and become the top prospect in the transfer portal. The two end up deciding to sign with LSU as a package deal, but at the last second, after Stringer has already announced his commitment to the Tigers, Avon gets a slightly better last-minute offer from Alabama and jumps ship to play for the Crimson Tide. After all the loyalty Stringer has shown to Avon, he sees this as an unforgivable backstabbing, and their friendship turns into a feud. We'll see which of the two comes out on top in the SEC, and if Stringer can take his game to the next level with his new team. Alright y'all, so it is time for Stringer's first game at LSU, and it's a fun one against TCU. I'm not gonna lie, it is weird seeing Stringer in an LSU jersey, but his game is just the same. He jumps the screen pass and will take that to the bank for an easy pick 6. First of many on the season, I hope. I'm gunning for 30 picks this year. I want Stringer to break Ziggy Sabaka's interception record before the series is over, and he injures TCU's wide receiver. Stringer has caused a shocking amount of injuries with his hits, and he is getting tried again here on the in route. We'll take that all day, and this could not be off to a better start. With all this talent around Stringer, he can really shine. He's gone from a totally inept offense to playing on one of the best in the country, and while the defense is a work in progress, I have a feeling he's going to be able to take it to the next level. As the quarterback goes down in the backfield there, fumbling the ball, and the big lineman picks it up. Stringer getting a free tackle for loss there. And the Tigers are blowing out TCU. This looks like a natty team to me. TCU is looking to finally put a little drive together here, as they've gone pretty run heavy. Stringer has 5 tackles on the day already, but this defense starting to show some holes, and I want this game to be a total blowout. We got to stand up tall here on the goal line, and here we go, big time 3rd and 8, and this quarterback is going to try to go with a little dump off. Stringer somehow catches that. A one-handed pick from the middle linebacker. That's something we did not see during his time at Marshall. It looks like Stringer has really been working on those ball skills, and TCU is just tossing it up to him right now. That's his 4th pick in the first half. I think I'm going to go ahead and say that coming to LSU was the right decision for our boy, but TCU is going to get on the board before halftime. After a dominant first half, the Horned Frogs are still kind of in the game, but Stringer forces the fumble here. Teammates aren't able to pick it up, but our boy is putting up an insane stat sheet right now. I know that Heismans aren't won in week 1, but this is a performance that is pretty hard to argue with, and Stringer forces another fumble. Dude, what is going on? I have never seen this type of game from a linebacker before in my life. From the looks of it, we are going to put up some ludicrous stats this year, as Stringer's hit power somehow seems to have improved. Stringer looks to be playing in a more lean frame, but he definitely has not lost any of that power. Some might be happy with 4 picks, but I'm trying to add to that total here. Another forced fumble wouldn't hurt either, and Stringer is talking the talk. This is going to be the game right here, 4th and 1, and they're going with the screen again. Duggan just takes the sack. I should know our offense has really not been so hot today. This game could be a different story if Stringer wasn't going crazy. It really does not seem like the Power 5 was prepared for an upgraded Stringer Bell, and I'm still hunting for that 5th pick on the day. Time ticking down under a minute. Max Duggan has been avoiding Stringer like the plague, but you can't avoid him forever. They're going with the out route here, and dude just chucks it up. Finally the 5th on the day. An absolutely unbelievable game. Just about as good of an LSU debut as Stringer could have asked for. 5 picks and 2 forced fumbles, easily the best game of his career. That opening game will get Stringer on the Heisman watch for sure. And it looks like Avon also got off to an electric start, 130 receiving yards in his first game for Alabama. That game is November 9th, so we're definitely circling that on the calendar. The next up, we're taking on a team that Stringer is very familiar with at this point. He has already caught quite a few picks against UAB in his career, but the Blazers started out with a touchdown. Thankfully, offense answers with a touchdown after a slow start in week 1, and Stringer laying the pipe on Dylan Hopkins. I would really like to see a fumble there, bro. Stringer did have 2 in that first game. I'm expecting another one today. He's already got 3 tackles in 5 plays. I have a feeling the Blazers aren't going to wind up getting too many more points today. They're just loving these outside runs. Stringer's teammates can't tackle, but he is laying the boom. And that'll bring up a 3rd and 13. UAB just going with a weak little draw call. This running back's kind of shice though. Seems like Stringer's the only one who can tackle him. It is definitely good to see our offense balling out against this weaker competition. This is what we should be doing. And Stringer racking up the tackles, but still waiting on that first pick. UAB quarterback just taking off here. Please do not do that again, bro. Unlike TCU, UAB is used to playing against Stringer. They've been doing their absolute best to avoid throwing at him, but I do just have the strangest feeling he's going to get his eventually. And with Hopkins trying to take off, I think he might have gotten a piece of that tackle. If he as UAB has looked on offense, they're still definitely in this game. They're able to nail a long field goal, but a touchdown from our offense should hopefully put it away in a game where we've only allowed 84 yards. As UAB's QB is trying to take off there, this time he fumbles and we pick it up. That's going to the crib for sure. All right, now these guys have got to start chucking it, right? I've been patiently waiting. As this quarterback only has 7 pass attempts on the day, make that 8, and he has completed all 8 of them. Oh, but they're finally making a mistake here, going with the halfback screen, and that's the 3rd time Stringer's gotten one of those this season. Finally, we get our pick 6. Feels like it was much deserved. And now I'm hoping the floodgates open. Let's get another one. Unfortunately, UAB has gone with a series of absolutely cowardly play calls, and this 4th and 4 might be our last chance. As the Blazers just go with a draw, you gotta be kidding me. At least we get the forced fumble, our 3rd on the year, and the running back's hurt. That is what you get, bro. Don't make Stringer mad. We get out of there with a pretty easy dub, as it was a calm stat line with 2 turnovers and a half a sack for Stringer. They got us out here taking on a lot of old group of 5 friends. I'm hoping we can go crazy on Kent State today, and that is a good start. The classic in-route pick. Y'all have seen it before. The 1 pick we got last game was not satisfactory. I'm gonna need at least 7 today, and an absolutely ridiculous catch by Stringer. Now he's getting those crazy animations. His 2nd on the day is beautiful. Look at this snag, boys. I did not think that we had a chance in hell at getting to that. And there we see Stringer's, I think, first missed tackle on the season. All good though. Stringer's tired from running all over the field, and his boys are getting cooked by these Kent State receivers. Come on now. We gotta do better, fellas. I damn sure am not trying to play a close game today. Holy crap. Stringer just got punched in the face, bro. This is something we have almost never seen from Stringer, man. I think it must be because he's playing at a lighter weight. That is absurd. We're gonna need to get some revenge on that boy. Unfortunately, it does appear our offense is sleepwalking through the day, but Stringer getting a little revenge there. Forced fumble is coming soon for sure. All right, come on, boys. Let's see another pick. Kent State decided, you know what? We'll go ahead and give you that pick. We will take that and take it to the crib. Easy money. Give Stringer that Heisman, fellas. Look at him breaking the school record for interceptions on a season in his 3rd game. I told y'all it would get absurd, man. 3 on the half already. Make that 4. This is crazy, bro. The Kent State quarterback clearly wants Stringer to break Ziggy Sabaka's interception record. Something about this LSU defense just has Stringer playing different. And oh my god, bro, they're going with another screen. Are you kidding me? 3 pick 6s in a row. 5 picks on the half. Come on now. Even on a channel that has had Nick Sabaka, Ziggy Sabaka, Emmanuel Turner, we have never seen numbers of this stature. Stringer may be able to truly claim GOAT status before it's all said and done on this channel, and the LSU fans absolutely jacked up after what they've seen today. This looks like a national championship team to me. Stringer's interception pace has slowed down a little bit, but he's racking up some free tackles, and the boys are amped up. Seems like Stringer has gelled with his new teammates very nicely, which is probably not hard to do if you catch 5 interceptions in a game. Make that 6. Stringer baits up the curl perfectly. All he's got is the quarterback to beat, and how about a 4th pick 6 on the day? Coach better not take us out early, man. I want that 7th pick so bad. I said it earlier, kind of joking, but I am not joking anymore. And it looks like Kent State's going to go with a little angle route here. You know we are going to prey on that all day. I don't know why this man keeps throwing to us, but 7 picks on the day. 5 pick sixes. The Heisman has been won, and it is only week 3. Sadly, coach finally pulls the plug. We get out of there with a ridiculous dub. 7 picks and 5 pick sixes for Stringer in this one. Stringer is firmly at the top of the Heisman watch after that. Now we got the SEC opener. Stringer is ready to terrorize another quarterback. Did you see him jumping for that? Nah, look at this. Bro is literally 30 yards downfield, and Stringer still jumps for that. Our boy is so hungry for the picks. He is getting never before seen animations right now. We are going to have to be just a little bit more careful this week, as we are not playing Kent State anymore. But I'm thinking we force some fumbles today in the rain. And what is Auburn doing here, bro? A halfback pass? Their halfback throws an absolute dime. What the hell? All right, these boys are pulling out all the stops. We got to make something happen here. This would not be a good game for offense to go silent. And man, we were just a second late on that curl. With Auburn being very run heavy, we are not going to have a ton of chances at picks, but they serve us up here. That is as easy as it gets on the in route all day, man. So Stringer's first pick leads to our first points, and he is trying for that forced fumble for sure. Auburn going to have a 3rd and 17 here, running those long developing routes, and their quarterback fumbles in the backfield. We scoop it up. Just like that, we have taken hold of this game. I want one more pick before halftime and I'll feel good. Quarterback taking off here and said, I will take the first sack on the day. The adjusted numbers I'm aiming for, man, 50 picks, 10 forced fumbles, and 10 sacks. That's what I want. We'll get another pick here. That's what I like to see. Stringer even breaking a tackle and getting out of there. Why not take it to the crib? This man has the Heisman just so locked down right now. I have never seen anybody carry a team on his back like this. 15 picks through 4 games. I think this might be one of the most beautiful videos I've ever done. You know, go ahead, drop a like, drop a comment, leave a sub on this thing. I tell you what, man, that Stringer versus Avon matchup cannot come soon enough. That's going to be a big one. Auburn's still kind of in this game if they score a touchdown. I'm not trying to let that happen. It'll be a big time 3rd and goal, and Auburn just go and run. We can't stop it. 2 picks, 9 tackles, and a sack. That is not enough, Stringer. Got to put this game away right here. Thought we had a shot at that. I have a feeling another chance will present itself soon. And there it is. Auburn going with the screen. Stringer climbing the ladder to get it. Let's go. 3rd on the day. Well, offense gets nothing. This is not what we like to see. I'm honestly not sure if it even matters at this point, though, because I just have the strangest feeling there's another one coming. We lock the Tigers up on 3rd down, and that at least kills a ton of time as Stringer's getting tried on the out route. A rare miss on the pick. Needed to get out of my strafe just a second sooner on that, and now Auburn still has a chance, but there is the forced fumble. Not even that big of a hit, but we get it. Despite offense's utter uselessness, we should have this thing bagged up, but Stringer's cornerback just gets totally lost. There's no way Auburn wins this thing, right? We have been so dominant, and this time, thankfully, dude doesn't get lost. Tell you what, man, it's not the same when we don't have Avon back there. Stringer's doing his best, but these boys are getting cooked. You just know offense is not going to crush the clock for us. Auburn is going to score the touchdown. So it'll be a big time 2-point conversion. They're just going with the same play, and they get it. Like I said, bro, offense does not crush the clock. Auburn did have to use all of their timeouts. Quarterback just tried to throw us another pick. You just cannot have our cornerbacks getting lost here. I don't know why dude is throwing that. Probably the worst matchup in the world that you could have for your halfback. With 24 seconds left, we just need to keep doing our thing. Auburn going with the slants, and they are near midfield. If Stringer's teammates screw this up, I'm going to be so mad. Dude is going to chuck that to the other side. Stringer almost gets in there. And here we go, 9 seconds left. Auburn probably just going verticals. Nope, they dump it off. That should do it. I don't know what this dude is doing, but we escape with a dub that was closer than it should have been. Stringer with a calm sack, 3 picks, and a forced fumble. My God, boys, we are taking on number 2 Georgia today. And somehow Stetson Bennett has gained another year of eligibility and come back to play. I guess these guys got fed up with Carson Beck, and dude has a literal year in the pocket. He will chuck it up and complete it to Dylan Bell. Come on now, fellas. Stringer is coming off the greatest 4-game run the world has ever seen, but he's got to box up today. But thankfully, we do get a stop on 3rd down. And after being pathetic last week, offense comes up with a touchdown. Brings a tear to my eye. Stringer's been laying pipe so far, but we need a pick, and he can't hold on to his first one. I believe that is our boy's first drop on the season, which is pretty wild considering how many he's caught. And this will be a big time 3rd and 7. Georgia just going with a screen. You absolute buffoon. Stringer will take that and take it to the crib with ease. Never run a halfback screen against this man. I knew we would get another crack at a pick there. I gotta say, man, after looking at the Marshall unis for a couple years, the LSU ones are looking pretty crispy. And oh my God, man, Stringer tried to get that pick. Would have been absolutely insane, but instead he misses. You love to see that aggressiveness, though. We're going for the big numbers as always. Just because we're playing Georgia and their 27-year-old quarterback does not change anything, and Stringer gets his first forced fumble of the day. Our goal of 10 is looking pretty good. I should clarify, I mean 10 forced fumbles on the season, but if we got 10 today, I would not be upset. Last time I said a crazy number, I said we get 7 interceptions, and we went ahead and got 8, so you just never know. We do have to make sure these Georgia boys don't get anything before halftime, as they just hand it off, sit down. 8 tackles already for Stringer, as he hasn't gotten a ton of chances at picks. This is only a matter of time. Dude dumps it off there. I thought we had that. Just a split second late on another touchdown, and we go ahead and miss another one. Come on, man. Thankfully, this one is coming back. If we want those truly crazy numbers we've been getting, we gotta have those. But Stringer does continue to rack up the tackles, and Georgia's offense has mostly been hapless. Our own offense has done nothing since that first drive, but they haven't needed to. We head into the fourth quarter looking real good, but Georgia could change that fast. Bulldogs have finally started to show some urgency on offense, and that would have been a chance for us to end the game there. I gotta say, man, Avon Barksdale probably comes down with that, and Georgia scorches our cover 2. Stringer has to make the tackle around the 2. I had a feeling these boys were gonna make it close, and they just hand it off here. Stringer not able to get to the edge in time. This is a big 2-point conversion for Georgia. They're just going slants over the middle. Stringer trying to cover everything, and dude goes down in the backfield. But offense sputtering, gives the ball back with a full 2 minutes on the clock, and Georgia's offense has finally woken up. Stringer's been quiet. He's got to do something. He just hasn't had his timing down today. Here we go, a 3rd and 17 for the Bulldogs. They're just going with slants. Very interesting call, but Stringer messes up the coverage running into his own guy, and that's a huge play. Really the first mistake Stringer's made all season, and it could cost his team the game, as Bennett just taken off here, getting to the sidelines and stiff arming Stringer down. This is suddenly looking really dire. It's a good thing we stopped that 2-point conversion, and Stringer flies into the backfield for the hit. Take under a minute. Offense definitely not going to be able to respond, so it is all on this defense here. Georgia going to have a 3rd and 6. They just throw it over the middle, and we tackle them short, 4th down. So here we go. This is the play. Georgia's dude has all day in the pocket, but throws it over the middle, and we swat it away. Defense clutches up, and we get out of there with a very tight win. That should definitely get us some respect in the polls. But bro, this is unbelievable. After beating the number 2 team on the road, we only move up to 21. At least Stringer's still atop the Heisman watch. That is absolutely ridiculous. I do want to check in on Avon's stats real quick, because he's been tearing it up. 250 yards, 23 average on the season. I'm hoping we could completely blow the doors off of Mississippi State today. Stringer's starting this off with a sack, as Mississippi State is deep in our territory, but we stand them up on the goal line. Our offense might just have to do slightly more for us today after a terrible performance last week. Stringer and the boys have really been winning in spite of them, as this game is looking like a slugfest so far, and Stringer drops an easy pick. Not what we've come to expect from Stringer, but thankfully offense gets a touchdown, and his teammate will get a pick 6 here. How about that? We'll take it, man. The more we get up, the more these boys are going to toss it up. Stringer's really only gotten the 1 chance so far today. Got to find a way to make some opportunities for himself, and Mississippi State strikes back. And I guess offense decided to wake up today in the absence of Stringer's turnovers. Number 7 has just looked a little bit off today, but given an easy opportunity for the tackle in the backfield, he does come down with that. Now he's a little bit amped up. Offense has continued to add on a shocking number of points here. Stringer's just quietly racking up tackles. As nice as it is to have an easy win, this game has been completely terrible for our statistical goals this season. We gotta make something happen before this ends. Stringer trying to force a fumble or something, as Mississippi State has just refused to throw his way today apart from that 1 play. He at least has 2 sacks on the day. By any normal standards, really great numbers, but by Stringer standards, this game was a total failure. We're gonna need a crazy game next week. Thankfully, the polls give us at least a little bit of respect after that. Next up, we are back at home, taking on Florida, and Stringer starting it out with a tackle for loss. I do realize that my rosters are just a tad out of date on this file, so that's my bad. Hopefully it doesn't ruin your immersion, but as it is, we are gonna have to take down Anthony Richardson, and Stringer takes down that wide receiver, playing angry after that frustrating last game. Florida is another team that may be kind of tough to get picks against, as thankfully defense comes up with a stop on that opening drive, and Stringer continues to serve as the permanent quarterback spy for all time. I'm just dying to catch a pick right now, but Florida is keeping it on the ground. Thankfully offense able to give us a big 7, and Florida going first. There's our pick, man. Stringer looking super athletic on that play, and that'll break the drought. I feel like the floodgates are going to open here. Defense has looked very sturdy so far. Stringer shutting down that quarterback scramble again. I'm very much hoping we can keep this game a nice easy shutout, but Stringer tries to jump the route and misses. Florida will have a 1st and goal. Not ideal, as Stringer makes a very rare mistake in coverage. We got a 3rd and goal, so I'm hoping for a big goal line stop, but Richardson is going to take off up the middle for for an easy touchdown. All right, man, plain and simply, Stringer has got to make another play here. Offense is able to answer back with a field goal, but that is not enough. I'm gonna need another Stringer ball turnover, and they're going with the screen. Sit down. Only incompletion on the day has been Stringer's pick, and Florida just go and draw here. Dude muscles forward for the first. Gators might just have a game-winning drive cooking here, but dude just chucks it up to Colby Richardson. Should have been a pick. So here we go. Absolutely huge 4th and 5, and Florida just going with a screen. I don't know what they're doing. Offense is able to put the game away. We get another big conference dub. Not Stringer's best day, but we'll take it. Stringer's pace of picks has definitely slowed down, but he's still got 18 through 7 games, and we are now up to number 5 in the polls. We're eyeing that big game against Avon and Alabama, while our run of ranked games continues on the road against Ole Miss. Stringer is so due for a big game, and his cornerback almost made an insane play on that ball. Ole Miss's offense has looked just a little bit scary to start this game, but Stringer getting the play in the backfield there. 3 tackles already on the drive for Stringer, make it a 4th, another one in the backfield. These SEC teams have been scheming around Stringer, but he's still found ways to make an impact, and we get the stop after a long first drive. This game looks like it's going to be a certified defensive struggle. The turnovers are definitely deciding this thing. Ole Miss has been very careful to avoid him so far, some might say too careful. And on 3rd down, Ole Miss is just going to chuck it up. Our dudes in the backfield continue to make great plays on the ball. Our offense has been sadly non-existent today, and now Ole Miss is really going for it. Stringer almost gets the pick on the carom, and there we go. Offense finally able to muster a measly 3 points, and here's our chance. Ole Miss is gonna go with the halfback screen. Dude throws it right to Stringer. It has been a while since we got one of those. Stringer is hyped up after his 19th pick on the season, and that totally changes the outlook of this game. Ole Miss gonna have to play way more aggressive here, and they run that halfback angle. You know we love the halfback angle here. Stringer has finally broken the seal, and he will take this to the crib for a 3-score lead. Read that absolutely beautifully, as he has single-handedly put his team in control of this one. After Ole Miss came out hot on offense, Stringer and the boys have pretty much totally boxed him up, and for some reason they're still running the ball here. They just do not have time to be doing all this. I'm very much still hoping to get a 3rd pick on the day. As Dart takes off there, we'll take a free little sack. Last chance for Ole Miss here on 4th and 3, and they go with the lamest play call imaginable. One more pick is all I want. One more pick and I'll be happy. Oh, and here we go. One thing about Ole Miss, they absolutely adore their screens. That is a nice way to close this thing out. You know I never pass up the opportunity for a free pick. Stringer carried his team to a dub there. First up today, we are taking on FCS Southeast. They are 0-24, which has got to be some kind of record, and we are going for a billion picks today. Stringer getting a pick 6 right out the gates. You absolutely cannot run a screen when this man is on the field. I'm not gonna lie, man, so far we are not quite on pace to catch a billion picks. We got to rectify that situation, and we're gonna try to get one here. Looks like FCS is passing it. I don't know what kind of route combo this is, but dude throws it directly to Stringer, and we're gonna get out of here, man. Stringer breaking multiple tackles and taking this to the crib. Let's go. 23 picks on the year for our boy, and this should be another one, man. Tight end's just gonna run the in route, and my god, man, Stringer diving for the pick. I never thought I would see this from Stringer. No linebacker in history has been making these plays. We are doing what we should do to this team, and I baited up that comeback perfectly. Dude just throws it out of bounds though. I'm trying to add in some forced fumbles for Stringer. Quarterback is taken off here, and we sit him down. That ball has got to come out, bro. The way Stringer's reading these plays has just been totally effortless. We see that angle route coming open here and try to jar the ball loose again. And Stringer's trying to jump this little halfback route here. He went airborne for that one too, but can't get it. That would have been truly crazy. I have no idea why the quarterback threw that. And sadly, coach is going to take us out before we can get the 4th pick. Definitely a nice solid game from Stringer though. And here we go, boys. This is the one we've been waiting for. Stringer and the boys are taking on number 10 Alabama. The Crimson Tide are, of course, led by the traitor Avon Barksdale at wide receiver number 1. Ignore my old ass rosters, bro. They got us taking on Bryce Young. The Crimson Tide are moving the ball on this first drive, but a huge hit from our dude, and that turns into an insane pick. The Stringer's teammates step up, but offense sadly not able to do anything. First big hit of the day for our boy there. So far, Avon has made no noise at all as the Crimson Tide have just been running it. And oh my god, bro, we get another pick on the deflection. You gotta be kidding me. This defense came to play today, but Alabama takes a kick return in for a touchdown. Very frustrating after offense finally was able to do something. And Stringer is gonna finally get tried here on the in route. He is all over that, coming down with the pick. First of hopefully a few on the day. He absolutely read that play like a book, and we were just a second late on that tight end delay route. This game has turned out to be a serious defensive struggle. Our defense has technically given up 0 points. And Bama going with the Wildcat here. This is going to be a jet counter, and dude breaks into the open field. Bama is going to take the lead with a touchdown run. Not the type of play you usually see this defense giving up, and offense continuing to just be miserable. Stringer is going to have to make a play for his team as he comes down laying a big hit, trying to force that fumble. I believe Stringer has 5 forced fumbles on the year, and it feels like we're due for another one soon for sure. It'll be a big time 3rd and 6, and Bama just going with a stick and nod sit down, bro. We get another stop, and Avon still does not even have a catch on the day. Offense does finally get a touchdown, but misses the extra point. Our kicker may have very well cost us the game, because points have definitely not come easy today. I'm gonna be honest, it feels like it's gotta be a pick 6, but Bama has really tried to keep the ball away from Stringer since that first pick, and this is gonna be an absolutely critical down. This looks like it is just going to be slants, and of course it is Avon who comes up with a potential game-winning play. I had to choose one or the other, and I sadly chose wrong. And this game might just be over, but for some reason Bama is passing it. They could have wasted one of our timeouts there. Very interesting approach from the Tide, who have been conservative all day, and they are going to pass it again. This time it's a play action, and Stringer had a chance at the pick, drops it, bro. That is absolutely killer. But Bama's gonna try Avon, and this time number 24 comes up with a pick. He is gonna have a chance to return this too, and Bama's terrible play calling completely turns this game around. Now offense has just got to take care of the ball and kick a field goal at least, and on 3rd down they are just gonna hand it off, and we will get the touchdown. That is huge. So just like that, we have the lead. Just got to hold it down for 1 minute, and it's another slant play. Avon is gonna get it again, breaking a tackle, and barely gets tripped up. We just cannot cover all of those slants, and I am very glad offense got more than just a field goal. Avon getting the ball again, but cannot break out of the tackle. So here we go, man. 4th and 5, season on the line, and they are just chucking it up deep. Avon has the defense absolutely torched, and Avon Barksdale ties the game for Bama. I literally could not have scripted this game better. Springer's old teammate has a season-saving play for Alabama, and now we've got to clutch up in overtime. They're just going with that slant play again, and we are just getting killed, man. Avon was quiet all game, but scores 2 touchdowns there. So our offense is going to need to answer, and Jaden Daniels is going to take the sack on 2nd down. So here we go, 3rd down, undefeated season on the line, and Daniels throws a strike to the sideline. Just gotta punch it in here, boys. We're going with the speed option. Oh my god, I thought he fumbled it. I'm going to be very sad if we can't score on the goal line. That'll be another 2nd down sack, and we've got 2 plays to go 12 yards. No, bro, I knew we were gonna run a stupid draw. That's terrible. At least that'll make this try a little bit shorter. Jaden Daniels drops back in the pocket. He's getting rushed and just has to chuck it. We lose to Alabama. It really looked like we had them, but Avon's last minute touchdowns just killed us. So a very sad game against Bama, but we're still very much in the playoff picture. Chance to get back on track today. This Stringer just punishes the running back. A&M is definitely nothing to joke about. They got a lot of talent on this team. 3 and 7, but you never know what could happen. That was almost a touchdown. A&M jumping out to a 3-point lead. Gotta wonder if we got a little bit of hangover from that Bama game, as the quarterback's just gonna take off there. Stringer sees it and goes and gets it in the backfield. First sack of the day, yes sir. Believe Stringer has 6 or 7 on the season, but that's an absolute dime on 3rd and long. Most notably, none of Stringer's sacks have really come on pass rush attempts. He just sees when the quarterback is taken off. And sacks are cool, but we really need a pick here. That'll be another one though. I don't know why we cannot get a forced fumble right now. We have played many games in the rain too. Just cannot get defense off the field right now though. Need that pick, bro. This team depends on Stringer Bell picks, and they just have not been coming today. This is gonna be our best chance, man. A minute left before halftime. A&M's gonna pass the ball a little bit. We'll see what we can do here. Quarterback's been pretty smart so far, and I thought he was trying us there. Stringer is able to get the tackle, so we got 3rd down. Need to stop here. A&M gonna chuck it deep, and they have a man wide open. Thank God he dropped that. Catch there could have basically ended the game, but we're taking a loss regardless if offense can't do anything. Stringer's doing his best, just not a lot of opportunities today. We're gonna have to create some opportunities to win this thing, and it looks like A&M is gonna go with play action. They just dump it off to the zig. We hold them to a field goal, but our offense is just atrocious today. We might just be taking an upset loss today, but Stringer is finally getting tried here, gets the pick. That's the spark this team needed, and I don't know what happened, but we got 2 touchdowns on the board. Special teams must have come up big. So as per usual, a Stringer Bell play sparks this team, but we gotta shut down this drive real quick. This is one of the biggest third downs of the season, and A&M goes with a draw. That's why you're 3-7. So here we go, 4th and 11. A&M is just gonna go with the dump off. Should have baited that up, but I did not think he was gonna throw it, honestly. We will take that. Offense goes and gets another touchdown. A sudden scoring explosion, and goddamn, bro, dude has forever in the pocket to throw this. He's gonna hit the comeback as Stringer tries to make the pick. So just a little bit of life for the Aggies. They're gonna go verts here, try and Stringer, who brick hands that. Fair drop from number 7, but his teammate is gonna come down with one, yes sir. So we get out of there with a close dub. Stringer only had 1 pick, but 14 tackles and 2 sacks. Stringer is still sitting atop the Heisman watch pretty comfortably. Alright y'all, so regular season final, we are taking on Arkansas. This is a deceptively tough matchup as Stringer gets stiff-armed on the second play. Razorbacks are really moving the ball on this first drive, and this is a big time third down. Arkansas going play action, and the quarterback just gonna dump it off. We stop him short. We hold these dudes to a field goal, and offense able to tie it up. It's been a shockingly quiet game for Stringer. Only 1 tackle in the first half, and he's gonna have to do something soon if he wants to lock down that Heisman. Able to pick up another one there, but I'm gonna need at least a couple picks before it's all said and done. Arkansas has just barely been throwing the ball, and Jefferson taking off here, but we've honestly been locking this offense up since that first drive. And there it is, finally, Stringer's first pick on the screenplay, and that should hopefully put this game away, man. A gift wrap pick was exactly what we needed, and now Stringer's heating up. We head to the 4th quarter looking real solid in this one, and this is a big time 3rd and 7. Arkansas's pass game has just been non-existent. We get the sack. So the Razorbacks will have to go for a desperation 4th and 15, and I am not sure why that's the play call they went with there. Arkansas has certainly had an interesting game plan on offense, and why not throw Stringer another pick? I feel like we really needed that one for the Heisman stats as we take it to the crib to cap this one off. We smashed the Razorbacks in the season finale. Stringer had a very calm 2 picks on the day. So here we go, SEC championship rematch against Georgia. Stringer starting this out with a punishing hit. We were just barely able to squeak out a win against these guys earlier in the year, and they're going play action here, hitting the wide receiver for a touchdown. Thankfully, offense is able to reclaim the lead, but this is looking to be a real tough game, man. Gotta make sure these boys don't get anything going before half, and we're gonna get a face mask here. Georgia will have great field position. Georgia's been running the ball really heavy, going with a draw play here as time ticks down. Big time 3rd down here. We need a Stringer Bell pick, but Georgia going with a stupid run call. Come here. We're able to hold Georgia to a field goal before halftime, which is big. We need to come up with something soon. Stringer just barely missing a chance at a pick on that play action pass. This play calling has had Stringer on his heels, as Georgia's been mixing it up with the run game, pass game, and the quarterback run. Georgia's sticking with the run game here, going fullback dive and picking up a big chunk. This team is clearly just a little bit more talented than us. The only way we win this game is if Stringer makes a big play. This is a big 3rd and goal here. Georgia's just gonna go with the slants, but they have the dude wide open in the flat. Need offense to cook here, and they cannot get it. We are gonna have some nice field position here though, and the running back almost gets tackled for a safety. This is our chance. Gotta make it happen here. As Stringer tries to shoot the gap, but Georgia just keeps on picking up yards. Alright, so 3rd and 8. What do we got? Georgia is going with the verts play, and they're just chucking it deep. We got 2 guys there, but off the deflection, McConkey catches it. Are you kidding me, bro? Things are starting to look real dire. Something's gotta happen soon. And Stringer neglecting the flat route there, trying to play for some kind of pick. Assume Georgia's just gonna run it down our throat on 3rd and 1. No, they go with the play action and just dump it off. It is too easy for these guys right now. The Bulldogs actually gonna go 5 wide on 1st and goal, but it's a QB draw, and we are gonna go down by 2 scores. Offense has got to get it done here, but they get nothing. Stringer with a rare 0 pick game at the worst time possible, trying to force a fumble or something. And this is a critical 3rd down. Need a stop, but we cannot stop this Georgia run. We've been completely out-muscled. Stringer's been getting blocked constantly, and on 3rd and 10 we finally get a stop, but it's not going to matter at this point. Georgia takes us down in the SEC championship game. It was a very lackluster performance from Stringer. We'll see if we can stay in the top 12 and make the playoffs. And I was a little bit worried, but this time Stringer winning the Heisman in a landslide. No matter what happens, that is a huge accomplishment for a middle linebacker. We will, of course, as always, win every other defensive award, and we hang around in the top 12, coming in at number 9. So in the first round of the playoffs, we will be taking on Miami. Miami. Time has come for Stringer's first ever playoff game. You're taking on the Miami Hurricanes, and they're going with a screen here. Stringer needs to make a bigger impact than he did in the SEC championship game, but our pass rush is making a big impact here, forcing the fumble on Van Dyke, and we are gonna pick it up for a huge turnover. A 14-0 lead to start this thing out. And on third down here, Miami going with a long throw. Looked like we could have picked it off, but Stringer will get the tackle to stop him short. And shockingly, we have dominated this playoff game so far. You may be asking yourself why we're not hosting since we're ranked 8th and Miami is ranked 9th. I think NCAA just lists the AP poll instead of the playoff poll for some reason. Canes are finally starting to put a drive together, but for some reason Van Dyke just trying to take off on third down. That'll go nowhere. We have absolutely locked these kids up, swatting balls at the line of scrimmage, and a 4-touchdown lead in the playoffs is absolutely wild. This Miami O-line just getting embarrassed. The one thing this game is missing is a Stringer Bell pick, and this might be it. Miami going with crossers on the play action, and Stringer is on that. Let's take this back to the house, bro. All we got to do is beat the quarterback. You know we can do that. And there is nothing but green grass in front of Stringer Bell. The Heisman winner takes it to the crib to close it out. Stringer just needs one more interception to get to 30 on the season. I'm hoping he can hit it before this game is over. Coach is going to take us out though. That'll do it. The LSU Tigers are headed to the second round of the college football playoffs, and they were just so clearly the better team today. So next up, we got the #1 seed Kansas State Wildcats, and we get dotted up on the first play. I baited that up just a tad too much, man. The Wildcats did not come to play around with us today. We're seeing a little 5-wide action here. Quarterback is taking off, and Stringer is on that, coming down with the sack. We are dialing in, trying to keep K-State out of field goal range. But on the following down, they're handing it off, and Stringer getting sat down. That'll be a first. There have been a couple of unsavory moments in this game so far, as this time K-State is going to chuck it up deep. I thought they were going to try Stringer on the corner route, but we swatted away. And we are going to be able to hold the Cats to a field goal. That is going to be wide right. That thing was only 42 yards, and offense goes right down to get a touchdown. Just like that, we are in pretty good shape, and our pass rush has been excellent so far. I'm tired of playing around with these guys. We need to turnover soon, but this is a beautifully blocked play from Kansas State. That'll be a massive gain, and they are still in this game. Thankfully, we've got the chance for a goal line stop here. Third down. And they're just gonna dump it off over the middle. We stop them short. K-State is able to get the field goal this time, but offense answering back with a 3 of their own. And K-State is just chucking it up to no man's land. Our boy Brooks is gonna get the pick, and this one is going to the crib. Let's go. Ringer's teammates stepping up during a quiet first half for him. As this quarterback continues to run for his life, we continue to hawk him down. Gotta make sure nothing goofy happens before halftime. We are kind of getting dotted to the sidelines. I'm gonna need a Stringer Bell pick real soon, but we can't get one when dude just takes off every 2 seconds, and we miss the sack. Very sad. You hate to see it. Thankfully, a whole lot of time went off the clock there, but this time dude has all day in the pocket and delivers a strike on the corner route. K-State is gonna get back on the board before half. K-State has definitely proved that they belong in this game. Stringer hasn't even gotten a shot at a pick. Little read option there, and Stringer gets the big hit. Would have loved a forced fumble there. This is our best chance to extend the lead. K-State backed up, still going with the run and nearly picking up the first down. It'll be a huge 3rd and inches, and they are just gonna run it down our throats. The blocking from K-State has been insane today. Feels like the Wildcats have got to start passing the ball more soon, and there's another huge hit from Stringer. He's doing everything he can to try to force a fumble, and they're gonna go 5 wide here. Quarterback trying to take off, but we have him in the backfield. Here we go, 3rd and 13. Coach is sending Stringer on the blitz, and he is able to get in there for an absolutely huge sack. Stringer doesn't pass rush too much, so he catches K-State off guard, and offense was able to get a touchdown. Now it's just going to be a matter of keeping everything in front of us. They're going to try our dude Converse deep. It kind of looked like he was torched, but he was able to swat it away. Stringer may not have his picks today, but he's just been playing smart football. He's just got to keep doing that here, and he's finally getting tried. Had a shot at a pick 6, but brick hands it. All good. Barring anything crazy, we should be able to get out of here with a dub. And there it is. Stringer finally gets tried on that in route. That felt good after a quiet game, and Stringer hits a juke move trying to get out of there, and somehow he does. Just like that, he has a ton of open space ahead of him, and Stringer Bell is going to close out the college football playoff quarterfinals, taking this to the crib, and that'll be his 30th interception on the season. #7 closes it out in style. We are headed to the semifinal game. 2 sacks and a pick on the day for our boy. We are 1 game away from the Natty. Just got to take down 12-1 UCLA today, and that was almost a pick for Stringer. Stringer out the gate. Absolutely was not expecting that dude to throw that. Otherwise, we certainly would have been on it. We've already got a big time 3rd and 3. I was trying to bait up that out route, but UCLA just dumps it off, able to pick it up. After a mostly quiet game last week, I feel like Stringer is due for a multi-turnover performance, sitting down the quarterback there. It has been a pretty frustrating drive so far. And this is a play action down the sideline. How does our corner get turned around like that? Best defense in the country is getting sliced up right now. But we are able to get these kids to 3rd and goal, need a stop. And that's just going to be a QB draw. We are on it. We'll see what UCLA decides to do here. They are just going to take the field goal. Very, very weak call. And our offense pounces, going down to take a 2-score lead. This is what we like to see. Our offense has really risen to the occasion in the playoffs. The quarterback taking off here. We try to go for the big hit, and we have the fumble, but nobody there to pick it up. I'm excited to check in on Stringer's forced fumble numbers on the season, as that was almost another big-time pick 6 from Brooks. And sadly, offense turns it over right before halftime. We got to be careful here. Stringer is coming on the blitz, but not able to get in there. That'll be a huge pickup. I think maybe that blitz from last game was a one-hit wonder. Quarterback taking off again here, wisely sliding down. Come up with a little goal line magic again, as they're just going with this same QB draw this time. Dude gets in. All right, so UCLA is right back in this thing. That's a little speed option. We're on it though. Stringer playing the run really well, but another team that has just stayed away from him in the past game. This quarterback has played pretty smart. I have a feeling this guy is going to make a mistake eventually. We just got to be patient and keep dealing with this QB scramble. Right now, our defense is looking a little bit worn down. UCLA just keeps on picking up 3rd downs, as they're just trying to screen here. Stringer recognizes it, but not quite able to get in there. We're lucky we got a tackle on that, honestly. And our offense has gone silent in the second half. UCLA just running it down our throats, and this is going to be a big one. They hit the counter and break a tackle for the big game. We are not going to be able to keep these kids out of the end zone forever. And this might be the mistake we were waiting on. They go halfback screen, but Dorian just chucks it out of bounds. I could have totally flipped the game around. But UCLA's quarterback continuing to play smart. He is really not taking any chances with Stringer, continuing to just take these little dump offs. And the Bruins going to try for a long field goal. This one is going to get in there. All right, man, we got an absolute nail biter on our hands heading into the 4th. It really feels like we need a turnover to win, but we are just continually getting dotted, man. Now these kids are right on the edge of field goal range. Trying to go with a jet sweep here, but Stringer is on it, sitting down Bobo in the backfield. Yes, sir. This is where we need dude to slip up. 3rd and 14, and they're just going to go with a route over the middle. Stringer got caught peeking down low, and UCLA appears to have us very well scouted. It's pretty rare you see Stringer getting taken advantage of in pass coverage, and you can tell he is mad with that hit. But UCLA might just be able to run the clock down and win the game. They continue to play it safe, and our run defense has worn down for real. Things are starting to look dire. Somebody's got to step up, and Stringer almost gets his pick. That's the closest we've come since that first play, and it is right back to the run for UCLA. This is it, man. 3rd and 7. We'll see if they decide to go with a pass here. Nope, it is just going to be a run to the right side. Dude has plenty of space, but we string that out. UCLA with a chance at a game-winning field goal, and it is going to be up to our offense to win this thing. All we need is for Jaden Daniels to get us into field goal range, and we like those dump offs. Got to get to the line here though. All right, I honestly feel like we got a pretty good chance with our offense. I like what Jaden Daniels is cooking up right now. Gonna have to take a downfield shot here soon. But Daniels takes off getting sacked, and that'll run a ton of time off the clock. Not sure why we aren't taking the timeout. For some reason, we're just letting this run down. And the stupid AI might have just cost us a game. Jaden Daniels, what are you doing, bro? We turn it over, and just like that, it looks like our season is dead. Our only chance is to force a fumble here. And Stringer has a look in the hole, but can't get it done. UCLA is just going to take a knee, and that'll do it. I can't believe it, man. Offense botches the last possession, and we go down to the Bruins. Stringer just couldn't come up with that critical turnover. Now Stringer has a big time decision to make, man. It is NFL or stay and try to win the national championship, and we'll have to see what Avon decides to after a breakout year receiving. We'll see if this battle continues in college or the NFL. Stringer Bell just finished one of the greatest individual seasons in football history. He won the Heisman Trophy as a linebacker, leading college football in tackling and catching a monster 30 interceptions. He would unquestionably be the #1 overall pick in the NFL draft, but after a crushing loss to UCLA in the college football playoff semifinal, Stringer is undecided. He's always been incredibly loyal, and it feels wrong for him to leave LSU with business unfinished. Still, he's leaning towards going to the league until his former teammate Avon Barksdale announces on social media that he'll be returning to Alabama Alabama after a monster season that included handing Stringer and the Tigers an overtime loss. Seeing that, Stringer almost instantly makes the decision that he wants to come back to dominate the SEC and finish what he started. So in week 1, we're taking on ULM, going for 100 picks today, and we start this one off getting in front of the slant route, and we will take this to the crib. This season starts off much like the last one. This defense is up to 95 overall this year. I'm honestly surprised we're only ranked number 9 with all the talent we bring back, as this quarterback has happy feet. Stringer is looking to force some fumbles today, and after the big hit, looks like the ULM quarterback is hurt. Stringer has caused upwards of 5 injuries in his career for sure, and ULM's gone pretty pass heavy today, but when they've run the ball, Stringer has been there to lay down big hits. This definitely does not look like a team that can beat us, as we get another sack there. This quarterback really has happy feet, and with a 21-point lead, these kids are going to have to start passing it a lot. They're going to run it here though. Another tackle for number 7. 4 tackles and a pick already, but I will not be happy unless we get at least 4 picks today. And I thought that was it. They go with the other slant instead. Louisiana Monroe finally putting together a little drive before halftime here, and the quarterback just dumps it off to the curl. Dude is going to get into the end zone. So this is still technically a game. Got to keep our foot on the gas. I'm hoping we can force a fumble this half as well, as the picks are not coming easy right now. This quarterback just refuses to stay in the pocket for more than a second. Big time 3rd and 3 here, and dude just chucks it out of bounds. Offense able to pretty much put the game away, so now we really are just playing for stats, continuing to rack up those tackles. Stringer had over 150 tackles last season when it was all said and done. He's looking to continue that pace this year. We're finally going to get a chance at a pick here as ULM going with the screen, but Stringer brick hands it. Come on, man. Stringer does not normally drop those, and this has actually kind of been a disappointing first game for him. If we want to break Ziggy Sabaka's interception record, we're going to have to do a little bit better than this. It is not going to get any easier to catch picks once we get into SEC play. Really, last year we got most of our picks in those out-of-conference games, and Stringer does finally force a fumble here. It was kind of a weird one, but I think he's going to get credited for a sack there too. Yep, there it is. First sack and first forced fumble on the year. That makes the stat sheet look a lot more full, and we missed the screen there. Dang it, bro. That was definitely our last chance. But we get out of there with the easy win. We'll have to make up for it with crazy numbers next week. This game against Louisiana Tech should be great for getting picks. They run an air raid offense, but they dot us up here. Not sure what happened to our cornerback. Well, I guess these guys came to play. Stringer laying down a crazy hit in the backfield though. That should hopefully get things going for this defense. And we got a 3rd and 19. Stringer hungry for a pick, but we get sliced up again. 28 yards on 3rd and long. Come on, man. All right, so this quarterback is not so bad. He is taking a lot of sacks right now. We can't be giving up those big plays in the passing game anymore. And we got another 3rd down. They definitely are in field goal range, and Stringer got a chance at a pick there. Once again, brick hands one. We are able to hold Louisiana Tech to 3, but this is looking like a potential upset. Stringer doing his best to try to make something happen with these big hits, but plain and simply, he has got to catch a pick. That's what makes this team tick. And my god, bro, our DBs are just getting cut up right now. This is going to be a huge gain, and it might go all the way to the crib. Dude is going to take it in, but I think there is a flag. Thankfully, we get a clipping, but that's still going to be a first down. Defense has got to figure something out with these deep pass plays. The Stringer is doing everything he can to shut down the run. If we're serious about going on a playoff run, we cannot be playing around with these weaker teams. And another chance at a pick miss. Dude came back to the ball. Stringer almost walked right into an easy pick 6. Instead, it's going to be 3rd and 7, and this time our cornerback is able to make a play on the ball, getting the big pick. But offense really struggling so far. For some reason, coach has got Stringer on the punt return. We'll take a little free tackle there. Prize Stringer is playing special teams as a potential NFL prospect, and going out of the Wildcat, Louisiana Tech's dude throws an absolute dot. Are you kidding me? Yvonne Thomas is loose again. This time there are no flags on the play, and dude gets down to the 1. Can't say I was expecting that. We are going to go down by 2 scores to these dudes. Our DBs have just gotten absolutely exposed in this one. Like, what is going on? This quarterback has just been throwing dots all over the field all day, and if they score a touchdown here, we are really in deep trouble. And on 3rd down, running back's just running a little curl. I baited that up way too much, but thankfully we're able to stop dude short of the sticks. Our offense has just been useless though. Fans in Death Valley starting to get a little bit nervous. This is where Stringer has got to step up. 3rd and 15, and I thought that was maybe a screen for Louisiana Tech. Instead, the quarterback gets hit in the backfield, and we need offense to do it. Thankfully, they finally do. We are back in this game. Got to keep working. Stringer's still trying to force another fumble. It feels like we finally have a little bit of momentum in this game, and that flat play is going nowhere. Sadly, I think offense might have scored their only points of the day. Offense definitely not as big of an upgrade as Stringer was maybe hoping for. When he's not catching crazy picks, it feels like we're back at Marshall grinding it out. When we need an offense score on this drive, they settle for the field goal. Interesting. All right, we'll see if Louisiana Tech goes run heavy here. Looks like they will, but a nice hit in the backfield by our dude. Looks like they're just chewing clock here, going right up the middle. middle, and Stringer gets chopped down. Not a good look, and now we gotta start using timeouts. This is our last chance here on third down. Unfortunately, these guys are just gonna run it. We do stop them short, and offense instantly turned it over. Looks like we're gonna get upset at home, man. So the team that many projected to go to the national title this year loses to Louisiana Tech. No picks for Stringer today, which was the difference for sure. Hopefully we can bounce back from that terrible loss this week, as we are taking on Mississippi State in the SEC opener. What a dime from their quarterback. If Stringer wants to stay on top of the Heisman watch, he's gonna have a big day today, and there's his first big hit. Gotta stand up tall here on 3rd and 2. Is Mississippi State just running it up the middle? Our run defense has been a little bit suspect. Stringer's gotta do a better job of plugging up those holes, but anytime a run gets strung out, he is all over it, and if they keep running that, it's gonna result in some fumbles for sure. We've got Mississippi State to 3rd down again. This time they're going with the play action, and everything is boxed up. Dude just throws a pick right to number 16, and after a block from Stringer, he's taking this down the sideline almost to the crib. After an iffy start, defense bounces back with a turnover, but unfortunately our offense continues to be offensively bad. I honestly don't know what's going on. They were solid last year, and they're actually higher overall than they were then. They've just been providing us with nothing. This defense is not going to hold out forever. Stringer has just seemed to step slow these last couple of games. Seems like he hasn't been reading the field as well as he normally does, but no problem there, sniffing out the screen like he does. Unfortunately not able to take it to the house, and offense better do something with this. Alright, we finally get a touchdown. We're in business, and Mississippi State going with another screen. Wasn't ready for it that time, so I'll continue to keep an eye out for those, as the Bulldogs are putting together a steady drive this time. I just know this quarterback's gonna slip up again soon. This might be it. There's another screen, but Stringer overruns it. Come on, bro, we gotta get a reaction there. I think my stick skills have been affected by playing too much Madden, I'm gonna be honest. And on 3rd down, Stringer just looks absolutely lost. These dudes are gonna get to 1st and goal. We'll see what the goal line defense has in the tank. Little read option here. We're on that. Thank you. Just gotta watch for that run up the middle. That's what we've been having trouble stopping. And we're gonna get these dudes to 3rd down. All right, at least holding them to a field goal here would be big, but an absolute dot to the back of the end zone. We got a tie ball game. Looks like we have yet another dogfight on our hands, and we gotta force a fumble here soon. With the rain coming down, I keep expecting it, but it just doesn't happen for us, and it feels like offense needs Stringer to come up with another turnover. This is the perfect opportunity, as they're just running the curl route. Way too long of a throw to make to Stringer's side, and he will take this to the bank. Stringer's had some iffy moments this game, but he is the reason his team is in it, and almost gets a crazy pick there. Feels like we're starting to get back on track just a little bit, and that was almost a pick 6 from his teammate. That one probably would have ended the game. Instead, we've got a 3rd and 10, and Mississippi State able to sneak that slant in there. If we don't put our foot on the neck soon, these guys are just gonna hang around. Big time 3rd and 11 here. Miss State's going vertical here. They try the corner route, but another nice play from our outside corner. Offense, as I expected, is not able to do anything though. Quarterback taken off here, and here we go. Stringer finally forces the fumble and gets the sack. This is what we like to see. But somehow, offense gets 0 points. All we needed was a field goal. Never has one man had to carry a team so hard so many times. And he will just keep delivering, baiting up the slant route to perfection here, snatching it out of the sky, and why not? We will take this all the way to the crib. 2 touchdowns on the day for Stringer. He's officially looking like himself again with this performance, murdering the running back there. As the rain is pouring down hard, I'm ready for another forced fumble. Bulldogs not showing a huge sense of urgency, and on 3rd and 15, they're going with an in route. Stringer is gonna get tried. Wasn't in great position for that. Still able to swat it away though, and that'll bring up 4th and 15. Mississippi State needs a deep shot here, but for some reason these dudes just dump it off. We'll take what we can get, I guess. Now we're just trying to get one more stat before the day is done, and here it is. They are gonna chuck it up to the flat route, make that 3 pick 6s on the day for our man Stringer Bell. He is earning that number 7. This game went from nail biter to blowout really quickly. Definitely a nice way to bounce back after a tough start to the season, as Stringer has one of his best games, 4 picks and a forced fumble. That's what we like. I'm feeling much better this week, taking on Tennessee, who sports an embarrassing 0-4 record. Not sure who these boys have been playing in the non-conference, but maybe they are just that sorry. We got them to 3rd and long already here. We'll see if our offense can be just a little bit better today. And look at that, offense with a touchdown on the first drive. Very rare. This Tennessee team must truly be bad, and I like getting the early lead. That means the picks are coming. Just got to get them in these long passing situations, and my god, this quarterback is bad. Coach has been continuously putting Stringer on special teams, and I tried to do just enough to make that do not fair catch it there, sitting him down. Might be a nice way to farm some free forced fumbles, and dude's just gonna chuck it directly to our cornerback. Hopefully offense can cash this in for some more points, but instead they instantly turn it over. Maybe I spoke too soon about our offense. This dude is really just trying his best to throw as many picks as possible. Hopefully he throws one of those Stringer Stringer's way soon, but Tennessee going with a very weak draw call on third down. Offense has been struggling just a little bit since that first drive. But after another stop, they finally get another touchdown. This Tennessee offense has just gotten shut down in a way I did not expect. Gonna get a chance at a free pick with the Hail Mary before half. Stringer is just strafing up on that. Dude actually caught it, but thankfully goes down at the 1. That was almost a huge momentum swing before halftime. And I tell you what, man, I'm gonna be upset if we don't get a turnover soon. Seemed like last week we got back on the pick train. We gotta keep up that momentum. And we were just a second late reading that screen. Looks like Tennessee's actually gonna go for it on fourth down, so this is pretty much the game right here. And they are going to pick that up, sadly. Stringer trying to lay down a big hit. It's been kind of frustrating because the quarterback is just throwing it anywhere but to me. And Tennessee is finally gonna get a touchdown. And you just never know what might happen, man. We've seen crazier things on this channel. Tennessee still has a pretty good chunk of time left. And I do not have a whole lot of faith in our offense to kill the clock if they score here. But that is very helpful. I don't know what the hell the quarterback's doing. A whole lot of time came off the clock there, and a mess of a play there. That'll make it fourth down. So here we go. Just gotta make sure nothing stupid happens. And for some reason, they're going a bubble screen, just trying Stringer, and it gets caught, but there's a flag on the play. That's gonna be offensive pass interference. Man, Stringer finally got a good chance at a pick. We are gonna stop that fourth down short though. And that'll do it. A quiet day for Stringer, but a nice easy dub at home. So first up today, we are headed down to the swamp to take on the Florida Gators. And they're going slants here on this second play. Stringer is all over it, but drops it. That would have been a great way to start this out. Good to see these guys are trying to sling it around a little bit though. And once again, dude tries Stringer, able to get a big paw in there to swat it away. Offense goes 3 and out, and coaches actually had Stringer playing on the punt team. We'll see if we can get some free stats here, and Stringer absolutely sitting down the returner. So a tackle and 2 deflections already on the day. And this looks like it's going right to Stringer too. Somehow gets over his head, and that's actually going to be a big gain. But Florida's quarterback taking a lot of risks early. He's thrown to Stringer on almost every single play. It's only a matter of time before we take one the other way. As we see a counter come out here, Florida's going to pick up the first down, but Stringer tracks it down, racking up the tackles in the first quarter. And now Florida going with a more run-heavy approach. That is not going to work. We've got to make the Gators pass to beat us, and we're able to get a stop on third down. We hold the Gators to a field goal, and offense is doing its job today. 6 tackles for number 7 already on the day. This Florida play calling has been pathetic, and this is starting to look like it could be a big blowout win. Would be huge for our playoff hopes, and Stringer trying to swoop in for the screen pick there. Can't quite get to it. But this team has played an excellent 2 quarters. We will take a 25-point lead in the halftime. So at this point, we're all about getting those turnovers. Sadly, we haven't gotten a lot of chances since those first couple plays, but Stringer's teammate gets one here, and suddenly this team is looking like a national title contender once again. And we do definitely have the talent to get there. That early loss to Louisiana Tech just totally threw me off. And coach ends up taking Stringer out, so no turnovers on the day, unfortunately. But I honestly feel like he played well. So after the big win, we're taking on number 7 Oregon State. Stringer starting this thing out with a nice tackle. Not sure what to expect today from the Beavers, but dude's running an out route here, and Stringer is on it, diving for the pick. That is the start I wanted to see. One of the nicest interceptions of Stringer's career for sure. But unfortunately, offense not able to cash it in. Oregon State does have a 99 overall defense. So I have the strangest feeling if we want to win this game, defense is going to have to score, and this might be an opportunity. Number 14 getting the pick, taking it down the sideline, and offense better score this thing. There we go. Just like that, we are in business, up 7-0. But Oregon State is putting together a drive here. Those counter plays are so hard to defend. Hopefully Stringer can find a way to shut this down, and on the read option, he lays a huge hit in the backfield. Looks like the Oregon State quarterback is hurt on the play. How many times have we seen this in Stringer's career? He has become one of the most feared hitters in football history, as we get a nice drop there on the sideline to end the Beaver drive. Offense has been giving us just enough so far today, as Oregon State's unit continues to struggle, and we'll be looking real good if we can get a stop on third down here. That route's gonna go absolutely nowhere, and coach has got Stringer back on punt return here, as Oregon State's quarterback has actually been ruled out for the game. Stringer might have made a bigger impact with that than he even did with the turnover. Getting another tackle here on the 5 wide play, and I'm looking for pick number 2 on the day right now, but that's an absolute dot from the backup quarterback. Bro's name is Makia Tung. That is crazy. We just gotta hold it down for a minute here, and you idiot, bro. Stringer snatches that out of the sky. Looked like the quarterback was trying to go to the running back, and we will of course take this to the crib. Easy money, and that might just put this game away. I'm really hoping that Stringer can turn this into a crazy day with the stats. Chad West absolutely brickhanded a pick there, and we head to halftime looking excellent against another top 10 team. This defense has been incredible today, and there's a forced fumble. Stringer is right there to pick it up, add into those turnover stats. Sad that his momentum took him out of bounds, because we got a great animation there, and we're just gonna keep on racking up those stats. Definitely aiming for at least 3 picks on the day, but Oregon State's taking a deep shot here, and they finally have a big play. This is going to go all the way to the crib. So the Beavers are technically within 2 scores, but I'm pretty confident in our defense right now. And I thought that was about to be another pick from Stringer, but 14 breaks loose. Just like that, Oregon State getting some big plays. That's a tackle that Stringer makes almost every time. And Oregon State just sticking with this heavy run game. We'll have a big time 3rd and 11 here. They're going bunch, and dude has a guy wide open. Irish is going to break out of the tackle and pick up the first down. This game gets just a little bit interesting, and that was a good play action fake. They're going with a pass, and dude has all day in the pocket, gonna try a guy deep, and Oregon State is officially right back in the game. For some reason, the Beavers chose not to go for 2 there, so it is still a 2-score game. And on 3rd and 7, we have a chance to stomp out this comeback, and swarming the quarterback in the backfield, he goes down. Beavers really should have tried to get it within 8, and this quarterback is just getting dogged in the pocket right now. Not seeing a huge sense of urgency from Oregon State. Like, why are you throwing this pass at this point in the game? All we gotta do is just keep everything in front of us, make sure nothing stupid happens, and that's a halfback screen pass, you idiot. We will take that and take it to the crib. Stringer's 2nd pick 6 on the day, and that'll definitely close this game out. Oregon State showed a little bit of fight, but they just were not ready to come down south. And I want at least 1 more pick before we get out of here. But Oregon State's still trying to score, and that is an absolute dot for the touchdown. Somehow the Beavers just continue to hang around in this one, and they get the 2-point conversion. I have a bad feeling about this offense not able to kill the clock. So somehow Oregon State has a chance to tie up the game with a minute left. We're just baiting up that flat, and he is going to dump it off. That'll take a ton of time off the clock. But at this point, it really seems like anything can happen. Thankfully, we are able to get a sack in the backfield on that play. And now we just got to get a stop on 4th down. Time is ticking down, and pass rush comes through again. They've been spectacular today, and we get out of there with a dub that was maybe closer than it should have been. Stringer basically won the game, coming up with 4 turnovers on the day. So after a couple of big wins, we've worked our way back up to number 11 in the rankings, but this game is not getting off to a good start. Offense turns it over twice in a row, and A&M already has the chance to go up by 2 scores. Goal line defense is going to have to come up big on 3rd down, I guess. And A&M going with a play action pass. This looks dangerous as they hit Stewart, but he is not able to get into the end zone. We hold the Aggies to a field goal, but offense having an atrocious day. They're trying to make something happen with these big hits, but it's looking like we need some pick 6s today to win this game. And A&M is a run heavy team. They've got a big one here. When we start out with turnovers like that, it's just really hard to stay in the game. And if I'm A&M, I'm going with the most conservative game plan possible, which it looks like they're doing. We desperately need to stop here on 3rd down, and it's another play action pass. This is going to be an out route. I was trying to bait it up, but we get a sack. An offense at least able to get 3 to keep us in the game. We'll see what the A&M offense does here. This looks like another big run, and it might be going to the house. Number 4 is going to crib it on the stretch play. So if we don't get a pick 6 or something soon, we are in big trouble, and this is probably our best chance before halftime. We'll finally get to see A&M pass the ball a little bit, or maybe not. Their quarterback just takes off, and he has an absolutely huge gain. Fumble that ball, bro. We give up a score here. This one might be over, but we've got the quarterback in the backfield there, and he fumbles the ball. Stringer trying to pounce, but his teammate gets it. And offense finally able to get a touchdown before halftime. Just like that, we're right back in the game. But this team needs its star to make a play right now. He just hasn't been able to get that turnover yet. Something's going to have to happen soon. A&M going speed option, and we are all over that. So a big time 3rd and 10 here. Definitely going to decide the momentum for the rest of this game, and they go with the halfback hook route, throwing it to Stringer. I don't know why that was the idea from the quarterback, but Stringer is going to take this to the crib, and that is exactly what we needed. We have fought our way into the lead for the first time today, and that was certainly an interesting play. Fullback trying to go over the pile. We'll see if A&M has an answer cooked up, as they're just going with the slant play here. Stringer was almost on it, can't quite get to it. Probably should have baited up that other slant just a little bit more, as our opportunities for turnovers have been very limited, and Stringer misses a chance at one there. Was not expecting that dude to try our zone again. Defense got to dig deep for one more stop here on this 3rd and 4, but A&M goes with the run, and we can't get to it. Their balance has been tough to deal with today. Play calling has been pretty solid. Like, this jet sweep just isolates us, and that's going to turn into a big game. So the Aggies are threatening to retake the lead. Let's find a way to jar this ball loose. Dude goes down hard, but doesn't cough it up. All right, so 2nd and goal, and I'm actually going to go pass here. Quarterback taking off again. Only thing between Johnson and the end zone is Stringer, and he gets stiff arm, but that effort was enough to keep dude out. And A&M actually going to go pass again here. Johnson throws it to the flat, and we are able to make the tackle short of the goal line. That is huge. A&M is going to be able to kick the field goal to tie the game. game. And unfortunately, offense doesn't do anything for us. But A&M's gonna have to start passing it here. And dude makes a big mistake throwing it to the curl. The second pick six for this defense on the day. And that might be a season saver right there. Now all we got to do is keep these guys out of the end zone. It looks like A&M wants this to be the last drive of the game. They're going play action here. That was almost another pick. We got a huge third down here with just over 2 minutes left. And A&M going with spacing. That's just going to make it a more manageable fourth down. So this is the play of the game right here. A&M going aggressive on fourth down. And they are going to pass out of this. Stringer gets turned around, but dude drops it. Let's go. Offense able to get a big time field goal. We have come all the way back. And dude actually tries Stringer on the running back right again. We're able to get the tackle. I would love to see another pick from our boy before it's all said and done. And this might be it. Stringer plays it perfectly, but it somehow goes through his hands. Come on, bro. This quarterback needs to be punished for throwing that. And he's just chucking it up here. How can this dude get so lucky? So you just never know what might happen here. Dude is once again going to go to Stringers, man. I don't know why he's throwing that. That's way short of the sticks. So time coming off the clock. We got third down. This time, dude throws a strike over the middle though, and A&M's within 3. Thankfully, we recover the onside kick, escape with a win. Stringer had the big pick six. Defense came up big today with those turnovers. So here we go, man. It is time for the big one. We're taking on Alabama and Avon Barksdale, and Stringer gets a chance to kill him on the first punt return, but gets stiff-armed in the face. Avon came to play today. The last time we played, Avon, of course, came up with a game-winning catch, and Stringer is pissed off after that first play. This is definitely going to be an interesting game, man. I'm honestly surprised Alabama's ranked so low at 8-1, especially since Bryce Young found another year of eligibility to come back and play, and somehow dude is wide open there for an easy game. So Bama driving it out the gates. We're gonna have to find something here, but we get dotted up. Not a good start for us, man. Offense at least able to get 3, but it seems like today is gonna be a struggle. This game could of course very well decide the SEC West, and we've got to find a way to deal with this run game. We'll see if Bama goes anywhere near Stringer today. Dude's just gonna chuck it up here, and that'll be an easy pick for our safety. There we go. Offense unfortunately not able to do anything with that. Stringer has to find a way to create a play here soon. I should note, man, Stringer only has 9 interceptions on the year. I say only because he had double that number last year, but teams have been staying away from him, which has opened up more opportunities for his teammates. Quad Wilson coming down with one there. And offense at least able to muster another 3, and Stringer trying to force a fumble right now. 5 tackles for our guy already in the first half, and I don't know how these dudes are getting this wide open, man. This is going to be a 30+ yard game, and we can't be giving up a touchdown before halftime. Quarterback taking off here, and Stringer coming up with a big hit. Sadly doesn't get credited for the sack, but we'll have a 3rd and 10 here. The tied on the edge of field goal range, and Stringer trying to bait something up. Instead, dude throws an absolute dot. We'll see if this goal line defense has some magic in them, but sadly Bama is able to punch it in pretty easy. We're really going to need offense to start waking up soon. This defense has already really done its job, but when we get turnovers, we need them to turn into touchdowns. That's why Stringer is so good. On around 50% of the interceptions he does catch, he takes it to the crib, as Avon getting his first catch of the day down the sideline there. That's a big one. This defense is starting to wear down just a little bit. And dude going with a bomb here. I don't know where our safety is going, man. Just step up and make the pick. We might just be screwed if the Tide get a touchdown here. They go speed option, pitching it out. Stringer's the only one who can make a tackle, and he does. So a huge 3rd and goal. Bama is just going to run it again, and Stringer tries to come up with the big hit, but gets stiff-armed. We do not get the score that we desperately needed from offense. It is going to have to be defense making a play today, as Stringer gets another crack on Avon, able to hit him this time. This is the drive where we need Stringer to catch a pick. Trying to bait everything up, and I thought that was coming to him. Instead, it gets to the comeback. We do have a 3rd down here. Stop would be big, and Bama just going to run it. Stringer does get the big hit to stop him short. Hopefully that can give our offense some juice. Sadly, it does not. We are just having no luck whatsoever right now. And at this point, Bama's just going to be able to run it down our throats. Avon really hasn't even had to do that much today. And Bama actually went with a screen here, dude. The one time I wasn't expecting it. And we're not even going to get the tackle. That's going to turn into a huge game. They really served us up a pick 6 on a silver platter, and we missed it. Those are the plays we got to make if we want to win a national championship. And Bama going to get into field goal range. This is not looking good going into the 4th. At this point, we just got to hope for something crazy, but it is just not going to happen for us today. And Bama is just going to kneel it out. They look like the better team by far today. And Stringer just couldn't come up with that critical pick today. Had 15 tackles. And Stringer has sadly fallen off of the Heisman watch. We'll see if he can get back on a next episode. All right, y'all. So first up today, we got what should be a tune-up game against Troy. I'm hoping Stringer can get back on track with the interception stats today. And this is a pretty good start. Dude throws the corner route, and Stringer is all over that, hopping up to get it, and we will, of course, take this to the crib. A beautiful way to start out this game. Now, I'm hoping there's more where that came from. Stringer picking up some tackles as well. And Troy has been surprisingly run heavy so far, as our offense still has not scored a single point, and they're breaking off a big play here. So we'll see if this game gets interesting, man. Troy is 6-1, so you never know. And on this play, Stringer's actually coming on a blitz, gets to the quarterback quick, but somehow that's a completion anyways. So Troy is going to have a chance to tie it up before halftime, and they will do so easily. Thankfully, offense is finally able to at least get 6, and Troy going with a screen here, didn't see it quite soon enough, but we get the tackle in the backfield. Would have been a great chance to extend this lead, and it looks like we're going to go into halftime 13-7. So a potential upset alert here in Death Valley. This quarterback's just taking off. Stringer trying to strip the ball away, but can't. I really thought after we opened it up with an interception that this was going to be a blowout, as Troy running the ball here, and the running back is going to fumble. We're able to fall on it. That might be the big play we needed. All right, so offense makes it a 2-score lead, and apart from that one drive, defense has been really solid. But here we got a big time 3rd and 8, and Troy is just going to run it. Very lame call, and their lack of aggressiveness ends up costing them. You're looking pretty good at this point in the game, and Stringer laying down a massive hit there. I still consider this a lackluster performance though. The way we started, I thought we were going to have a crazy pick day, and I'm still waiting on that forced fumble. Despite the fact that they're down by 19, Troy has just continued to run it, and when they do pass it, their quarterback's just been dumping it off. I'm waiting for them to try that halfback screen again, and we almost get the sack there. I think I might have said we were up 19 earlier. I don't know where my math was coming from. We're really only up by 2 scores, but Stringer will put a stop to any hopes for Troy here, finally getting his 2nd pick on the slant, and once again, no one will be anywhere near him. He will strut into the end zone. Good to see another multi-pick performance from our guy, and I'm hoping we can pile on the points here a little bit. Gotta make this one look good for the polls, and Troy is gonna go for one last 4th down before we get out of here. That play call pretty much sums up this game as they just dump it off to the drag. So we're gonna come away from that with a pretty easy win, as Stringer had a nice respectable 2-pick performance. Sadly, Stringer's still not on the Heisman watch, as his numbers have had a definite drop off this season, whereas Avon's have skyrocketed. He's one of the best receivers in the country. Next up, we are back in SEC play taking on Ole Miss, and Stringer starts this out with a big hit. Stringer notably had, I think, 3 pick sixes against these boys last year, and why not get things going with another one? They're trying the screen, but somehow I just totally mistimed that. I ended up getting a weird animation, and now they got Stringer out here on the punt return, picking up a free tackle, because why not? And if we get another chance at a pick, we cannot botch it, as Jackson Dart makes an absolutely crazy throw on 3rd down, and this one is going back the other way. Our boy takes it to the crib. Some of the dudes around Stringer on this defense have been stepping up. It's taken some of the pressure off him for sure, and he comes up with the big hit there, celebrating with his boys. I'm gonna need that pick real soon though. Ole Miss has been running an annoying offense, and an absolutely ridiculous hit from Stringer there, one of his best ever. He sends Jackson Dart into the turf. So Ole Miss will have a 3rd and super long. Dart's just chucking it again, absolutely nothing doing. And we were looking pretty good in this one. The Rebels have not been impressive at all, as they try to go with a halfback angle there. Stringer reading that to perfection and getting the pick. And as Stringer's career has gone on, he's gotten more and more ridiculous picks. I can't understand how this man is not on the Heisman watch. Almost comes up with another one there, as we are just completely in control of this game. Definitely keeping the LSU Tigers in contention for the playoff picture, and Stringer has been coming downhill on these hits today. I want another pick, man. Sadly, on 3rd and 4, he's just going to dump it off, as we've only given up 69 yards of total offense. Stringer continuing the headhunt, and this time he comes up with that forced fumble we've been waiting for. 2nd turnover on the day for number 7, and this has turned into a total blowout. Ole Miss trying to get it into Stringer's zone there, but he lays down a big hit to stop dude short. Never has there been a tackler in college football like this. Stringer has definitely established himself as the favorite to be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft, and he is going to get another pick there. This time he sniffs out the screen route perfectly, and he will take this to the crib, of course. Let's go. We are absolutely housing the Rebels today. Lane Kiffin's game plan has been nothing short of atrocious, and Jackson Dart has just been putrid. This is actually probably the biggest blowout of Stringer's career. He almost got another pick 6 served up there, and I'm really feeling like we got a 3rd in us today, but sadly coach is gonna take us out. It was an absolutely beautiful game though. Stringer with 2 picks and a forced fumble. So with a couple weeks left in the season, we are clinging on to this college football playoff spot, and we're gonna have to avoid trap games like this one one against Auburn today. This team might be 3-7, but they still have the talent to beat us for sure. And we got a big 3rd and 8 here. Auburn just going with the curl route. Oh my god, man. That might be the cleanest pick of Stringer's career. One of the cleanest picks I have ever seen on this channel, and he is going to take that to the crib. Put this man on the Heisman watch, please. Look at this, bro. I read it just a second late, but Stringer absolute full extension. That is not a linebacker. And this stadium has been silenced after a nice start for the Auburn offense. It's just a second late on picking off that screen too. We're gonna have a 3rd and 10. Auburn trying some slants, you idiot. That'll be an easy pick for Stringer and an easy touchdown. We are starting out this game right. All right, man. Looks like number 7 is back to prime form. He's catching his picks. He's a tackling machine, and we are looking for our 2nd straight SEC blowout. I am not sure how this running back did not fumble the ball. Look at him just get lifted off his feet. Stringer is looking to add to his impressive injuries caused stats on the season, and hopefully will force a fumble in the process. Tigers are going 5 wide on 3rd down, and this running back's motioning over. I want to jump the screen, but it looks like a fake, and dude just absolutely sails the open receiver. We have raced out to a 21-point lead thanks to Stringer. Auburn's quarterback ends the first half 1 for 6 with 2 interceptions, and it would be hard to argue that we don't look like one of the 12 best teams in the country right now. Look at these hits from Stringer, bro. He is just launching himself at these guys. I honestly think you could possibly consider that targeting. Normally Stringer's a clean hitter, but he definitely got a little bit of crown there. It's good to see that these SEC refs still like good old-fashioned football, and somehow the running back gets loose with that stupid jump move. Stringer is able to track him down, but I would like to preserve this shutout right here. All right, so we got a 3rd down here, and I don't know what this quarterback is doing. This is genuinely one of the worst quarterback performances I've ever seen. Picks are one thing, but this man has just not been able to throw the ball straight, and that should have been another one right there. This man has got to be destined to throw our boy another pick. And ooh, I thought we had one there. We're able to knock the ball loose. One thing I don't believe Stringer has in his career is a really crazy tip drill pick, and it looks like coach is going to take us off the field. Another shutout SEC blowout, and that one-handed pick from Stringer truly was crazy. Ended up with 2 picks on the day, and in terms of pure uselessness, this is one of the worst quarterback stat lines I've ever seen. Dude also had negative 21 yards rushing. After that win, we are rightfully up to number 9 in the college football playoff rankings, as we are shockingly ranked above Alabama, who blew us out basically. All right, so regular season fine now. We're taking on Arkansas, who's had an absolutely putrid season. And there we go. Sanders is injured. I think that's like the 10th injury Stringer's caused in his career. Truly a proud stat for a middle linebacker to have. And Sanders is still on the field somehow. He is trying to knock him out again. That was crazy, bro. They had an injury timeout and he went right back on the field. Anyways, this Arkansas team is trash. It's all about the stats today, and we are really trying to kill this running back right now, genuinely. Stringer has just been playing angry in these last few games. He is literally going for the big hit on every single play right now. We definitely have not had any opportunities for picks today, but that'll change here. Arkansas running a screen, and you know we're all over that. We will, of course, take that to the bank as well. Stringer's 16th pick on the season, and we are on track for another SEC blowout. Something about this team changed after the Alabama game, and just a casual diving one-handed pick from Stringer. He has really gotten back on the interception train in this video, and tries to get another one on the halfback angle there. That should have been his. If we could get a 3rd pick before half, that'd be beautiful, because these dudes are literally going to run another screen. Like, what are you doing? 3 picks on the half, all of them cheap and easy, but we will take what we can get in this world. This has turned into an absurd half. 31 points, 7 tackles, and 3 picks already for number 7. This Arkansas offense has been completely impotent, and Stringer continues to lay it down on these poor players. It's only a matter of time before coach takes him out the game, and Stringer's teammate coming down with a pick there. You have forced another atrocious quarterback stat line today, continuing to rack up these tackles. I want that 4th pick though. For some reason, the Arkansas fans are really hyped up to be down 38-0. Look at this big boy hyping up the huddle. These guys are 2-9, man. They don't care. They're just out here having fun, throwing picks, and this LSU team really does look ready for the playoffs to me. This seems to be a totally different team than the one that took on Alabama a few weeks ago, and coach does finally take out Stringer. Calm little 3 interceptions on the day. So time to see if we make the conference championship game. I think we need Alabama to lose, and it looks like they did. We will be taking on Georgia. All right, boys, so here we go. SEC championship game against Georgia. Beat us in this game last year, but this year we are starting off great. Stringer gets the pick on the screen and will take it to the crib. 2-score lead in the first minute of the game. I was not expecting to start off like that against this team, and if we got a forced fumble there, that would have been crazy. Things get real dangerous when we get the momentum like this, and Stringer's manned up on the running back here. Beck is gonna try him on the wheel route. You idiot. We will take that to the bank for the 2nd time in the first quarter, and Stringer wants to win that 2nd straight Heisman, man. We have taken a 20 28-0 lead. This is reminiscent of what Georgia did to TCU in the national championship game. And if we keep this up, we should be getting a playoff bye. This is definitely not the team that lost to Louisiana Tech at the start of the season. And I don't know why dude keeps throwing the ball to Stringer, but we will take it. A monster day so far. Georgia's finally putting a drive together, but we got a third down. And they're just going with slants. They do finally score a touchdown. There's absolutely no way these dudes score 35 on this defense though. Becca's settled in, but the damage is already done. And there we go. They run the in route and Stringer snatches it out of the sky. His 4th pick on the half. This has potential to be his best game ever. And it comes on the biggest stage possible. Thought we were going to get us another one there. Gotta read those just a half second quicker, but we do not have any problem reading those in routes. A one-handed pick for Stringer for his 5th. And we have come to expect this. The best ball skills anybody's ever seen from a DB. I'm really excited to see Stringer dominate in the NFL. As his teammate coming up with a pick there. And we head to the 4th quarter. Not sure why these Georgia fans are so excited. I think if this was real life, a Georgia fan probably would have ran on the field and attacked Carson Beck. As Stringer laying the boom there on Kendall Milton. Only 3 tackles to stack up against the 5 interceptions on the day. And I thought that was about to be a 6. Stringer of course caught 7 interceptions against Kent State last year. And I'm really hoping we get another crack at Bama in the playoffs. I would love to see Stringer do this to Avon, and he makes an absolutely beautiful play here, forcing the pitch and recovering the fumble. I've almost never seen that animation. And coach is going to take us out of the game. We get a massive easy dub in the SEC championship game. And Stringer put up an absolutely absurd stat line. So we'll see if our boy found a way to win the Heisman Trophy. And he's not even on the watch after that performance, bro. A Georgia guy won. That is actually crazy. We'll still win every other award, of course. But 23 interceptions and we're not even on the watch? Add 17 touchdowns to that, and that is very confusing choice. So after the win, we did move into the top 4 of the playoff rankings. We'll be taking on Oregon State in the quarterfinals. So here we go. We got the Beavers in the Rose Bowl. This is a team who almost made a crazy comeback against us early in the season. So I'm not sure what to expect today, but I feel like it's going to be a tough game the way they're running it right now. This is a huge play early in this game. Gotta hold Oregon State to a field goal, and we're able to break up the pass. I should have picked that off. We end up blocking the field goal, and offense goes right down against this 99 overall defense to get a touchdown. That's what we like to see, and quarterback taking off. Stringer is on it. Definitely going to be hard to create turnovers against this offense. We got to take our opportunities when they come, and I'm hoping we can get a forced fumble. Stringer came to hit hard today. We're playing some man coverage on 3rd and 4, and that is just a stick play. We baited it up, and the quarterback misses the throw to the backside. This LSU team has just come together, man. Even against tough teams, we've been balling out these last few games. As that absolutely should have been a pick, man. Dude threw it right into triple coverage. All right, this quarterback's showing that he's mistake prone early on. Taking it on the read option there. Sit down. We'll have great field position if we can get a stop on 3rd and 6. And that throw is absolutely not going to do it. We take a 3-score lead into the 3rd, and Stringer's barely done anything. Our teammates have just been balling out today, and Wilson coming down with a pick. I've been very impressed with how our offense has played today. They normally don't score like this without getting turnovers, but our defense has just totally been shut down since that first drive. The switch flipped late in the season, and we have just been blowing out everybody. And I want to get Stringer a pick before it's all said and done. And on 2nd and inches, we'll see if he gets a shot. They're going with a drag play, and Stringer reads it beautifully, diving for the one-handed interception. Now I'm feeling satisfied about this game, but we're not done yet. Why not add a safety? That game was dominance on a level I could not have expected. Quiet day for Stringer, but his team balled out. So we'll be taking on Baylor in the semifinals. So in between us and the national championship game is the #1 seed Baylor. Stringer and the boys took a crushing upset loss in this game last year. So a chance for redemption today, but it is not going to be easy against this team. I'm pretty confident that we'll get the dub as long as we played how we've been playing. And Stringer already causing an injury. This man has got to have set an NCAA record for injuries caused, for real. I cannot imagine how terrifying it would be to play this man as a running back, and he almost gets a pick there. That would have been a crazy way to start this out. Baylor keeps the drive moving with a 3rd down conversion. This is definitely a different look than most of the offenses we played. As the running back punches our dude in the face, Stringer will punish him for that. Sit down. We'll have another 3rd down here as Baylor's right on the edge of field goal range, but that might have just pushed him out of it. Interesting play call as the Bears are going to try the long field goal. Stringer trying to block it, and this is going to fall short. So a big stand from our D. Offense unfortunately not able to do anything, and this is looking like a dogfight going into the 2nd. Definitely not the same vibe as these last couple of games, but we thankfully are going to get a stop on 3rd down touchdown thanks to a phantom tackle. Richard Reese just falling to the ground. And offense able to get 3. We will take that in this kind of game. But I have a feeling we're not going to be able to stop this Baylor offense forever, and Reese gets a huge play there. Feels like we're in need of a Stringer Bell pick soon, but with the way these guys have been playing, we really haven't gotten a lot of chances. This is an interesting play here. They're going to throw it up to the curl, and we almost got in there, but somehow this is going to be a completion and a first down. That is pretty unfortunate right there. It looks like the Bears are trying to take this just about all the way to halftime, and we could be in a little bit of trouble if we give up a touchdown. But Stringer getting tried here, and man, I thought that was a pick all the way. Very rare that Stringer gets beat in man coverage like that. We'll see what happens here on 3rd and 4. Looks like they're going with a flood concept, and once again, Stringer getting toasted, trying to bait that up just a little bit too much. Baylor is going to pass it on 2nd and goal, and man, I thought we had it. Somehow that's not a touchdown. That would have been a pretty great way to make up for those bad plays. But Baylor gonna get into the end zone. Our offense has been shut down today. We need turnovers now. This 3rd down might be a good opportunity, but Baylor just gonna go with a draw. Come on, man. All right, offense, we need you here. We need you, and they deliver. Let's go. We have a nail biter late in the 3rd quarter. Gotta find a way to keep making things happen, and Reese is gonna break off a big run there. We couldn't make the tackle initially, but track him down. Definitely has not been Stringer's finest game. And they're just loving these draw plays. That is gonna make it 3rd and semi-manageable. We absolutely cannot give up a big gain here. And they're just going with verticals. We were on that, but nobody else is. How does this happen, bro? Come on. All right, it is coming down to the wire. Thankfully, Stringer's teammates playing the run exceptionally well right now. But I gotta say, I kind of have a bad feeling at this point in the game. Stringer is able to get the big hit there. Would have loved to see a forced fumble come out. And going into the 4th quarter, we'll have yet another 3rd and very long. We'll see what the Bears decide to go with here. That just looks like curls, and they try. Stringer, you idiot, bro. Why would you go to him on that play? What the hell kind of a play call is that? We will take it, though. An absolutely beautiful pick from number 7. But offense punts it right back. We're going to have to do things the hard way. All we need is one Stringer Bell pick 6 and this game is over. We've seen it so many times. But Baylor dotting us up on 3rd down, continuing to move the ball. And things are going to get scary here real quick. The Bears are slowly but surely wearing down this defense. Definitely getting into field goal range with that play. We are once again going to have to find a way. As they go read option there, and Stringer bit on the running back. We really haven't seen that look too much today. So this is it. Gotta come up with a goal line stand. And thankfully we get another false start there. We've at least got a chance to make something happen. They're just going with a run up the middle, and we are on it, thankfully. This is pretty nerve-wracking, man. A loss ends Stringer's college career, but Baylor, I thought, was going with a screen there. Instead, they go to the corner route and get it. Our cornerback almost made a play, and we might just be screwed. Aiden Daniels, we desperately need you to cook right now. What the hell is that play call, coach? I really don't think we have this in us. Our offense just has not been good today, but Daniels throwing a strike there. We got to go for this, right? No, bro. Coach is going to punt it. Are you kidding me? I get that you have Stringer Bell on the team, but this is just a terrible decision the way they've been moving the ball. Stringer is able to lay down the hit there, but now it's going to come down to taking timeouts. I just do not see this working out for us. We are going to need a miracle. And he's going up the middle. Man, we just barely stop him short. Okay, 3rd and 1. Got to find a way to shoot a gap here. And they're going with the stretch play. Stringer is on it. Let's go. That's all we can do right there. Bro, defense had a false start penalty in the sim. Are you kidding me? I actually cannot believe that, man. We get cheated out of a final offensive series. We might have the chance to get it if we get a stop here, I guess. Baylor just gonna run the stretch play again. Gotta lay down a big hit. Stringer can't get to it. We'll just see what happens in the sim. And that's gonna do it, man. Baylor runs out the clock. Stringer's senior year ends in a heartbreak. He tried his best, but it just was not meant to be today. Stringer's not able to cap it off, but he had a great career at LSU. Not quite as good of a season this year, but 55 picks in 2 seasons as well. And he is a surefire pick in the NFL draft. Let me know in the comments where you think Stringer should go in the NFL. Peace. Stringer Bell just finished one of the greatest careers in college football history, catching almost 100 interceptions and racking up countless big hits throughout the years at Marshall and LSU. While he ultimately fell short of the national title he dreamed about, he's still primed to be the #1 overall pick in the NFL draft. Stringer had the greatest NFL combine ever seen, leading all players in nearly every category, and he was picked 1st overall by the Las Vegas Raiders. He'll be playing alongside legendary safety Ziggy Sabatka, who is finishing out the late years of a decorated career. His former teammate Avon Barksdale, on the other hand, got picked up by the Chiefs with the number 5 pick as the top wide receiver prospect in the draft. The two are primed for a career-spanning rivalry, and we'll see who can win a Super Bowl first. So here we go, man. The first game of Stringer's NFL career, and he gets trucked on his first play. Definitely not something we ever saw happen to Stringer in college. And the Broncos start this out with a touchdown. A little bit of a welcome to the NFL moment for Stringer, but given another chance, he gets the better of Williams. And I'm hoping for a chance at a pick soon. Broncos haven't been passing the ball, but they dump it off here, and Stringer tracks dude down. A couple of strong tackles there after a tough start. And on third down, Stringer gets the pass breakup, laying big hits left and right. His offense is finally able to go down and get a touchdown. The Broncos are looking to strike right back here. Gonna have to try to come up with a goal line stop, and Stringer getting tried on the running back route, laying him down. We got a big third down here. Stringer tasked with being the quarterback spy, but he might have a chance at a pick, and there it is, the first pick of Stringer Bell's career. Maybe he shouldn't have taken it out of the end zone, but that is huge. We see the advantage of the height there. And we head to the second half with a lead, but Denver with a strong run here. Stringer has to track down the running back. His tackling has been really solid since that first play. I was worried it would be a harder transition to the NFL. He's been picking up right where he left off in college, and we're able to come up with a pick there. That's Robertson's second on the day. Haven't even called Ziggy Sabaka's name yet, and this defense is looking great. But unfortunately, offense goes ahead and turns the ball over. As Stringer gets tried there, tries to knock the ball loose, but can't. That's one that he probably jumps in college. All good though, just got to get a stop on this third down. And Russell Wilson dumping it off, but that's going to be short of the sticks. A nice tackle there. As Robertson's having a great game so far. But the Broncos going to go for it on 4th and 2. And they're just going to run it up the middle. I thought we had him stopped short, but I guess not. All right, so ballsy call from the Broncos. And this time we got 3rd and 4. We'll see what the Broncos try here. Wilson's going to roll out, and I did not see that guy going into Stringer's zone. That is a big mistake. So the Broncos are going to take a 4-point lead. Coach not happy with Stringer after that one. As our offense continues to struggle, some kind of momentum swinging play here, and Stringer's just a little bit under that slant. That would have been a huge pick. And hopefully the Broncos put it in the air again on 3rd down. And they do, but they just throw it to the curl route. They pick up the first. And now they're in chew clock mode. But still throwing the ball, interesting enough. And Stringer gets tried. It's his second pick of the day at the biggest moment. Let's go. This has turned out to be an excellent first game from Stringer. Played that slant absolutely beautifully. And we need offense to just do one thing for us. Come on, man. They are able to get a touchdown. Let's go. So just got to keep everything in front of us for 42 seconds. Stringer coming on the pass rush here and able to get in to affect Wilson. He'll just have to take off and is short of the first. So another impact play from number 7. On 4th and 1, Broncos are just going to run it and they'll pick it up, but that takes a lot of time off the clock. All right, so Broncos will have to go with a Hail Mary. And Russell Wilson's just going to chuck it up to the corner. Time is going to expire and this one gets swatted away. And Stringer with 2 picks in his first game. Definitely an impressive performance from our boy. He led the team in tackles as well. And we barely heard a peep out of Ziggy Sabaka today. So after an incredibly successful week 1 performance, Stringer is taking on Josh Allen and the Bills. And he is getting tried right out the gates on 3rd down, coming down with the pick. I don't know why Josh Allen thought he could get that over Stringer. That is as easy as it gets. And 3 picks on the season already. Let's go. So about as good of a start as we could have asked for there. And on 2nd and 20, Stringer getting tried again. This time can't make a play. Short memory though, we got a 3rd and long. Stringer playing quarterback spy here. But Allen's gonna throw it to the other side deep, and that is a long completion to dig. This Bills offense has not had a whole lot of trouble moving the ball on us, as they're gonna pick up this first down, but Stringer laying down a hit on Cook. We'll see if we can make some magic on the goal line. Stringer's been pretty good at that so far. I thought we might have had a shot at that. It's gonna be 3rd and goal. All right, big time play early in this game. And Stringer plays his zone well. Allen taken off, and Stringer is on it, but he breaks out of that tackle. Dang, bro. We just didn't have a great angle on that. And normally Stringer reads those QB scrambles just a little bit sooner. Offense is at least able to get 3, but we cannot give up anything before halftime here. And Stringer way overcommits to that running back route. This is going to turn into a big game. And that is sadly going to cost his team 3 points. And coming out of halftime, offense instantly turns it over. On 2nd and 10, looks like Stringer is getting tried, but that'll go out of the back of the end zone. I was baiting that up very, very heavily. And we're able to get the sack on 3rd down. But with the way offense is playing, 10-point lead feels like a lot. But finally they get 6 for us. Let's go. And they got Stringer coming on a pass rush here. He's not able to get in there, but Robertson coming up with a pick. He and Stringer both have 3 picks through 2 games. And offense gets another touchdown. Just like that, we're in the lead. And on the slant play, Stringer almost gets the pick. Can't quite reach for it. Just got to make sure we keep these guys out of the end zone. And on 3rd down, we do tackle him short. So this play may very well be the game. Stringer's got the middle zone, but they just run it. Dang, bro. The drive continues. Stringer coming on the blitz again, but that's a dot from Allen. And now this is starting to look dangerous. Allen is cutting up this man coverage right now. So with a minute left, the Raiders have their backs against the wall. And Allen with all day here, but finally he goes down in the backfield. That's a big play. All right, 3rd and 11. Let's see what we got. Allen chucking it to the outside, and a beautiful play from Hobbs to swat it. And here we go. 4th and 11. Stringer is coming on the blitz, and he's not quite able to get there. Allen throws it deep, and the Bills get it down to the 1. You gotta be kidding me, man. The blitz did not work as intended. Bills take the lead. A crushing loss in week 2. As Stringer played well, but just couldn't make that big play in the second half. So so next up we got Kenny Pickett and the Steelers. Stringer getting shrugged off by the running back on the first play. I'm really hoping to pick up some turnovers today, and we might have one here. Pickett tries the corner route, but it goes over Stringer's head. Dang it, bro. Would have been a beautiful way to start this thing out. And unfortunately, offense goes ahead and turns it over. But our defense has been really good in these situations. Stringer picking up his first tackle there. And the Steelers gonna have a 3rd and long here. Stringer is coming on the blitz, but can't get in, and Pickett throws a dime. Stringer is definitely not a pass rusher. I should have changed the play call, and Pittsburgh gonna get into the end zone here. Offense at least able to get 3, but we gotta be better than that. And Stringer's getting tried again here deep on the corner route. He is step for step, but can't make a play. I thought we had that bag for sure. I just could not get an animation there. Maybe I should have LB'd it. And now the Steelers have a chance to make this a 2-score lead. Stringer gets blocked, and they get it into the end zone once again. Stringer has to do a better job of leading this defense. 14 points in the first half is not acceptable. We're able to get a nice sack there. Hopefully on 3rd and long, we'll have a chance to force a turnover. The Steelers are just going to try to run it, and that almost looked dangerous. Thankfully, our offense is actually having a pretty good day today. So we'll head into halftime down by just 1. And they go ahead and get another touchdown coming out the half. Today it's defense who's got to start pulling its weight. After missing that pick early on, Stringer's had a very quiet day, and Pittsburgh continues to drive the ball steady. We need a goal line stop, and we do stop them short on 3rd and inches. So this play might be the game. 4th down, and the Steelers are running it to the outside. Stringer flies in to make the tackle. Let's go. An absolutely huge play under the lights. The offense unable to do a whole lot. Defense is still going to have to win this game, and our dude makes a diving attempt at that, but that's going to be a huge game for the Steelers. Kenny Pickett has been dotting us up, but thankfully we're able to get the pass breakup on 2nd down. These next 2 downs will be huge, and the Steelers just gonna run it. Stringer gets blocked and spun out of his shoes. So it'll be up to the goal line defense as time takes under 2 minutes. We're gonna need something crazy to happen there, and the Steelers just run it up the middle for an easy touch. Now we're gonna need offense to do something, or maybe not. Stringer picks that out of the sky. He needs to take this to the crib to take the lead, but he can't. And since it was on the 2 point, we're not even gonna get credited with the pick. And that's gonna do it, man. Offense cannot score. And if the camera didn't switch up, we really might have taken that back. Stringer didn't have his best game, but he still led the team in tackles. After a couple of close losses, we really need this win against the Chargers. And this is a good start. Stringer's teammate gets the pick. That's Jones. Unfortunately, offense not able to do anything with it. And Stringer got a chance at a pick there. Couldn't quite step in front of it. I like that Herbert's trying us early on. On 3rd down, Stringer's manned up, guards the zig pretty well, but Herbert is gonna chuck it deep for a big gain. This defense continues to be pretty inconsistent. A Stringer coming on the blitz here and flies in for the sack, the first of his NFL career. That is very good to see, but Herbert continues to dot us up, picking up the 3rd and super long. We head into the 2nd quarter knotted at 0. And defense has got to find a way here. I thought we had that slant sniffed out, but once again, just a half second late. Stringer has not been dominating these games like he expected to so far, and our man coverage has just been shaky today. The Chargers are threatening to take a 2-score lead, and we really cannot lose this game at this point in the season. But Herbert's gonna throw it right to Stringer there. He lurks it up on the slant, and he is gonna have a chance to return this. He will take it all the way out to the 40 on his first pick of the day. An absolutely massive goal line play. Stringer was not going to miss that again. He reads it perfectly. An offense at least able to get 3. The way the Chargers have been moving the ball, that might not be good enough. Would love to see Stringer make another play here and really make his mark on this game. But Herbert goes to the other side, and the Chargers score again. We might be in some serious trouble today despite some nice plays from Stringer. Feels like we need a pick 6 to win this thing. A touchdown here would pretty much end the game as Stringer's laying down big hits trying to make something happen. And he has honestly had a really good day today. But we need these hits to be forced fumbles. Alright, this is a critical 3rd and 2. Looking for something over the middle. Herbert goes to the other side. And the frustrations continue. All it takes is one play to totally flip this game around. And I thought we had that zig played perfectly, but Herbert just staying away from Stringer. It is not looking good going into the 4th. We're gonna need some serious Stringer Bell magic. He continues to tackle very well today, but if we don't get a turnover here, the Chargers pretty much have this bag. Thankfully, Herbert makes a terrible decision throwing it right to Love. I don't know what he was doing, and offense has got to show something here. Unfortunately, they do absolutely nothing. It is just really not their day today, and I feel like defense has done its job. We've gotten 3 turnovers. Stringer trying to cause a 4th. The time is running down. We've got to sell out for the run here, and that is a very clever play action pass pass. This is going to turn into a huge play, and the Chargers will score a killer touchdown. That game was ridiculously frustrating as our offense was totally miserable. 37% completion percentage, dude. Stringer balled out, but it was not enough for this team. We have hardly heard a peep out of Ziggy Sabaka, who's supposed to be the best safety in the league. It seems like Ziggy's NFL career did not live up to that of his dad. If we do not win this game against the Packers today, our season might as well be over. And the Packers threatening to score already, but we do get a nice tackle for loss on second down. I don't know why they went toss there. So hopefully we can find a way to get a stop. And Jordan Love taking off, just dumps it to his tight end. I don't know what the hell that was. But we will take what we can get, holding the Packers to 3 after a very long drive. An offense not able to score, but pins the Packers inside their own 5. Gotta find a way to take advantage of this situation. It would be a great time for a Stringer Bell pick. On 3rd and inches, Pack just run it. That's way too easy, bro. Should have sent a little bit more of a blitz there. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing with play calling right now. And we've gotten so many hit sticks. I'm still waiting on that forced fumble. As we're sending a free safety blitz on 3rd down, Ziggy Sabaka able to get in there, playing the guitar after the sack. Love to see Ziggy finally make an impact. Offense able to get 3, but man, those boys have not sniffed a touchdown in a minute. This defense is not going to hold forever. I am praying that in the offseason we can get a better quarterback for this team. And Stringer just totally whiffing on the tackle there. That was embarrassing. Hopefully we can make it up on this 3rd and 10. But Jordan Love throwing an absolute strike to Watson for the touchdown. It is heavily unfortunate that Stringer landed in such a miserable offensive team. Feels like this is the fate of every defensive player on this channel. This team is close to being a bottom feeder after a great start, but I don't know what the hell is going on. That snap went like a mile over Jordan Love's head, and we are gonna pick this up for a big turnover. That was absolutely bizarre. Not sure if that was a glitch or what, and offense doesn't even get a touchdown out of it. We head to the 4th quarter trailing by 4 and not looking so hot, and Jordan Love continues to dime us up. We already got our miracle today, but we're gonna need another one. Packers are just trying to run down the clock at this point, and this 3rd and 7 is gonna be the game. Stringer gets tried and reaches out for it, but cannot make a play. That is brutal. Our boy pretty much never got beat in coverage in college, so that one has gotta hurt extra badly. We are gonna get one more crack at this here on 3rd and 8, and Love had a wide open receiver but misses the throw. Alright, we hold the Packers to a field goal. We need just 1 touchdown from offense, but of course we cannot get it. We will take a 4th straight loss, and we are gonna need a real turnaround from this team. We want to save this season. First up today, we're taking on the Lions, and offense actually went down and got 7 to start this out. Not exactly something you see every day from this Raiders team, and Stringer getting his first pick on the halfback wheel route. Let's take this to the crib, man. We just gotta beat Goff, and Stringer will go all the way strutting into the end zone. That is exactly how I wanted to start out this game, and for once we've actually got a big lead. A multi-pick performance would make me very happy, but Stringer is absolutely cooked on this play, man. They came up with the absolute perfect play call for us, and that is going to the bank. So Stringer's touchdown is erased by a rare mistake in coverage. That one hurts, I'm not gonna lie. Gotta be a little bit more careful than that when we're in man coverage. We're gonna have to make up for that play on this drive. I'm hoping for another target here on 3rd down. The Stringer's matched up with the tight end, but Goff finds the curl route, and Ziggy Sabaka gonna have to make the tackle. Just got to avoid giving up anything stupid before half. Unfortunately, the Lions are putting a quick drive together. Stringer's man gets targeted there, but it gets knocked out anyways. So 3rd and 10, gotta hold these kids to a long field goal. And I was trying to bait up that curl route. Goff's just gonna throw it out of bounds. Detroit hanging around in this one despite our good start though. I want that pick number 2 in the second half. I wouldn't mind getting a forced fumble either. One thing Stringer has stayed consistent with in the NFL is going for the big hit pretty much every time. We need to stop here bad. Lions score a touchdown, and this is a totally new game. Drop there is helpful. Coach has actually got Stringer coming on a blitz here. We'll see how this works out. He unfortunately does not get anywhere, and Goff throws a dot downfield for the first. Not sure why Coach decided to take Stringer out of pass coverage on 3rd down, and now the Lions are really cooking something up. If we lose this game, this season might well be over, and I was not expecting play action. That's just too easy. And offense has of course gone quiet after a good start, while defense continues to get torched, and this looks like it's going to be another huge gain, getting the Lions down to the 12. It has been an almost impressive defensive collapse. Nice little dive tackle from Stringer there though. I should probably start utilizing the dive tackle just a little bit more. We gotta do a little bit of a better job in run defense, and this is a gigantic 3rd and 4. We'll see what the Lions rock with here. We're in man coverage, and Goff throws the slant, a lucky drop. We've gotten a a couple of nice little drops today. The Lions are going to take the lead anyways. This is where we really need something from offense. Thankfully, they answer the call, even getting a nice 7 for us. But this defense has been shaky. We got to come up with stops. Lions have moved the ball on us more consistently than I would like, but we continue to get lucky on these drops and missed throws. This third down might well decide the game, as Stringer covers up Laporta on the in route, but that looked like a halfback screen. Shifty play call from the Lions to pick up the easy first down. And just like that, we are on the ropes. I'm ticking down under a minute. It would really be killer to take another heartbreaker, and Goff's got all day in the pocket here. We'll see what he decides to do, improvising and almost throwing a pick to 41. Lions probably going to have about 2 more chances at it. As we're staying with this zone coverage, Goff finds the soft spot, and there will be 4 seconds left on the clock. All right, man, 3rd and goal. This is it. Goff is looking over the middle, and Stringer knocks it out, but there is a second left on the clock. Okay, here we go. Stringer cover in the middle again, but instead Goff goes to the corner, and that is a game-winning touchdown. The miserable season continues. That one hurts bad. Stringer definitely had his ups and downs today. 9 total tackles and a pick 6, but gave up some big plays in pass coverage. At this point in the season, we're going to have to put together a pretty impressive win streak to make the playoffs. And we'll be taking on Saquon Barkley and the Giants today. It'll be an interesting matchup for Stringer, and he gets the tackle on Barkley, forcing a fumble, and we pick it up. Offense punches it in, so an excellent start. But as we saw last game, a good start can flip on its head pretty quick, and Barkley's going to be running angry after that fumble. Need some good hard red zone defense right about now, and that's a nice little coverage sack for Jenkins. All right, big time 3rd down. We're going man coverage here, and once again we get pressure. This time it's Crosby with the sack, and defense able to stand up tall to hold these boys to 3, and offense having another pretty good game. A Stringer just a second late on that pick. Gotta close out this second half right, and Jones is trying Stringer. He dives to try to make a play but can't. At least we're able to get a tackle and keep the clock moving, and defense is having a much better day so far. All we got to do is cling to this 11-point lead, but this Giants offense finally starting to get rolling. They actually haven't been quite as run heavy as I maybe expected, but the QB keeper here absolutely scorches us. And of course this game is going to find a way to come down to the wire. This is actually a really big 2-point conversion here, and that is just too easy for Daniel Jones. Unfortunately, offense turns it over inside the 10. We really need to come up with some goal line defense here. We'll see what we got. 3rd and goal, and they're just trying the curl. Stringer gets a paw in there and knocks it out. Let's go. Would have been a pick if I saw it just a half second earlier, but that is a big win from this defense. And offense redeems themselves by going down and getting a nice 7, and that absolutely should have been a pick. Stringer is still looking for his first of the day, and his teammate gets one there. I don't know what the hell Daniel Jones was doing, but just like that, we're in really good shape, and it looks like we might actually find a way to get a win today, as Daniel Jones just taking off. Stringer has a chance at a sack, but he throws it out of bounds. Was hoping for a nice little freebie there. The Giants are actually going to run it. Sit down, Saquon. We thankfully finally get a win. That puts us at a 3-6 record. Okay, so now we got Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. This should be an interesting matchup for Stringer. Looks like he's bringing that same hard-hitting mentality to this game, as Rodgers is taking off here. Stringer had a chance to kill him, but he slides down. All right, so a nice start from our defense. I'm really not expecting a great deal from our offense today, and I'm really hoping Stringer can stay on the turnover train with a pick today, but the Jets have gone really run heavy so far. Just waiting for Aaron Rodgers to try our boy. Also waiting for this halfback to cough up the ball. I actually think it is really shocking that Stringer doesn't have more forced fumbles on the season, because he is probably the hardest hitter in the NFL right now, and offense continues a nice trend of actually scoring some points, and Stringer continues his trend of laying people out. Still haven't quite gotten a chance at that first pick, as Rodgers has been avoiding Stringer at all costs, including throwing an interception to his teammate. How about Stringer getting a nice little pancake block in there for his boy? I've been running a little bit more zone coverage, and it seems to be working better, but it does lead to those easy dump offs for Aaron Rodgers. Jets really need to score quick right here, and we get a nice little coverage sack. Time just continues to tick off of this clock, and Rodgers continues to dink and dunk. We tick under 3 minutes here, clinging to this 11-point lead, and nice coverage over the middle by Stringer there, but Rodgers escapes the pocket again and just won't let us hit him. That'll just take more valuable time off the clock though, and Rodgers finally makes the mistake of trying Stringer. That one felt good, man. It had been a minute. That should pretty much bag this one up. We get our 4th win of the season, and it seems like this team has just a little bit of momentum. Stringer looked polished today, of course coming up with that game-sealing interception. Things aren't going to get easier though. Today we're taking on the Dolphins, and I'm a little bit worried about our defense in this one. Stringer getting targeted out the gate. And low-key, if I undercut that, I might have been able to get to it. A little run to the outside there. Stringer does a nice job of staying home and bottling that up. 2 tackles on the first 2 plays for our guy, but the Dolphins able to pick up that first. Gonna stick with a more zone-heavy approach today. I know these receivers would probably cook our man coverage, and with the zone, we're at least consistently getting them to 3rd downs, and they're going with the stretch again here. Stringer making a great tackle, and that's gonna stop him short of the first. Looks like coach is taking him off the field, and the Dolphins actually did punt that, as offense able to pin them back with bad field position. Hopefully we can come up with another 3rd down stop here, as Dolphins going with run again, and once again we stop a cane just inches short. Pretty good showing from this D so far. We are not going to be able to stop this Finns offense forever, but that should have been a pick. For some reason I couldn't get a reaction out of Stringer. That is frustrating. Would have been huge, and we can't even get a knockout there. This is a big play with the first half winding down. We'll see what they rock with here. Looks like a corner route, and number 35 is on it, but an absolutely insane catch to get the feet down. Dolphins take the lead, and offense unfortunately turns it over. Now the Dolphins are going to get a chance at another 3. They're sitting right at the edge of field goal range as they go with a halfback screen. Very smart play call, and now things are looking just a little bit rough. Offense continues to sputter. I think it's going to need to be a Stringer bell pick, and man, I thought we had that there. I didn't take quite the right angle at it. We've had a couple of chances today, but haven't been able to capitalize, and Stringer taking out his frustration on the running back. 7 solo tackles for Stringer on the day already, but somehow I lost the fastest player on the field there. Didn't even see that curl route developing at all. This is a potential season on the line moment right here. Defense needs to come up with something, and Stringer trying to lay down the big hit gets juked out of his shoes. So we head to the 4th quarter getting shut out. Only 70 total yards on the day for our offense. This 3rd and 3 will decide the game, but once again we lose Hill, and that is just a little bit too easy. Offense finally gets a touchdown, but at this point it is just too little too late. Stringer picking up his 9th tackle on the run up the middle. He's been trying to put the team on his back, but just hasn't come up with that big turnover, and Tua gets sacked and actually fumbles the ball there. That might have been a shot at something if we were just a little bit closer in this game. So we are going to take our 7th loss of the season. That was a pretty frustrating one. I thought offense had turned over a new leaf. So now we got the big one. We're taking on the Chiefs, who have Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and of course Avon Barksdale. Patrick Mahomes is having a monster season. Alright, so this is going to be interesting. Defense is going to have to play its best game of the season today. Realistically, to win this game, Stringer is going to have to go off, and the Chiefs are targeting Avon here. Stringer tries to knock it out and can't, but imagine that. Avon Barksdale is hurt on the play. Stringer knocks his former teammate out of the game. I guess that's not a bad start. Avon's a 99 overall, so him being out would be big, and Stringer clearly came to play today. We have had this one circled on the calendar for a while, and 3 tackles for our boy already. Crafty little run call from Casey there to pick up the first, though. They are slowly but surely marching down the field, and Stringer trying to get a paw in there. They've targeted him a couple of times already. 4 tackles in the first 3 minutes for Stringer, as Mahomes just dumps it off there on second. We'll have a 3rd and goal coming up. This drive has taken almost the entire half. We'll see how it ends. Mahomes rolling out and throwing to the corner. What a dime, bro. Not a super encouraging start there, but offense apparently actually came to play today after that tough game last week. It's defense that's going to have to step up. Mahomes has 100% completion percentage so far, and with all that confidence, you got to think that he's not scared to go at Stringer, but he really hasn't had to, man. The field has just been wide open. We really have not made Andy Reid dip into his bag of tricks so far, but Mahomes finally makes a mistake, and this one could be going back to the crib. Mahomes himself is going to have to chase down our guy. All right, so 10-point swing there. Now we've actually got the lead. Potential for a huge upset here in Vegas. But we got to stomp out this drive before halftime. Chiefs are sitting right at the edge of field goal range, and they continue to pass the ball in almost every play with no problem. I would be surprised to see Mahomes slip up like that again. And with 16 seconds left, they're actually going with a field goal since they have no timeouts. I'll take that as a win for this D. Going into the second half, we either need a Stringer pick or some continued success from offense. And Mahomes throws a back shoulder there. That could have easily been a pick for our outside corner. It's honestly a miracle we've held the Chiefs to 10 points. Mahomes has just been so good outside of that one bad play. And once again, Stringer and the boys find themselves with their backs to the wall. Nice tackle from Ziggy Sabaka to save the touchdown there. I should mention there, Ziggy Sabaka shockingly has 0 picks on the season. Seems like he's fallen off since his first couple of seasons, and the Chiefs of course get the touchdown at the corner. Offense was able to drive all the way down to the 8, but got stopped on 4th down. Now we're in do or die time, and we just gotta jump that sooner. I just can't read the field in Madden the same way I can in in the NCAA. I feel like I don't know the plays quite well enough. The Chiefs are just going to start running the ball here. Let me force a fumble one time, bro. Stringer's got a nice 7 tackles on the day, and this is pretty much going to be it on 3rd down. Chiefs are going to put the ball in Mahomes' hands, and he throws to the out to Avon. That'll be short of the sticks. The Chiefs are actually going to go for it. And once again, they're going to pass it. Mahomes does not disappoint. Only 3 incompletions on the day. And it looks like that is going to do it for this one. Another good game from Stringer, but without an interception or something, it just was not enough. And we are definitely going to need to win out at this point if we want to make the playoffs. After that killer loss, the season was looking pretty rough. The Raiders did get off to a good start against the Vikings, and Stringer was able to force a fumble in the 3rd quarter and recover it himself. And the Raiders were clinging on for dear life with just 4 seconds left, as the Vikings weren't able to convert a last-second touchdown. So at 5-8, Stringer was just barely keeping his team in the playoff picture, and the Raiders were struggling to stay in the game against the Chargers, but Stringer gave his team a chance with a 3rd down stop that offense unfortunately did not do anything with, and that pretty much closed the book on the Raiders' playoff hopes for the season. They ended up finishing with a 7-10 record, and Stringer had had what many considered to be a disappointing season, with 6 total interceptions, only 3 after his first 2 games, but he still was considered for Defensive Player of the Year, and even though he did win Rookie of the Year, he knows he can do much better next season. After winning the Heisman Trophy as a linebacker and pulling off the greatest NFL Combine performance ever seen, Stringer Bell was one of the most hyped up #1 picks of all time. Well, he did win Defensive Rookie of the Year after his first season with Las Vegas. The Raiders missed the playoffs, and many thought his first season was underwhelming. Most would consider 6 interceptions and leading the team in tackles a solid season for a rookie, but for the man that was catching 30 picks a season in college, it felt like an underachievement. With the Raiders roster getting even worse in the offseason, we'll see if Stringer can step up and carry his team to the playoffs, as I'll be playing the whole season in this video. Alright man, so here we go. First game of the season, and we're taking on the Chiefs. And that's Avon getting a reception on the first play. This will definitely be an interesting way to start the season. I was hoping to start out this game nice, but unfortunately the Chiefs have already put together a touchdown drive. And our offense doesn't seem to be a whole lot better than last year. Stringer's really going to have to be the one who makes a difference. And he has a chance on the slant here, but can't quite get his paws in there for that pick. I'm really expecting Stringer's pick numbers to make a big increase this year, but right now this defense is really not looking so hot, and we might be in trouble in this one. We just aren't going to win a lot of games if offense continues to give us pretty much nothing, and we have a whole lot to improve on if we want to make the playoffs this season. That was a pretty rough way to start the season. Stringer had a much more quiet game than I was hoping for. This next game against Cincinnati is not looking like it's going to be any easier, as Stringer once again is just inches away from a pick but can't quite get it. Thankfully, offense is actually balling out today, but our defense has been atrocious, man. We have not been able to stop the Bengals at all. Burrow's gonna find Chase in the back of the end zone for an easy touchdown on the slant pass. 21 points in the first half is absolutely unacceptable, as Burrow is an absurd 17 for 17 on the day, but he's finally going to make a mistake, and there it is, man. Stringer's first pick of the season, and that was incredibly satisfying. We needed it so bad. Offense gets a touchdown, and we might actually have a chance to win this game, but the Bengals are already back in field goal range. Stringer trying to kill Joe Mixon there, goddamn. I am not sure how that hit didn't force a fumble, and we really need to stop on this 3rd down. Burrow's just going to hand it off to Mixon, and that is a nice tackle by Crosby. So Cincinnati goes up by 3. Offense will have 1 shot to win this game. We'll see what happens in the sim here. Unfortunately, they do not get anything, and we are going to start out the season 0-2. Yet another pretty disappointing result, as defense was just bad today, but Stringer was at least able to get his first interception of the season. So next up, we're taking on Carolina and Bryce Young. We desperately need a win in this game, but it's going to be tough to stop this offense. Really hoping Stringer can get another turnover after that pick last game, but this time it's his teammate Peters getting the pick on the slant route. That's a nice way to start for this defense. And offense goes right down to get 6. That's what we like to see. And defense continuing this good start with a stop on 3rd down. If offense had cashed that in, we would have been well on our way to our first win. I have a feeling this is going to turn out to be a close game, but Stringer gets his first pick, and he is in perfect position. This is going to the bank. The second pick 6 of Stringer's career and his second on the season. I'm not so sure about these dance moves, bro. Nonetheless, we love to see it. Read that play to perfection. Things are looking real good so far. This 4th down is critical to see if Carolina gets back in the game, though. And Bryce Young is going for the corner of the end zone. That'll be incomplete, and this Raiders defense continues to clamp up. After the frustrating performances in week 1 and 2, this is great to see from our defense. defense, and Stringer laying the boom on the running back. The Panthers are finally going to get into the end zone with a goal line run, showing the fullback a little bit of love there. Offense is just on fire right now, though. And man, I thought we had another one lurked up for Stringer there. Still got to work on the anticipation of these NFL plays a little bit. Wish we could have gotten 2 picks, but all in all, a successful day for Stringer as he nabbed his first pick 6 of the season, which felt really good. Getting that win was huge in terms of keeping our season alive. I'm trying to get to 90 pass coverage so we can get that lurker ability. Next up, we're taking on Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, and this game is not looking like it's going to be nearly as easy. We're already in trouble backed up in goal line defense, and Aaron Rodgers actually keeps it on the read option, an interesting call. And we start this game down by 2 scores. Thankfully, offense got a field goal to keep us within a score. We're going to need to find a way to stop Aaron Rodgers, and he's finally trying Stringer. We reach up and get the pick on the curl route, returning it deep into Jets territory as well. Let's go. I don't know why Aaron Rodgers thought he could get that over us, but sadly offense is only able to get 3 there. Stringer taking out his anger by absolutely suplexing the Jets wide receiver. Gotta love these Madden tackle animations, man. Aaron Rodgers taking off here, and this man is not sliding. I don't know how he doesn't fumble that. Wasn't expecting Aaron to be running around like that, and if the Jets score a touchdown here, we're pretty much screwed. We'll have to sell out for the run on 2nd and goal as they're gonna pitch it outside. Stringer strings it out and gets the tackle for loss to keep this drive alive. So it'll be a massive 3rd and goal. The Jets are once again gonna run the toss, and this time the whole team is there in the backfield. So now it's up to offense. All we need is 1 touchdown out of these boys. They have definitely been disappointing today, but this time they do get it. Only took them 49 seconds. Now we just gotta hold it down and play for overtime. But I have a feeling Rodgers is gonna get these guys close to field goal range. This would be a great time for one more big Stringer Bell moment, but Rodgers finds the corner route and we might just be screwed. All right, at this point, our best chance is probably getting a turnover, but of course Rodgers is gonna clutch up, and now these dudes should just be able to run down the clock and kick it. We'll see though, maybe they'll get stupid and pass it. Nope, they just hand it off to Breece Hall, and I don't know how he has that much room. Stringer trying to make something happen with the big hit, as the Jets are gonna go ahead and kick a field goal with 13 seconds left, and that is dead center. We take yet another devastating loss to move to 1-3. As Ziggy Sabatka led the team in tackles, Stringer had what I thought was a game-changing play, but offense just couldn't cash it in. Something is just not going right now for this team. Stringer's gonna need to step up and carry these guys if we want to make the playoffs, which means we'll need to come up with more turnovers, and Stringer's lucky he didn't get a penalty for hitting Ritter on a slide. Our offense has been pretty much useless so far this game. They've got 0 points with time ticking down in the first half. I don't know what happened to the boys we saw those first couple of weeks this season, but that's a terrible throw from Ritter, and there he is, man. Ziggy Sabatka with his first pick since Stringer joined the Raiders. That is very nice to see. So a defensive masterclass in the first half, but Stringer gets absolutely punched in the face by Bijan Robinson. That's embarrassing. That was incredibly disturbing to see, as Ritter's chucking it up into traffic here. Thought Stringer had a chance at that pick, but he can't get it on the tip drill. So this will be a big 3rd and 10. Can't give up an inch the way our offense is playing. And once again, Stringer with a chance at a pick, but we just can't get an animation right now, bro. That is very frustrating. I thought I played that perfectly, and that might turn out to be a big swinging point in this game as Ritter jukes Stringer out of his shoes and gets into the end zone. It honestly doesn't matter what our defense does though if offense plays like this. Anything short of a pick 6 here in this game is over, but it looks like the Falcons are just going to try and run out the clock, and their run game has been pretty tough to deal with. We might have a chance at something here on 3rd down, but nope, they just run it up the middle. At least it'll be short, and Bijan's hurt on the play actually. And of course offense decides to score their first touchdown right at the end of the game. We're going to try to leave some time on the clock for them, and that injury timeout is actually going to stop the clock for Atlanta. So we might actually have the chance to give our boys the ball back, as they're just going to run it on 3rd down. We'll take a timeout. Could we have a miracle here? We'll see if offense can pull it off. They cannot, of course. And this team just keeps on losing. Stringer and the boys tried their best, led by Ziggy Sabatka, but it was just not going to happen with offense playing so crappy. Next up, we're taking on none other than Kansas City and Avon Barksdale. And this game is actually getting off to a great start as Stringer catches the interception on a play action pass, catching Patrick Mahomes lacking, and we might just have a shot in this one. All we'll have to do is hold on to a 2-score lead, but Avon continues to scorch this defense. He's almost at 100 yards on the day already, and letting Patrick Mahomes and co get a touchdown here would be bad news. At least gotta hold these kids to a field goal, and dang man, Stringer just misses a 2nd pick on the day, hits that suplex tackle, and stomping out the drive right then and there would have been huge. But Kansas City managed the time pretty poorly, and they're just gonna have to take a field goal. Looks like we'll head to the second half with an 8-point lead, and I don't know what has gotten into our offense. We have Kansas City officially on upset alert. We've just got to avoid giving up any big plays, and dude, I just cannot get the timing down on baiting up those crow routes right now. We've had a couple of chances at easy picks at this point, and once I figure that timing out, it'll be game over. We head to the fourth up 15 and feeling pretty good, as Casey actually goes with a run there. Sit down, Pacheco. I have no problem with these dudes taking more time off the clock, but a dot from Mahomes there will make it first and goal. We're really just hoping to slow this offense down, as they are going to get the touchdown, and I did have a feeling we were going to be holding on for dear life in this one. It might come down to the 2-point conversion. This is where I would absolutely love to see a Stringer Bell pick, man. Show me that clutch gene. Unfortunately, our zones got totally glitched out there, and KC is inside the 20 just like that. We had what looked like a nearly insurmountable lead, but you can never count out Patrick Mahomes and Pacheco with a crazy move to get into the end zone. This is it, man. Big 2-point conversion. Mahomes is rolling out, looking for a target, and we're able to get him in the backfield. Let's go. Offense is able to get 3, which gives us a nice little safety cushion, but you know Mahomes can move this offense quick. All we have to do is not give up a touchdown, and the way this drive is starting out, that might be kind of difficult, man. Somehow we are already inside the red zone, and man, Stringer had a chance at a pick, can't get it, and they get down to the 6. This is it, man. Chiefs are gonna go play action, and Mahomes finds a guy in the corner of the end zone. I can't believe this keeps happening to us, bro. Mahomes made that drive look just stupidly easy. We're able to stop the 2-point short, but it'll take a miracle to win from here, and offense cannot give us more. What looked like a season-defining win turns into another crushing loss. Patrick Mahomes had an 83% completion percentage, and Stringer had 1 pick, but definitely could have had more on the day. I could not have imagined this season would somehow start out worse than last year. The season's not over, but we need a win today for real. We've got to finish at least around 500 to get into the playoffs. Stringer's doing his best to make an impact, man, laying big hits left and right, but this defense is just porous right now. With 2 legends on the field and Stringer and Ziggy Sabaka, you'd think we'd be better than this, but Nick Chubb is literally running over our entire defense, and the Browns effortlessly go down to score. This is not going to be another game where offense gives us 30 points, and we've seen that even when that happens, it's not a sure thing. We need turnovers to win games, and we're just not getting as many as we need right now, and the Browns are moving the ball at a really steady pace. I just don't know what I can do to make our defense suck less. It really doesn't feel like it's a problem with Stringer, as I missed the pick, as Watson just has a super easy touchdown in the corner of the end zone. Where are our boys at? And where offense was great last week, they're giving us nothing today, turning the ball over and putting the Browns back in scoring position. This is a team that looks demoralized after last week's loss. The big positives in the last few games have been that Stringer's been getting picks, and we haven't even gotten one of those today, so the misery continues, man. We dropped to 1-6 on the season. If we check out the season stats right now, it looks like Stringer is tied for the lead with Denzel Ward and Brian Branch for the most interceptions in the league. But if we don't get a win in this game, I'm going to consider this season a lost cause. I just don't know what the deal with our defense is right now, man. We really have not been able to stop a soul. It feels like Stringer and Ziggy basically are this entire defense, and that one gets over Stringer's head. Ziggy flying in for the breakup, case in point. I'm hoping we have a little goal line magic here, but that was a great route, and our slot corner gets cooked. Our offense is actually kind of going crazy today, but of course whenever our offense is good, our defense is just pathetic. Nice read from Stringer to sniff out that screen there, and on 3rd down we're gonna stop him just short of the sticks. Pittsburgh is actually gonna go for this 4th down, and of course they're able to run right up the middle and pick it up. Couldn't get off the block there. It's got to be hard for Stringer seeing his defense get cooked like this, man. Even when he had bad offenses in college, his defenses were always dominant, and right when I say that, of course one dude finally gets a pick. Alright, I'm starting to get just a little bit of hope for this game. Maybe we can find a way to turn it around. Unfortunately, the Steelers are once again putting a very steady drive together, and look at our dudes on the outside, man, just not tackling, not playing coverage. I don't know what's going on. The Steelers are going to find their way into the end zone at last on the halfback toss, but man, offense is just doing its thing today. We love to see that. Defense is finally able to get a 3rd down stop, and that'll take us to the 4th quarter. This is where we're getting into crunch time, and Kenny Pickett of course has a man wide open downfield for a dive. Absolutely nothing comes easy with this team, and Pickens somehow open in the back of the end zone again. They're gonna tie this game up. I just don't even know what to do at this point, and of course offense chooses chooses now to turn it over. The Steelers can kick a field goal and probably win this game the way things have been going. But Stringer gets tried there. Bro, why can I not get a reaction? I'm right under the route hammering Y. I really need to get Lurker on this, man. We are able to get Pittsburgh to 3rd and goal, and I highly doubt we score if they get a touchdown here. They just run it up the middle, and okay, we do get a stop, so that at least gives offense a chance to win it. But sadly, they do not. Pittsburgh is going to beat us. As far as I'm concerned, this stupidly frustrating season is over. At 1-7, I just want to get to next year, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. We'll sim ahead to the playoffs and see what Stringer does in the sim. Stringer ends up finishing the year with 68 tackles, 5 interceptions, and a sack, as well as 7 deflections on the year, but none of those forced fumbles we've come to expect from him. He was not considered for Defensive Player of the Year, as his teammate Max Crosby actually won it. Avon Barksdale actually finished 3rd on the Chiefs in receiving. This is a stacked team that will probably end up winning the Super Bowl this year. So let me know what you think. Should Stringer stick with the Raiders, or should he try to find somewhere new in free agency? I've got my hand hovering over the demand release button, but I'll let the comments decide. See y'all in the next one. Peace. For the first 2 years of his career, former #1 draft pick Stringer Bell has been trying to carry a trash Las Vegas Raiders team on his back, narrowly missing the playoffs both years due to an inept offense and a below average defense. But after making some moves in the offseason, Las Vegas has a legitimate playoff contending team with Stringer leading the defense. That is until Stringer blows out his ACL in preseason practice. Having never sat out with an injury in his life, this is devastating for Stringer. But as he watches from the sideline, his improved Raiders team ends up winning enough games to barely squeak into the playoff. While doctors had projected a year-long recovery time for Stringer, he refuses to miss his first NFL playoffs and makes a miraculous recovery to be ready to play in the divisional round. We'll see if he can overcome his injury to lead the Raiders on a deep postseason run. So here we go. Stringer's first game of the season is the divisional round of the playoffs. We'll see if he has any rust to knock off after the injury. And this is a tough game to do it, man. Taking on Joe Burrow, as we just did not see that backside guy at all. That's the thing about this camera angle, man. I feel like I can't see the field. Bengals just going to go with a drag route here, and I thought we had that undercut perfectly. Stringer can't quite hop for it. I did get Lurker on this boy, so he should be able to go up and get some of those, as Joe Burrow is just marching these boys down the field. I'm hoping Stringer can find a way to get a pick in this game, and he's trying to track the receiver here. Instead, it is Ziggy Sabaka picking up the pick. That is what we like to see, man. Ziggy just absolutely blanketed that route from the safety position. And this is a different offense than we've been working with the last 2 seasons. They've got us out to a 14-point lead, and they might actually be the ones carrying defense today. I'll be feeling great about this game if the Bengals don't get a touchdown here, but that is not going to happen on Stringer's watch. He baits up the route. Just beautiful zone coverage right there. First pick of the day for number 7 is a huge one, as he and Ziggy are the dudes right now. And I was not expecting to hold the Bengals scoreless in the first half. Love what I'm seeing from this defense right now, and Stringer's amped up. All we really got to do is slow these guys down, but we're able to get the stop on 3rd and short. Offense gets a touchdown. Boys, this game might just be over. Hopefully I didn't jinx it. I just really did not expect us to have this big of a lead. Joe Burrow has only 3 incompletions, and 2 of them were interceptions, but he might be on his way to his first touchdown here, getting the Bengals inside the 10. But they might run out of time. We're going into the 4th quarter. The Bengals have basically been running an air raid attack on us, which is part of why I'm so surprised we've given up 0 points. And once again, all we got to do is slow them down here. I'm not too pressed about them getting a touchdown on this drive, but I am definitely going to get nervous if they score on this drive. Burrow's flush from the pocket here, though, and it looks like he is injured after the hit, so the backup's going to have to come in. I do not know who this is. Either way, he throws a goddamn laser. Looks like this dude is named A. Tyson. Unless I'm stupid, I think that's a computer generated guy, and he's the stupid one, bro. He tries Stringer right out the gates, make that 2 red zone interceptions for our boy, and that should close out the game. We are headed to the conference championship game, as Stringer balled out in his first game back with 2 picks. Of course, the AFC championship is against none other than Patrick Mahomes and Avon Barksdale. Look at Mahomes' stats on the season, bro. 4,600 yards, 44 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. This is going to be tough. The Chiefs are 91 overall. Offense, God bless them, starts this thing out with a touchdown. We will definitely need them to go crazy today, because this Chiefs offense is ridiculous. I feel like Stringer will probably have to put up pretty similar numbers to last game, but to start it out, it's his teammate getting the pick. Patrick Mahomes throwing it up into traffic. We are out to a better start than I possibly could have hoped for. Now we just got to make sure the Chiefs don't get back in it before half. And this is a critical 3rd down coming off the 2-minute warning. The cover 3 was just not the right choice there, though. Mahomes dissects that. Time ticking down. We'll see if we can hold him to a field goal. And Stringer trying to break up that pass, but can't quite get his paws in there. Just a second earlier would have been a pick, but it doesn't matter. Patrick Mahomes throws it right to Stringer, his third red zone pick in 3 games, and this one is going back to the bank. A 14-point swing, and maybe the biggest play of Stringer's career. Mahomes is falling apart in the first half of this game. At this point, we just got to make sure the Chiefs don't score too quickly, and plays like that are not ideal. We've had leads disappear in the past against this team in this series, and Mahomes is not done with us. He finds Kyle Phillips in the end zone for a touchdown, and I wouldn't expect a whole lot more from our offense. This game could really turn on its head scary quick, and somehow that ball gets completed. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous, man. Mahomes is starting to figure out this defense after his early struggles, and this game might just be going down to the wire. Thankfully, we get a sack there on 1st and goal, making this a pretty tough one for the Chiefs. We head to the 4th quarter just clinging onto this lead for dear life, and Mahomes is rolling out here, throwing over the middle, and oh my god, man, that might just be the craziest interception of Stringer's career. He goes airborne for the one-handed pick. I mean, look at this, bro. This man is the most athletic linebacker to ever play the game. Make that 4 red zone picks in 2 games. Are you kidding me? This is the Stringer we all expected to see in the NFL. This game is not quite over yet. Mahomes has thrown plenty of picks, but he is still moving the ball steady, and the Chiefs are within 1 score. I am worried offense won't kill the clock. Those boys went 99 yards pretty goddamn quick. And yep, offense has indeed left a full minute on the clock. This one is really not over, and it would be absolutely devastating if we lost this game. Mahomes is at least completing these passes in bounds, so the Chiefs have less than 20 seconds to make something shake, and Mahomes rolling out here just has to throw it out of bounds. 12 seconds on the clock. I am feeling nervous. Mahomes rolling out again, and this time it looks like he might take off. Wisely just throws it away, and we'll have a Hail Mary situation. So here we go. KC with one last chance. Mahomes is just gonna chuck this thing up, and we get the interception. We are headed to the Super Bowl. It was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be at halftime, but Stringer absolutely balled out. 2 huge picks on the day, including the long pick 6. We're going to be taking on the #1 seed Rams in the Super Bowl. So here we go, boys. Stringer's first ever Super Bowl. We'll see if he can redeem himself after he couldn't win a natty in college. An offense gets a nice little 3 to start it out. That's what we like to see. Quarterback taking off there, and Stringer almost murders him. This dude's last name is Street. I'm pretty sure he was drafted by the Rams last year or something, and we get him in the backfield to stomp out this first drive. It seems like Stringer's team definitely came to play today. I can already tell this quarterback loves to run, but he's got a fumble that. Rams have got a very interesting formation here on 3rd and 6. I am suspecting this is some kind of slants, and nope, actually looks like it's a corner route. Way too slow developing, and Crosby is all over it for his 2nd sack of the day. This Super Bowl looks like it might just be a defensive battle, but we're not going to be able to hold off this Rams offense forever. Red zone defense has definitely been Stringer's specialty in recent times. And on 3rd and 1, looks like the Rams are gonna pass it. A beautiful breakup from the corner. So we'll have a giant play early in this game. Rams are just gonna run it up the middle. Way too easy. Stringer's gotta get in that hole just a second sooner. Rams have got it down to the 3 now, and Street taking off up the middle once again. We cannot quite get him. This dude's kind of a problem with his legs. We head to the second half with offense really struggling, but defense continues to be excellent, getting the stop on 3rd and 2. Need our boys to score right here, and they put together a drive but cannot quite punch it in. We're starting to run just a little bit low on time here, and a stop on this drive suddenly feels essential. Stringer's had timely picks throughout the playoffs. This would be a great time for another one, and on cue he gets it. This one might be going to the bank too. All he's got to do is outrun the quarterback, and let's go, man. Stringer takes it to the house, giving the Raiders the lead with the biggest play of his career, and that might be remembered as an all-time defensive play in Super Bowl history. But the Raiders have still got to pull this thing out. Plenty of time left for the Rams to put a drive together, as they've been mixing in the run quite a lot, and we got to watch out for that quarterback scramble as well. Stringer does an excellent job in run support. It feels like the Rams might be trying to make this the last drive of the game, as they continue to hand it off, and that is a huge hole, but Stringer stops him short of the sticks. Time just continues to tick on down, and the Rams seem content that this is going to be the drive for them. They're already right at the edge of field goal range, and this is starting to look dangerous heading towards the 2-minute warning. Defense defense has been great all day. We just need one more turnover or big play. But all of a sudden, we're just getting dotted up. I'm starting to get a little nervous here. Rams going with play action, and that dude was just wide open. Now we need offense to do something. Our season's going to depend on this sim. Offense hasn't done anything all day, but this time they deliver with a touchdown. Let's go. We've just got to hold it down for 40 seconds, but the Rams have all 3 timeouts left. I'm going to stick with some pretty basic man coverage here. And man, I thought we had that drag baited up. Instead, he goes to the other side to Puka. And oh boy, Rams are at the edge of field goal range. We need a play here, and man, once again, I thought Stringer was on that. He can't quite hop for it. Now they're definitely in field goal range. That could have been a game-winning pick. Instead, the Rams are going to get inside the 10 and all the way into the end zone. Are you kidding me, bro? I cannot believe it. Now it's going to take a miracle. We'll see if offense has just one more in them, and sadly, they do not. The Stringer and the boys take a crushing Super Bowl loss to the Rams. It was definitely a Super Bowl for the ages, and Stringer made that big interception and took it to the house, but offense just couldn't give us what we needed, man. If only we'd been able to hop for that pick on the last drive. The season ends in heartbreak, but it was a great one. I'll see y'all on the next one. Peace. Stringer Bell is about to have one of the greatest seasons in NFL history. After spending most of his last season injured, he almost carried the Raiders to a Super Bowl with 6 interceptions in the playoffs, including multiple pick sixes. He's finally looking like he did in college, and this season his goal is to win a Super Bowl and break the NFL interception record. We'll see if he can accomplish his goals and maybe even win his first league MVP. So in the first game of the season, Stringer and the boys are taking on the Chargers, and this game is going to get off to an amazing start as Stringer lurks it up for the pick, and he might take this all the way, just has Herbert to outrun, and he is going to get in the end zone. Let's go. A pick 6 for Stringer in the first half of Raiders football this season. I'm really hoping this will be a breakout year for Stringer, but offense has been terrible today, and the Chargers finally get their first touchdown in the third quarter. Stringer's big pick 6 is still the only touchdown the Raiders have scored so far. After falling just short in the Super Bowl last year, I thought this team would come out with more fire, but it is the Stringer Bell show today, and Stringer has returned to prime college form, putting his team back in the lead in the fourth quarter. That's as clutch as it gets. Stringer's dance moves could still definitely use some work, and the help on the zone defense could use a little bit of work as well, as Stringer releases dude over the middle, and he is going to take the lead right back for the Chargers. Literally all I want is one touchdown from the offense, and finally they give it to us. Now defense has just got to lock it down for 2 minutes. This drive is already a third and very long for the Chargers, and Herbert getting out of the pocket here just has to throw it away. So this is going to be the game, 4th and 12, and I do not know what the hell that was, but defense comes up big. Unfortunately, offense doesn't kill the clock and only gets 3, so the Chargers have 1 minute to drive it down with no timeouts, and I'm really hoping we're not getting set up for another heartbreak. This time 4th and 7 really is the game, and once again Herbert airmails his wide receiver. Stringer and the boys are going to get out of here with a big week 1 dub. Stringer completely put the team on his back with only 1 total tackle but 2 pick 6s. Next up, we're taking on Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, and Lamar tries Stringer Bell right out of the gate. This season is going exactly as I'd hoped so far. Stringer has taken a big step forward, man. Unfortunately, the Raiders offense has been useless. I was expecting him to be a little bit better this season. Stringer's doing the best to put this team on his back, but this Ravens offense is not one that's going to get kept out of the end zone forever. Offense finally able to get a touchdown late in the third quarter, but if the Ravens score here, it might not be enough. Lamar, you gotta fumble that, bro. Stringer's offense has been held to under 70 total yards today, and he's covering up the corner route there, able to leap for it and get his second pick of the day. Stringer is balling out, boys. Offense better cash this in for something. Stringer showing his ball tracking and athleticism there. Unfortunately, they do no such thing, and despite Stringer's performance, this one might just be over. The last chance to keep this game alive is going to be on the 3rd and 8, and sadly the Ravens are not passing it here. Lamar does get tripped up though, so we call a timeout with 24 seconds on the clock. All will be forgiven if offense gets a field goal here, and nope, they actually turn it over instantly. The first loss of the season comes at the hands of the Ravens, as Stringer balled out, but 2 picks was not enough. I guess next time he's gonna have to take him to the bank. Thankfully, offense is having better luck against this lowly Cardinals team, but it seems like they might actually have a little something for this defense. Arizona's QB is going to dump it off to the tight end. Stringer was almost there, but just a second late, and they get the touchdown. Okay, you know, maybe offense just had a bad day. Seems like we can definitely work with this. Stringer's team is 87 overall, so I don't even think rating-wise our offense is below average. But defense is struggling a bit today. Cardinals are going to cut the lead to 4. I'm not sure what about this Cardinals offense has made it so difficult to deal with, but this quarterback Gadsden's just tearing Stringer's team up right now. This is a loss that the Raiders absolutely cannot take. Need a goal line stop badly here. And this is a potential game-deciding play as the quarterback's going to get out of the pocket and go down with a sack. Let's go. So defense is just barely able to cling on to this lead. Unfortunately, offense not able to do anything. Defense has got to hold on for this fourth quarter. The Cardinals are already driving, and with this completion, they're going to get in field goal range. This would be a beautiful time for a Stringer Bell pick, and I thought we were going to have a chance at that on the drag route. Dude did a good job of putting air onto that ball. Holding the Cardinals to a field goal is a must here, but unfortunately, the curl is wide open, and they're going to get to the 10. This is where the team needs some magic. Cardinals are just going to run it, and they will get into the end zone. Offense has got to do something here. First, we got this 2-point conversion. That'll go nowhere. So moment of truth, just need one more touchdown, and offense provides. Let's go, sir. All right, Arizona does have time to potentially get into field goal range here, so we gotta be careful. That's not a good start. 10 seconds. Cardinals probably have 2 plays at the most, and they're going over the middle. Oh god, bro. They're gonna be able to kick a 60-yard field goal. So here we go. No ability to ice the kicker. Stringer's trying to get in there for the rush, and the kick is going to be good. Are you kidding me? It just snuck in through the left. I actually cannot believe it. So shockingly, Arizona beats the Raiders. They fall to 1-2 on the year. Offense was better today, but this team was sorely missing a Stringer Bell interception. So checking out the stats partway through the season, Stringer has 7 picks through 4 games. I really think he's going to make a push for MVP. And next up is the Patriots, who have signed Tua Tagovailoa. This game against the Patriots has not gotten off to an ideal start. Offense has been turning it over like crazy, and we need a pick. I thought Stringer had him one there, but can't quite hop for it. And if the Patriots score here, we might be boned. But Stringer and Ziggy Sabaka able to get a nice little tackle in the backfield. Unfortunately, an easy dump off is going to get New England really close to this first down. And with just 15 seconds left, Tua is going to throw a dot to the corner of the end zone. This Raiders defense is kind of getting scorched right now. Barring something crazy happening here, this game looks out of reach. And Stringer has his most quiet game yet, not even sniffing a turnover today. Thankfully, this game against Miami has been a lot easier and a lot more uneventful until that huge sack from Stringer. I believe that is Stringer's first sack of the season. Offense just hasn't quite been able to put this game away. I'm worried the Dolphins will eventually put a drive together. They haven't really established the ground game so far, but they're trying to here as they keep running these delayed handoffs. Sit down though. We still haven't quite seen that Stringer Bell pick. This might be a chance, but it goes right over its head, and I don't know where the deep help is, but this tight end is going to rumble all the way into the end zone. A brutal break, and offense turns the ball over instantly. Just like that, the Dolphins are in control of this game, and they'll run it in for an easy touchdown. Come on, bro. And that boy just won't stop running. He's just going to keep running. Offense has been worse than useless in the second half, as we've just got one last chance to stop the clock, and this third down should decide it. Dolphins are going to go 5 wide. It feels like we need a pick here, and dude is rolling out, chucking it up deep. That'll be incomplete. All will be forgiven if offense gets a touchdown here, but of course they do not. A second straight loss. The common denominator with these losses, no Stringer Bell picks. He did have the sack today though, so the team's sitting at 2-4 on the season at this point. At 87 overall, I just can't say I see where the problem is. Thankfully, offense starts this one out right. I'm hoping Stringer can bully Brock Purdy today. We've had a little bit of a dry spell with the interceptions, as Purdy's just taken off here, slides down before Stringer can kill him. Love to see the assassination attempt from our boy there, but after a turnover from offense, the 49ers putting together a solid drive. Open for a little goal line magic here, and who else? Ziggy Sabaka jumps it for the pick, and he is the fastest man on the field. He's going to take this all the way back to the crib. The biggest play I've seen him make since Stringer got on this team. Ziggy looking like his prime right there, even busting out the terrible dance moves. It feels like it's Stringer's turn to get a piece, and Brock Purdy scrambling. Here it is. Stringer is all over that. You idiot. We will take that to the bank with ease as the camera is tweaking out, but Stringer struts into the end zone. His 8th pick of the season, and just like that, Brock Purdy has pissed this game away. All the Raiders got to do is not blow a 21-point lead here, and
that's proving to be pretty easy as this game has been somewhat uneventful in the second half, and Stringer and the boys get a big time turnaround win against a talented team, as the pick sixes from Stringer and especially Ziggy were absolutely key in this win. So that was a great win, but there's still a lot of work to be done to get this season back on track. It's going to be tough to get a second straight win against Josh Allen and the Bills today. Stringer's going to need to play his best game today to take these guys down, and I don't know what Josh Allen was thinking there. Give me that. Stringer's not able to take it to the crib, but that's still big, and I'm hoping that can shift the momentum of this game, as offense is able to go down and get a touchdown, but the Bills are looking to answer right back before halftime. But thankfully the Bills managed the clock idiotically and will have to settle for a field goal, and we got a tie ball game going into the fourth quarter, so it looks like this one is going to come down to the wire. I do not trust offense to score again, so we desperately need to stop here, but this might be bad. Stephon Diggs is loose and he is jetting down the field. Stringer might be the only person fast enough to catch him, and thankfully a good angle is going to get him down at the 1. And now we're going to need a goal line stop. Looks like a play action pass, too easy for Josh Allen. And offense wastes a lot of clock without getting any points. This game might just be over, as the Bills are just going to take a knee. Offense should get a punt return to try to do something, but sadly they of course cannot. Another difficult loss, but I feel like our schedule's got to get easier from this point. Stringer continues to ball out with another interception on the day. Offense just couldn't give this defense the support that they needed. So after falling to a 3-5 record, if we don't get a win today, our playoff hopes are really going to be in trouble. Thankfully, both defense and offense have actually been good today. I'm hoping this one will just be nice and easy. Now this is interesting. Coach has got Stringer back to receive a punt return. He's getting it out of his own end zone and won't be able to do hardly anything with it. I have absolutely no idea why he wound up on the field there. I think because of an injury that happened earlier this game, coach has suddenly decided to put Stringer on special teams. Very interesting. Stringer of course went crazy on special teams his freshman season at Marshall, and the Broncos actually have a little bit of momentum going in the third quarter, but Stringer is going to snatch that momentum away. Give me that. That should hopefully stomp out the Broncos' dreams of a comeback. And offense extends the lead with another field goal, as this trash quarterback is throwing it right to Ziggy Sabaka. He's been going crazy lately, and he might have a shot to take this to the crib. Cannot quite outrun that last guy, but a beautiful play. And this is really the game this team needed. Why not get one more pick for Stringer, add to those MVP numbers, as he'll take it back for a nice little return. This quarterback is definitely one of the worst we've seen this season, and this is truly astounding. Stringer is being given an offensive snap at the end of the fourth quarter, checking in at tight end, and he's getting thrown the ball. He tries to go up for the one-hander and accidentally tipped it to the Broncos defender, but just another way to get a hit stick. Stringer truly thinking in 4D. Sadly, I think that may be the last time we see Stringer on offense, but it was an interesting experiment for sure, as Stringer had one of his best games, leading the team in tackles and adding 2 picks. Ziggy of course coming in second with a pick himself. Alright, next up we got the Rams. I'm expecting this game to be a little bit more difficult, as Stringer starts things out with a nasty hit. This is of course a Super Bowl rematch, a chance to get revenge on the team that broke Stringer's heart last year, and we got a 3rd and 12. Need to keep the Rams out of the end zone here, but that is a dot right over our linebacker for this quarterback, and this is not quite the start we were hoping for. Thankfully offense able to answer back with a touchdown, and Stringer is tackling angry right now. This game looks like it might come down to the wire. Feels like we need Stringer to make a play for this team. We go to the fourth quarter tied up at 10, and there it is, bro, reminiscent of last year. Stringer jumps the drag route in the fourth quarter, and he will take this to the bank. No one is fast enough to catch Stringer Bell from behind. We all know this. He will do a nice little heel click into the end zone, and now we just got to box up for this fourth quarter, as Stringer's getting tried again on the slant route. Man, if I saw that a half second sooner, we would have picked it off, but as it is, we get the big 3rd down swat, and it looks like the Rams are going to punt it. Offense has the chance to kill the clock, and they do. A huge win for the Raiders, as Stringer delivered in the big moment with that pick 6. So that does bring the Raiders to 500 on the season, but taking on the 89 overall Houston Texans is not going to be easy. Offense did start this thing out hot, and Stringer almost starts out hot himself. I thought we were all over that, bro. Big missed opportunity in a game where Stringer's probably going to need to come up with some picks, and once again he just barely misses one. It goes over his head for the touchdown, and I wouldn't expect too much support from offense today. Defense defense has got to step up. And Stringer answers the call, forcing what I think is his first fumble of the season, but sadly, no one can pick it up. Stringer is still amped up after that, though. I don't know if Stringer has gotten a tackle broken all season, and this defense comes up with a big-time sack on Stroud on third down. This has been a slow-moving game. We're in the third quarter, and both teams have only had the ball a couple of times. Max Crosby has just been an absolutely dominant pass rusher today, as defense has actually held up pretty well against this high-powered offense. Sadly, Gardner Minshew and the Raiders offense have not really been doing their part. We're not going to be able to hold up this Texans offense forever, and this one just barely gets over Stringer's head. I don't know how dude caught that, but that was a dot. Ziggy Sabaka almost getting in there for the swat. And the Texans are threatening to score. This could very well be the game right here. Gotta try to hold them to a field goal so offense has a chance. And they're gonna pass it on third down. Stroud looking deep, and that'll be incomplete. Texans do make the decision to kick the field goal. So we're gonna need offense to do something here. Just need the sim to do us well one time, bro. And thankfully it does. They get a whole touchdown. Absolutely beautiful. Same as last game, just gotta close this out. As a win today would finally put the Raiders over 500 on the year. Stringer, man, has just been barely missing these picks. I would love to see him catch a game winner. This is starting to get into dangerous territory as Stroud is marching these dudes downfield. So here we go. Glad offense didn't just get a field goal, and Stringer having to take the over top route there does a nice job of coming back to tackle the underneath, as the Texans are managing the clock poorly, letting it trickle under 30 seconds, and uh-oh, bro, they call vertical and get it inside the 15. All right, boys, really got to box up here. Season could potentially come down to this as Stroud just dumps it off. The clock is running, and the Texans do take a timeout. They will probably have 2 shots to the end zone, and Stroud is taking off, throws across his body out of bounds. I was worried we were going to miss a tackle on that one. All right, here we go. 4th and 3 for the game. This looks like a slant play. Stroud is throwing it to the flats, and oh my God, they marked him out of bounds. I cannot believe it, bro. I thought we were toast. A potential season saver. We barely squeak out of there. As Stringer had no picks this time, but did have a nice little forced fumble. I'll see you in the next one to see if we can get Stringer into the playoffs. Peace. After losing the Super Bowl in devastating fashion last season, Stringer Bell has rebounded with what's shaping up to be one of the best individual seasons in NFL history. Not only is he the hardest hitter in the league, he's well on his way to breaking the single-season interception record and has single-handedly kept his team in playoff contention. Today, I'll be playing the rest of his season to see if he can break the interception record, win NFL MVP, and finally get a Super Bowl ring. So first up today, Raiders are taking on the Falcons, and Stringer has a surefire pick on this play, but brick hands it. Not something you see a whole lot from our guy. Thankfully, offense able to get a touchdown, and Stringer's teammate gets a nice little pick to stomp out this drive. And with a 7-point lead, we just gotta box up for 1 more minute. But Desmond Ridder put in a nice little drive together. I am not trying to see this game go to overtime, but that is just too easy. They get down to the 1. Gotta come up with some goal line magic here. Ridder trying to get out of the pocket, and big mistake, we get him for the sack. So it'll be 2nd and goal, and Ridder going to the corner. Thought that was a touchdown, but they mark him short. Surprised they have not given Bijan the ball, and they're not going to do it on this play either. Ridder is taking off though and gets in. Dang it, bro. But barring something wild here, we should be headed to overtime, and the Falcons are going to get the rock first here. They're running a slant play, and Stringer has the pick, drops it. It would have been a game-winning pick 6. I do not know what the hell is going on with the drops right now. We got a chance for a stop here. Desmond Ridder is going to take off up the middle, and Stringer is on it, securing a big tackle. Just need offense to get some kind of points, and sadly they do not. So now Stringer and the defense are in a do or die situation, but Max Crosby is unstoppable on the pass rush right now. Him, Stringer, and Ziggy have really been the big 3 on this defense, and the Falcons just go with a draw play. This thing might just end in a tie, but offense does get a field goal. Let's go. The Raiders will move to 7-5 on the season, and suddenly the playoffs are looking very possible. Right now the Raiders would have the 7th seed in the wild card. Next up is the Jets, and after the dropped picks, I want to take one to the crib today. The Jets have been putting a pretty solid drive together as Stringer lays down a big hit that appears to have paralyzed the wide receiver. Big time 3rd and goal here. Looks like we got everything boxed up. Jets quarterback's just gonna chuck it out. So a nice stand from the defense after a very long drive. Thankfully, offense has actually been kind of coming through lately, but the defense is getting seriously scorched right now. This cover 3 is getting cut up. So we head to the second half in a battle. I'm trying to hold on to this playoff spot. I'm just just waiting for a momentum changing play from Stringer, and here it is. Those drag routes are just money. We bait it up easy and we'll stroll into the end zone. Stringer continuing to show that he is the most valuable player in the NFL, and I am really hoping that the MVP voters start to notice the same thing soon. I'm feeling a nice little multi-pick day from Stringer, and they literally throw the exact same route. Give me that, you idiot. Once again, we will take it into the crib. Quarterback did not learn his lesson. I don't know what exactly Stringer is doing. Looks like he's doing some rolling around on the ground there. He is single-handedly blown this game open, but the Jets are going to stay in the game by answering back with a quick one. Thankfully, offense is able to kill the clock. This team is on a real hot streak. Interesting fit from coach there. Stringer putting the team on his back like usual with the 2 pick sixes. I'm hoping to keep the win streak going today against the Broncos, and this quarterback might just be an idiot, bro. He literally throws the ball right at Stringer's head for an easy pick. Yes, sir. Just to be clear, I am playing on all Madden competitive, which I can't change in the game, and that was about as good of a start as we could have asked for. But the Broncos are going to be able to tie this thing up before halftime, so Stringer's going to have to box up in the second half. Offense has been given absolutely nothing. This third down could be a big moment in the game, and thankfully we stuffed the run. Broncos are going to have a long field goal here, and it looks like that will get in. Offense continues to be atrocious, and this one is not looking good, and this might be the last drive if we can't get a stop. Broncos are running clock, need something to happen on this third down, and they're going over the middle. It barely gets over Stringer's head. Could have been a huge pick. The downside of this defense I'm running is we do totally give up the seam, but able to get the Broncos to third down again, and they have an injury timeout, so we save one of the timeouts. And I'm not sure if they'll risk passing the ball here on third down. They are just going to run it up the middle, and that's an easy stop. We'll take another timeout. So the Broncos will hold on to a 6-point lead. We need offense to redeem themselves, and unfortunately they instantly turn it over. The win streak sadly comes to an end. Stringer had that pick right out the gate, but offense was just too bad to support this defense. So after the tough loss, we got one of the biggest games of the season against the Chargers, and they cracked things open with an easy rushing touchdown. Thankfully, offense isn't sleepwalking as much this game, and look at the hops on Stringer going up to get that pick, and that should hopefully put the Raiders in front early. The way Stringer can take away passing lanes is unreal, and this game has honestly gone a lot better than I expected so far. Stringer making a nice play on the screen there as well. But I'm looking for that multi-pick performance today, and at this point in the game, I'm not too worried about us losing unless something crazy happens, which is always nice because we can just play for those stats. And Chargers running verticals here, a play that has given Stringer a lot of problems in the past, but this time he plays it perfectly, having a shot at the return here too. But man, this camera angle just screws you every time. I cannot believe they haven't fixed this. In the new college football game, they better have that camera angle crap fixed. All right, I'm trying to see one more pick here before we get out of here. Herbert rolling out and literally throws it directly to Stringer. I want to take this to the bank. Let me hit a little journal to get around, dude. But sadly, Stringer gets tackled before he can get in. Stringer might have one more chance for a pick here as the Chargers are going with a Hail Mary, and Herbert is actually throwing it right to him. He manages to make the catch, but out of the back of the end zone. Beautiful game either way, exactly what I wanted to see. And I know we took a loss last week, but this team has really turned it around since the start of the season. Stringer with one of his best games, 3 picks on the day, yes sir. After that game, the Raiders are still holding on to the number 7 playoff spot at 9-6. And this game against Mahomes and the Chiefs is going to be absolutely huge. I just wanted to take a look at the awards really quick, and it is absolutely crazy Stringer's not even being considered for league MVP. He's of course going to be defensive player of the year, but with 18 picks through 15 games on the season, I just don't understand how he's not getting any votes. I should mention, by the way, Stringer Bell has long since set the NFL interception record, at least by old standards. If we included Nick Sabaka's records on here, I think the most picks he got in the year was like 24 or something. Stringer and the boys beat this team earlier in the season. I would be kind of surprised if they could do it again, but this game's getting off to a pretty good start. Offense has actually been on fire against this 91 overall defense, and that ball goes right over Stringer's head. Thought we had it baited up for the pick 6. All good. I have this strange feeling Stringer definitely is getting a pick off Mahomes today. He just does not show the fear for Stringer that some of these other quarterbacks do. He's still trying him despite the fact that Stringer killed him in the AFC Championship last year, and he's trying him again on the curl. How are we not jumping for that, man? Come on now. I thought Stringer had it lurked up absolutely perfectly. I was just a split second away. I genuinely do not know what has gotten into offense though. They've been playing lights out. All defense really has to do is not mess this up, and one pick might be all it takes to end this game. This is a big time third down, and Stringer has no chance trying to guard 2 receivers. Mahomes only has 2 incompletions on the day. Just need to hold hold KC to a field goal here, but that is not going to happen. Way too much space for Pat Mahomes over the middle. And this 2-point conversion could potentially be big. Mahomes trying to scramble around and get out of the pocket, but that boy Max Crosby is on it. Yes, sir. Offense getting an absolutely massive field goal. They have almost 400 yards on the day today, and the Chiefs just will not go away. Stringer missing early pick opportunities has definitely hurt us in this one, and Mahomes looks damn near unstoppable at this point. He is cutting this defense to ribbons. So with 2 minutes left, the season could potentially come down to this goal line situation as Mahomes getting out of the pocket and throwing over the middle, finds Carrington in the end zone. Dang, man. All right, so here we go. Potentially the play of the season here, and the Chiefs actually go with the exact same 2-point play. Mahomes taking off, and oh my god, bro, that throw was crazy. It was a little Mahomey, I guess. And offense gets nothing. He might just be cooked, and oh my god, bro, once again, Stringer just barely missing out on a pick. We gotta have that. Okay, so the Chiefs potentially have a chance to get into field goal range. Gotta make sure we keep tackling them in bounds here. And for whatever reason in this Madden, the CPU kickers can just boom it from long range. Mahomes just gonna take the dump off there. Great tackle from Ziggy Sabaka. So 3rd and 2 with the game on the line. I'm gonna go with man coverage, and Stringer is getting tried. Finally, he snatches out of the sky at the biggest moment. Let's go. Stringer Bell is the league MVP in my heart all day. And now offense with a chance to win it in regulation. They just gotta go like 20 yards. And bang, they do it. This has been a full team effort today. And it looks like we're gonna have a Hail Mary situation on our hands. The Chiefs will just have 1 or 2 more plays, and they are going with the Hail Mary here. Doesn't look like there's anything open, and Mahomes just tries to throw it over the middle to make something happen. We will get out of there with a clutch dub. As Stringer missed some opportunities early, but had what was essentially the game-winning pick. With that, the Raiders are now tied for the division lead, eyeing a potential 3 seed in the playoffs. All they got to do is beat the 88 overall Seahawks. I'm hoping this team isn't too emotionally exhausted after last week, and it looks like offense is picking up where they left off in this one. Stringer Bell has a chance to get to 20 interceptions on the day, and playing the rare man coverage, he gets his 20th. Absolutely beautiful coverage on the corner route. It's been a historic season to match the legendary seasons of Nick Sabaka in the past, and Stringer Bell is not done yet, getting his 21st of the season, and this one is going to the bank for sure. It is amazing how much Stringer has evolved as an NFL player in his first couple of years. And now that I'm getting good at linebacker, man, this is fun. I kind of want to play like Stringer's whole career. Let me know what y'all think. I feel like we at least got to get our boy a couple of Super Bowls. Seahawks are putting a drive together to get back in the game here, but this defense able to get him to 3rd and goal would be an absolutely huge stop here, and the dude gets the throw out quick. Unfortunately, it will be a touchdown for the Seahawks. Offense has been on a tear though, 28 points already. We just got to slow the Seahawks offense down. A clutch pick from Stringer would be great though. Got a 2nd and goal here, and Stringer is able to get through the line and get the tackle for loss. Honestly, not something you see a lot from Stringer. With time ticking down in the 4th, another big play here. He was just trying to get out of the pocket and has to throw it away. Let's go. This one will be for the game, and there is just a jumble of routes here. Stringer's trying to cover all of them and tries to get his hands into the running back route, but can't quite do it. The Seahawks are back in it, and offense does not kill much clock. The last 2 minutes of this game could have a serious effect on the Raiders playoff seed, and we got a 4th and 2 here. Seahawks are gonna go for it, and they do have the easy dump off. Dang it. I'm fine with them just taking those short dink and dunk routes though, and they're gonna do it again here. Sit down, Kenneth Walker. Stringer hasn't had the chance to lay down as many hits lately, but when he has absolutely delivered, and the quarterback's drifting out of the pocket here. Stringer once again trying to cover everything and forces a bad throw. His teammate will get the pick that should hopefully seal this one up, but maybe not quite. 36 seconds left on the clock for the Seahawks, no timeouts, and this quarterback has showed a crazy lack of awareness this game, taking a terrible sack that'll kill a ton of clock. So it'll just be one more play for the game, and once again we are gonna get dude in the backfield. The Raiders are going into the playoffs hot, as Stringer had a massive first half with 2 picks, including the pick 6. Stringer finishes the regular season with a sack, 21 picks, 4 deflections, and 1 forced fumble, as well as 9 return touchdowns on the year out of 21 picks, which is crazy. The Raiders will take on the Bengals as the 4 seed in the playoffs. So first round of the playoffs, Stringer went crazy against Joe Burrow in this game last year, and he is going to start out beautifully again, getting getting the pick over the middle and taking it into Bengals territory. That's what I'm talking about, man. Offense gets a field goal. Was not expecting dude to try Stringer right out the gates. And man, I thought there was another one there. Just didn't get high enough on the field. I feel like we're going to need offense to play well today because the Bengals are definitely going to be moving the ball. And in the red zone, Burrow is actually going to try Stringer again. Don't know how that wasn't a pick, but I'm just glad he's throwing to us early. All right, man, I'm not trying to lose this game. Let's dial in. Burrow trying to go to the corner route. You idiot. Stop throwing the ball to Stringer Bell. 2 picks in the first quarter, and this is a huge one. Look at the vertical on this guy. Never before have we seen this from a linebacker. Offense able to get another 3 as the Bengals are driving again, and once again Burrow throws it to Stringer. I'm not sure how we don't pick that off, but a third on the day is coming soon for sure. And here we go. Yep, there is the slant route, and there is the pick. I don't know what is wrong with Joe Burrow, bro, but this is the one we needed. Third of the half is going to go to the bank. Let me take this to the middle of the field as Jamar Chase cannot catch Stringer, and he is having the best game of his life in the playoffs right now. I know I keep saying this, but it's crazy Stringer's not even being considered for league MVP. Well, he is basically single-handedly winning his team this game, and this 4th down will probably be the game right here. Burrow has just been getting dogged in the pocket, and I think that might do it. Offense has really not done a whole lot. This defense has made Joe Burrow look like an actual scrub, and I just want to see a 4-pick day from Stringer here. There it is. I don't know why Burrow just keeps throwing the ball right to him, but once again Stringer is gonna take this thing to the house with ease. Almost got tackled there from behind. It's been one of the most dominant playoff performances I have ever seen in my life. I seriously think Stringer could go for like 40 picks next season. And remember, we're putting up these stats playing on 5-minute quarters right now. It ends up being a shockingly easy first round of the playoffs. Stringer just completely and utterly took over this game with 4 picks and a couple pick sixes. Joe Burrow might actually have to retire after that. So in the divisional round of the playoffs, we got the 1 seed Ravens. So in the second round of the playoffs, Stringer is taking on Jason Miller, the legendary Army quarterback who's led the Ravens to a couple of Super Bowls. And early in the first quarter, the Ravens are going with a play action, and somehow Stringer is going to get to that ball. A shot to take this back to the crib, but Jason Miller's just a little bit too fast. He is going to track Stringer down. That was an absolutely insane pick. I know we had that one-hander in the playoffs last year, but that might have been the craziest of Stringer's career. I just cannot believe we got to that ball. So Jason Miller getting off to a terrible start, and Jason's getting the ball on the read option. Stringer absolutely suns him on 3rd down, and this game is getting off to a beautiful start. And bro, Jason Miller might be washed. I don't know what this boy is looking at, but he literally throws it right at Stringer's face. We've seen quarterbacks do this a few times this season. I don't know if it's just the AI dumbing out or what, but Stringer with 2 picks on the day already. And I'm sad that NFL playoff stats don't count towards your season stats, because Stringer would definitely be eyeing 30 picks on the season by now. I think including the playoffs, he's at 27. Jason just having a miserable day right now. His receivers are dropping passes and everything. I have a feeling Stringer has a couple more picks in him. He does get stiff-armed in the damn face by Jason there, which you don't see a lot. But Jason has looked insanely uncomfortable in the pocket. I just don't know if he has what it takes to lead a comeback, and he's keeping the ball in the read option here. But one thing we have seen throughout Jason's career, man, his ball security is terrible. He coughs it up after a big game, and we got it right back. 2 playoff games in a row where defense has just been utterly shut down. Stringer getting a nice little tackle for loss here, and the Ravens not showing a very strong sense of urgency, running a draw on 3rd down. They really just don't trust their quarterback at the moment. Stringer has made a habit of making great quarterbacks look like clowns, and that pass touchdown to Andrews is going to be too little too late. Just a minute left. All we're trying to do here is rack up some more stats and make sure nothing too crazy happens, as Stringer's been playing permanent quarterback spy this game, and Jason Miller is trying to get out of the pocket. No sir, we see the bad ball security again as Stringer forces the fumble, and that'll do it for this one. Another absolutely dominant performance as Jason Miller just could not stop turning the ball over today, and Stringer wound up with a sack, 2 picks, and the forced fumble. And the conference championship will be an interesting matchup against the Colts here. It's time to see if Stringer and the boys can make it to their 2nd straight Super Bowl, and I'm feeling really confident after those last couple of games from our guy. This is kind of a tough matchup against a running team. Stringer likes playing against those teams that throw the ball around and give him picks, and he's gonna have to deal with Anthony Richardson scrambling today. Sit down though. Would have loved to see a nice little forced fumble there, but we don't get it, and the Colts are gonna get into the end zone. It's already been a worse defensive performance than these last couple of weeks, but Stringer is already picking up where he left off. These quarterbacks just will not stop throwing them picks, and hopefully offense can cash this in. They are able to get a field field goal and get a touchdown coming out of half as well. This Colts offense is going to need to put a quick drive together to stay in the game. Colts have gotten into field goal range, but a lot of time coming off the clock, and Richardson taken off again. Stringer trying to strip the ball out, but at least makes a nice tackle. We head to the 2-minute warning, and Richardson taken off again, refusing to slide, and Stringer sits him down again. Gotta give this dude some credit for going right at the hardest hitter in the NFL, but the Colts offense is just too plotted and taking way too much time off the clock. So we're ticking near a minute here. Richardson taken off again and makes a terrible throw on the run. So they waste all that time just to kick a field goal. And offense smashing the clock. This team is officially headed to the Super Bowl. Stringer didn't go quite as crazy today, but still had that big interception early and had a really solid day tackling, as it looks like we are going to have the Eagles in the Super Bowl, the #1 seed. Checking out the awards real quick. Once again, so mad Stringer's not on this list. It's totally a quarterback award. He does, of course, win Defensive Player of the Year, and his boy Max Crosby was #3 on that list. I do want to real quick check in on our boy Avon Barksdale. Ended up not even being the leading receiver on the team, but a respectable season, I guess. The Eagles still have Jalen Hurts and Devonta Smith, so Stringer's gonna have his hands full today. So here we go. Stringer took a heartbreaker in the Super Bowl last year, but he is gonna get another shot today. The Defensive Player of the Year has forced a ridiculous 8 turnovers in the playoffs, but this is definitely gonna be the toughest offense he's faced so far. Got a big 3rd down already here in the red zone, and Hurts flush from the pocket. He will go down before getting the ball out. So Eagles have to settle for a field goal on their first drive. Not sure what to expect from offense today, but they do get a field goal. But I think we're gonna need a little bit more than that to beat these guys. If offense can't do it, Stringer's gonna have to do it, and he's baiting up this drag route. Oh my god, bro. I thought that pick a couple games ago was the best we'd see, but Stringer jumps up and snatches that out of the sky with one hand. Absolutely insane play to keep the Eagles out of the end zone. You are witnessing the greatest linebacker in football history in his prime, as offense able to get another 3 points. And if Hurts is smart, he'll stay away from Stringer for the rest of the day, especially when he's got wide open passing lanes up the seam like that. This half has really gone by in the blink of an eye, and Hurts not missing a beat is dotting up this defense, getting the Eagles into the end zone for their first touchdown. We've got a serious fight on our hands, but offense has been doing what we need them to do so far. This defense is just going to have to find a more consistent way to stop this Eagles passing attack. We got time ticking on down, headed into the 4th quarter, and Smith just gets unpressed off the line right there. Way too easy for Hurts. The Eagles threatening to score going into the 4th, and this is where we need that Stringer Bell magic, man. One pick is not going to be enough, and he totally misses his running lane there. Eagles are going to have a huge 3rd and goal, and they are going to run it. We can't get to it, and they take the lead. Dang, bro. All right, we need offense to cook. I wish there was a way to watch this. It's going to be up to the sim, and offense does get a touchdown. Bang. All right, defense, just got to hold it down for 2 minutes. Can we do it? Hurts is going to go with a mesh concept here, and Stringer reads it perfectly. Let's go. This man has made clutch play after clutch play in the playoffs, and that's his 2nd pick on the day. Just need offense to get a touchdown to close this out, and they do. Stringer might have just caught a game-winning pick in the Super Bowl. This feels beyond sweet after he should have had one last year, and with no timeouts, I don't think the Eagles have enough time for this. They keep completing passes over the middle of the field. So we just got 10 seconds left. Eagles going into desperation mode as Hurts rolls out, and the time will expire. Stringer Bell is a Super Bowl champion at last. This is the first championship of his career. He couldn't get a national championship in college, couldn't get one last year, but finally comes through big, and he should definitely be crowned as Super Bowl MVP here. His teammates lifting him up in the air. Ziggy Sabaka hyped up as well, as it was a nail biter, but of course our boy saved the day with 2 picks, including the sealer. I would really love to play another season of this. Let me know what y'all think, and I will see y'all in the next one. Peace.